And we are live. We're here with the crew of Solution Podcast. We got Rashid in the house and Hassan. And of course, we got KD. And of course, the big hater of the group right here, Alex. I gotta go with it. Man. I gotta go with it, man. Big hater of the group. Let's just say what it is, man. Just say what it is.
No problem, bro. I wear the badge proudly.
You do wear the badge proudly. That is true. So we got 1 minute. We came live in the 2 minute warning. So for those that don't know, we are friends, or I'm friends with Octavio, the main content creator of the Solution Podcast. We got Hassan, who is his best buddy, or as Andrew liked to call them, his simp. You're Octavio's little simp. So that's what Andrew Wilson called you, bro. Andrew Wilson called you Octavio's little simp. He said it in the,
that was terrible.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
But be fair, he corrected himself. He said Hassan's friend, whatever. So he corrected himself.
Okay, all right. Hassan, you're simp. You're Octavio's simp, bro. That's gonna stick. You know that, right? That's gonna stick. Because I always used to call you Octavio's lawyer because you would always try to bail him out every time that I was like slaughtering him in a debate. And you're like, well, Jake, to be fair, blah blah. I'm like, I'm sorry, Rashid. Hassan, you're trying to bail him out. That's what you're doing. You're like his lawyer. So, but unfortunately, he's not going to have his little lawyer simp to back him up and clarify things.
Bro, Jake, where's the tweet, man?
Huh?
You said he called him a simp. Where's the tweet?
It's not a tweet.
No, he actually said it on his.
He said it on live.
He said it earlier on live.
Right away, Alex is like, "Where's the tweet? Let me see that."
Damn, Alex. You're so upset, Alex, man. You're so upset. Come on.
That's what I'm saying. Alex is a hater.
It's all good vibes. It's all good vibes.
Alex is the hater.
It's all good vibes until the stream starts. Okay, I'll promise that much. It's all good vibes until the stream.
Well, the stream should be starting soon.
Oh, there we go.
A tweet if he didn't block me on Twitter, man. Unblock me.
Yeah, Alex, unblock, man. Come on, unblock, man. Yeah.
He puts his block now.
I gotta turn off my volume.
Yeah, if you guys can't hear, turn up your own individual volumes so that way you can hear.
Oh, I can hear. It's fine. I can hear.
Okay, cool.
Okay, it's good.
Where we have good luck to Octavio, man. Good luck to Octavio. He's battling one of the best debaters online right now, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, you need to turn up your volume because you're the central volume for all of us, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Crucible. I'm your host, Andrew Wilson. I usually moderate debates here on the Crucible, but I do occasionally partake and enjoy partaking. Keeps my skills sharp, just like moderation does. Tonight, I'm heading up against Octavio from the Solutions Podcast, who made a hit piece video on me, and we'll see if he can actually defend his claims. The guest moderator tonight comes in from Two Tongues Podcast. His name is Kyle. You may have seen me rip on him here on the Crucible before, right? I enjoy doing so, especially on his libertarian partner. But he's a good guy, and he very graciously has come in to guest moderate the debate. It's very kind of him. If you want to see a backlog of this debate and many more like it, along with the epic trash talk extravaganza, specials, bits, skits, and music, make sure you become a member at the Crucible.video. Donation for the Dono chat should be linked at the top of the stream. If not, mystery, get that taken care of.
Alex, you might want to donate.
In
you could
a
say
super chat tonight if you have a question for either myself or my opponent.
I'm saying you could super chat later in the show, so that way they could read it out. Well, you can talk shit to them. Get your phone prepared if you're gonna do that.
That'd be hilarious.
With that, we're gonna get this thing
gonna start
going, and I'll be back.
And I'm looking at the chats on my PC as well, so I'm going to see what everyone's saying in the comments in it. So it's quite hilarious.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the chat here.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson is on Kill Tony tonight. No, they're gonna start in a little bit, bro. They're gonna start in a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah, they'll
I
start.
mean, I never actually seen Andrew do his debates before, so it'd
Really?
be
You've never seen him
interesting.
debate? Ever?
Never. Oh well, I mean, I've seen part of his video with Fashion Fits, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen a full debate.
Hey,
like,
hold up. Where the fuck is Hassan at? What the fuck? This guy's.
no, he left. He's coming back. He said he left
okay.
in the private chat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? This guy's, he was all over Andrew Wilson's fucking Twitter talking shit, and now he left.
well, Andrew has got Hassan's mark now, so there you go, man.
Yeah. I was thinking Hassan is running away. Let me text Octavio. Make sure he's okay.
God.
Oh, what's
Octavio, are you dead yet? Octavio, are you still alive?
Like, if he wants to do a 2-on-1 debate, I'm sure Andrew will be more than willing to.
Octavio, are you still alive?
Come on, guys. I'll tell you.
Andrew now. If he
come on.
Octavio, you still alive, man? Did Andrew kill you yet?
Don't tell me you got Andrew's number, Alex. Don't tell me you got Andrew's number. Come on now.
It's through
no, dude,
Twitter.
we're on Twitter. We're talking on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Like DMs.
I think he left because I think
All right,
it's
gentlemen.
Ramadan tomorrow, isn't
A
it?
Started in
reasonable
the
Gentlemen,
amount
There we go.
Kyle from the Two Tongues podcast coming in as the guest moderator. Tell everybody where they can find your great podcast and a little bit about yourself briefly, please.
You can find us here on YouTube at Two Tongues Pod. You can find me on Twitter at BasedFatChad, which is a name I got right here on the Crucible. And you can find my partner on Twitter at Two Tongues Pod as well.
And Octavio. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
No, I was just gonna say you can find us on.
You already got his
pretty
name
much all
wrong.
the podcatchers and whatnot.
No, I know already.
Great. That's great.
Octavio.
And subscribe. We'll get his
You
link
failed,
on the site.
Andrew failed.
Or you guys
Andrew already
can
failed the name.
later. Octavio, or is it Octavio? Is that how we say this?
Yes, Octavio.
Okay.
There you go.
From the Solutions podcast, go ahead, take a second, shout yourself out, shout your channel out, tell everybody where they can find you.
You better
as
shout
well.
me out.
My name is Octavio. I am on the Solution podcast. I would like to give a shout out to my team.
Oh shit.
Hassan, John Michelle, Rashid, Jake, Project VO Pod.
There you go.
Yes, and everyone else. That is part of my circle.
No,
it's great to be
Alex.
here.
Alex will get a shout out.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely not
Hey,
Alex.
that's fine, bro. No
That's
problem.
about it, really.
Don't want to be
Okay,
associated.
with that, both of us agreed in the background that Octavio would go first, as these are his
All right.
criticisms
Okay, what's
against
the
me.
good with that?
He has 7 minutes on the clock. Then we'll move over to my opening statement. We'll move into open dialogue from there. Kyle, if there's any problems, any issues, anything like that, you have the mod hat, which means that you are the demigod of the Crucible for the evening. So with
Sounds
that,
good.
Octavio, go ahead with your opening statement when you're ready.
Okay, of course. I'm just gonna read this out. All right, it will make it much easier. My criticism is in regards to an episode on whatever podcast called "Rage Quitter Gets Kicked Out" on the 25th of March. It's on the 25th of March. That's when the episode was. Andrew Wilson, you derailed and missed out on a great opportunity to further push and expand on the solution to the modern day relationship crisis that we currently have in the Western world today. The solution being, if men control their lustful wants and desires, women will not have a market to extract resources and attention from, but will be forced to fall in line and become traditionally minded again, since it's in their nature to be followers, as it's in men's nature to be leaders. Instead, Andrew Wilson, you decided to push back against the solution she provided by taking the accountability away from the men, the leaders, and putting it on the women, the followers. You did this by ignoring her overall point and instead focused on the claim that since women control access to sex, then women should bear most of the blame. A claim which I don't accept or agree with.
He's doomed.
If by controlling access to sex, we are simply talking about getting permission from the opposite
Shut up, hater.
gender, then the rules apply to both. Women also have to ask for permission. I think the consumer who controls the market is the one who truly controls access to sex. I say this because the reason why young men today are increasingly becoming single and sexless is because of the choices men have made. post the sex revolution. It's a fact that men overwhelmingly fund the sex industry. If men
Can't just say they can't do this accent.
industry,
Yeah.
women wouldn't overvalue their sexual market value, not to mention the fact that there wouldn't be enough of the 20% of men to go around. This would put hypergamy under control and in turn give the average men more access to sex. The lady was making a great point.
Oh, he's a
providing us with a
feminist.
solution.
I saw that.
Unfortunately,
Stop
Andrew
hating.
Wilson
Stop hating.
derailed the entire
He's
thing
a
and
manifest.
ruined it all. A great opportunity for to spread the truth, to push out the solution, as I like to call it. And
Sorry,
it was a shame, really.
It was
a shame. That's it. That's my criticism. That's
Man, everyone keeps calling me a feminist. Wow.
What did I tell you guys?
Oh, okay. With that, you're yielding the rest of your time then?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, gotcha. Weak opening statement. You get a big fat F from me, but let me get into mine because it's really awesome and epic because that's just the way that I do things.
All right, everyone shut the
I
fuck
took
up.
some time today as the Death Star was orbiting the planet, and I knew that human extinction was inevitable to listen to the criticisms of my opponent for my position of female responsibility in current culture. While I take every debate seriously, it's hard to take every debater seriously because some of them are just plain, well, stupid. I'm afraid my opponent tonight may be one such type, but I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Mute your mic if you don't mind while I'm doing the opening statement like I did for you. It's very courteous to do so. My opponent foolishly believes that because men are in a leadership role over women, that men must take responsibility for all female behavior. My opponent's criticisms bake down to women not having any agency and men needing to take responsibility for all female actions. This is neither in accord with the teachings of Catholicism or the teachings of Orthodoxy. It's also an illogical position because it would superimpose that women have no responsibility for their own salvation, which would be the antithetical to free will and would follow a more deterministic model. Women have to have the choice to reject Christ as well as men. Christ, being the supreme logos and the head of the church, has determined this to be true because women face the same consequences as men for the things they do in this life. They are not accepted, nor are men specifically punished for a woman rejecting Christ. She suffers the consequences for doing so, starting with Titus 2:3-2:4. Likewise, teach the older women to be reverent in the way they live, not to be slanderers or addicted to much wine, but to teach what is good. Then they can urge the younger women to love their husbands and children. In this example, men in the church are teaching exactly this in modernity, and women by and large rejecting it in modernity. How that can be placed at the feet of men, I have no idea. Peter likewise gives agency to women, saying, Peter 3:1, wives likewise be submissive to your own husbands, that even if some do not obey the word, they without a word may be won by the conduct of their wives. This, in fact, directly contradicts my opponent's position, saying women, in fact, can bear responsibility of bringing their husbands or men back to Christ as well. Lastly, my argument against this insane doctrine is found in Proverbs. He should have read 14:1. The wise woman builds her house, but the foolish pulls it down with her own hands. This directly shows women have the agency of running the house and the responsibility of doing so, and can also destroy it through their own actions. Note, it doesn't say anything about that being a man's fault. This position is laughable and also illogical. Lastly, note that for the common man, all laws are hostile towards him through the satanic agenda of feminism and Bolshevik communist teachings. Men have stayed surprisingly virtuous in spite of this, as the season of female bad behavior has been sprung and glorified globally. My opponent actually furthers this monstrous agenda by further exacerbating that women's responsibility and agency be completely removed. Only his solution is even worse than theirs. He believes men should take all responsibility, all of it, away from women, and instead bear every one of their bad deeds and problems, which, as you might understand, I would consider a complete and total victory for feminism.
Which I don't agree, by the way.
Would effectively be made a slave class for women. Imagine a world where men are blamed for everything and women have no responsibility.
We're already kind of living in it.
What does that world look like? Looks a lot like this world right now, and he doesn't like it. Sucks. This is typical feminism projected through bad religious beliefs and a fundamental misunderstanding of patriarchy and the role of leaders. My opponent also needs to answer for the wild claims I've compromised my values for fame and fortune, which is ridiculous, even though I have neither fame, nor fortune, and have instead always been stalwart in my defense of my criticisms of the red pill. And by being uncompromising, I've earned the respect of almost every creator in the political sphere and manosphere space. Andrew failed, Andrew bad, Andrew awful, Andrew this, Andrew that. All of this and all of these are worthless criticisms levied by somebody who has no idea what the hell they're talking about.
Andrew just won.
The reason women are the gatekeepers of sex is very simple. Because we can look and see that men have twice the female ancestors as they do, or as they do male ancestors. It's that simple. This implies that men are not out there taking sex from women, but instead women are giving sex to men. With that, I yield my time, and
open
I
debate.
can't wait to get into this debate.
Okay.
All right. So we go on to open discussion now, about an hour and a half worth of that.
Nice.
Yep.
So you guys get after it.
I'm going to need
If you want to start.
15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew, is the man the head of the woman?
I don't understand why you're asking me questions. These are your criticisms.
Yeah, the
The
man is
debate's
the head.
over. The debate's over your criticisms, not Andrew answers your questions. State your criticism with your argument.
Yeah, absolutely. Men is the head of the house. Men is the head of the woman. That is a fact. Men have been put in a leadership position role. So at the end of the day, men are supposed to lead women. This does not mean that women don't have agency. This does not mean that we don't hold women accountable, but men have been put in the leadership role. This is something that the Bible talks a lot about. So the fact that you are out here denying that this is a position that the Bible takes, it actually really, really worries.
Can you tell me
us.
where I denied that men are in leadership positions?
Oh, you just denied it.
No, I
No,
didn't.
you
I just made
didn't.
that up.
It's
No, I
all
didn't.
men.
I didn't.
No, you did. You just made it up. I didn't deny that men are in leadership positions at
Well,
all.
men are in
I said that
leadership.
it's not the brunt of a leader to always take the responsibility of everybody who's around them, even the people that they're not leading. So I need to ask you a question. If your neighbor's wife cheats on him, is that your responsibility?
No, that's not my responsibility.
How come?
Because it's not my responsibility.
Well,
Yeah,
then what kind of
faggot.
stupid fucking position is it to say that men are responsible for the behavior of all women? That's illogical.
No, men are responsible for their behavior. Men are responsible.
Nobody ever claimed that they
No.
weren't. That's
No,
that's
no, no, no.
antithetical to your position.
If we behave in a godly way, if men behave in a godly way, we will lead women properly. It doesn't have to be always a personal case. It can also be for example, I'm not out here encouraging men to watch porn, OnlyFans, and all of that type of stuff.
Neither am I.
This is me taking responsibility. This is me taking.
So why won't you make women also take responsibility? Why is it always the fault of men? Why are you a feminist who puts everything at the feet of men? But the second that a woman does another man dirty, you're absent responsibility suddenly very quickly. So it doesn't sound like your illogical position of making the claim that men are responsible for the behavior of all women actually makes any sense here, because when a woman does something wrong, you will disinvolve yourself immediately.
Because men control the market, Andrew.
No, women control the sexual market. Women do, not men. No, women are the access and gatekeepers of sex. Yes, they are. Why do you have twice as many female ancestors as male ancestors, sir?
That is nonsensical, Andrew.
Why do you have twice as many female ancestors as you do male ancestors? Why? Answer my question.
Your question has nothing to do with what I'm
You're not going to answer the question? Answer the question. Stop, dude. Stop derailing. Stop spurging. Stop spurging and just answer the question.
Stop spurging.
What's your question, Andrew?
The question is, why do men have twice as many female ancestors as male ancestors? Why?
Stop spurging is a line that
has
he
nothing to
said
do
to
with
Jasmine
argument.
Jafar.
You don't care, but it
Right,
does
you
have
don't.
something to do with your
You know what?
argument,
You-
because your
well,
argument is
you
that
don't.
men are the controllers of sex, but that's never been the case.
No, men fund the sex industry, Andrew. All those
Nobody
OnlyFans
disputes that.
girls-
What does that have to do with anything?
All those OnlyFans girls over there are being funded by men. It's men
Mhm.
continuing this degeneracy. If men were to stop it, then that means the society will go back to normal.
Same thing if women were to be virtuous and not allow themselves to get pimped out, they don't have to allow themselves to get pimped out, bro. It's not necessary. women are also responsible for their own virtue. It's not just men who are responsible for women's virtue. So why is it that you're putting it on men that women will go and whore for a pimp? Why is that suddenly a man's fault?
Because we are the leaders, Andrew. We are supposed to lead society. We're supposed to
Then
lead
you just
women.
contradicted your statement.
Contradicted
You
your
just
statement,
contradicted your own
And-
statement. man.
no, I haven't. And
Yes, you
that's
did. I'll
also
explain the
because
contradiction. It's a
because
performative
we are
contradiction
the
in real
ones
time.
Funding it. We are literally funding it, giving them money when we can stop giving them money, Andrew. If we stop giving them
Who's
money,
we?
we don't have a market to
Who's we? Men are not a monolith. Don't you understand that men and women are not monoliths? That they're sectioned into groups and nations, and that they have different policies, different prescriptions, that this is a global phenomenon. It's not a localized, isolated phenomenon, that there are some countries where porn is completely outlawed. There's some where it's not. It's not a monolithic solution, sir.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No,
It does matter, because what you're doing is you're placing at the feet of men the actions of some people. And instead, when it comes to women, you're not even allowing women to take responsibility for their own actions.
No, that's not true. That's not my position.
It is true. It is true.
Women have to take responsibility, but I'm holding men accountable because I know if
Ask him
men
how. Ask
stop
him how,
funding the
Andrew.
sex industry, women will get back in line. That is my position, and you know it, Andrew.
Why do they need to defund it? Why shouldn't they outlaw it?
Yeah, personally, yeah,
Well, that's where the push is. The push is to outlaw it altogether, to eliminate temptation altogether. That's what the push should be. But this should in no way negate the fact that women have a responsibility for fucking everything that moves. Okay, they have a responsibility that not to do that, to keep their virtue intact. And here's why they have that responsibility even more so than men.
Who has more?
And
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to explain it. Well, I'm going to explain why.
Go on.
Because when you look at Christian virtues for women, chastity is one of the primary virtues. Chastity. Okay, they have a gold bar and they give it away for free. For free. They give away this one power, this superpower that they have. They give it away for free. They give the gold bar away. They have, for that particular virtue, a greater responsibility than anybody. Now, absent sexual, hang on, let me finish. Absent sexual assault or something like this, I don't see how it's a man's responsibility to make sure that these women stay chaste, and it's not their responsibility to stay
And what is
chaste.
a man's responsibility, Andrew?
A man's responsibility is to dutifully lead his family and follow Christian ethics and virtues.
Thank you. And if we follow Christian ethics and virtues, what will happen? We will not engage with this market that we created for women to extract.
Christians already don't engage with this market except to attack this market. But one of the ways that you need to attack a market like this is by making sure that women who consider themselves to be Christians, of which you'll find tens of thousands on Twitter, stop protecting the promiscuous prostitutes who suddenly go, well, I found Jesus yesterday. I found Jesus yesterday. After fucking 250 men, I found Jesus yesterday. And we go, oh, okay, lady, that's cool. Come on over. You're on the inside team now. That's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. They have to take responsibility, Octavio.
Actions will dictate whether or not she found Jesus or not. That's not how it works.
Yeah, but bearing the fruits would be responsibility. That's female. Wait, that's female responsibility.
Found Jesus is a great thing. Now, her actions will dictate whether or not she truly found Jesus or not. I'm not out here giving women a pass, and I would never do that. But
yeah, you did.
No, I am not. No.
Okay, I have a debate. Can you
you
explain this to me? I'm going to look at this. I'm looking at this debate. Okay, let me know when you're done. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You had a great chance. You had a great chance to hold men accountable when that woman gave her solution.
Just repeating
all she was doing was providing a solution, and you decided to derail that solution in favor of what? In favor of what?
In favor. Oh, you mean in that?
All you had to say is, yes, it is true. It is true that men need to stop this type of behavior.
I did. I did. You just didn't watch the rest of the clip. Hey, stupid. Hey, stupid. Calm down. Calm down. I said that to her. Did you know that? Yeah, you didn't even watch it. You didn't even watch it.
Octavio, if you watch this back, you fucking deserve all.
You didn't even watch it.
I did watch it.
Okay, great. Then you would know that I did tell her that men bear the responsibility of their own actions when it comes to sex, didn't I?
Yeah, that wasn't the main thrust, and you know it.
Are you gonna? Hang on. Stop. Stop spurting. Are you gonna admit that I did, in fact, tell that woman that men should take responsibility for their own sexual actions?
I don't remember it right now, but yeah.
You don't remember it.
Yeah, because you're a fucking moron.
Okay. Then what? Then how could you criticize me for only fairly pointing out that women also need to do so as they're the gatekeepers of sex?
I can criticize you because you had a chance to expand on it. You had a chance to.
I did expand on it.
No.
I did expand on it. You didn't watch it. You didn't even watch it.
Andrew, you didn't expand on it. When that woman provided that solution, you went straight into, it's men's fault. Sorry, it's women's fault. You went straight into that. And all she really said in the end was, look, I was just trying to help, just trying to give you a solution because women will not stop. This is what she said afterwards. Women will not stop. And it makes sense because women are the followers. They will not stop. And that's how it works.
So let me address the criticism. Stop spurging for a second. Let me address the criticism. The criticism from you is that I had an opportunity to expand on a position that I did expand on, and that I gave her a position which I didn't. I used what's called the Socratic method, and I questioned her line of reasoning. I asked her questions. I said, "Aren't women the gatekeepers of sex?" Her response was what?
We're not.
No, her response was they are.
Yes, they are. Yes, exactly. And you decided to
No, you just said that you didn't even watch it, bro. How could you do a react to the clip and you didn't even watch the clip?
Play it again if you want, Andrew.
Okay, so let's go through it.
Yeah.
I asked her, I said, "Are women the gatekeepers of sex?" Her answer was
yes.
Hang on, stop. Hang on. Let's go through the inquiry. Okay.
All right.
Further, I say, if women are the gatekeepers of sex, shouldn't they be actually gatekeeping sex? And what was her answer?
They should, but they're not going to.
Yeah, they should. Okay, so wait a second. So your criticism is that not only did I say that men are responsible for their own sexual activities and that they need to make sure that they keep their virtue intact, but further that I expanded on her own logic and she agreed with me because I asked her two simple questions.
No,
and your response to this is, but wait, since I didn't watch the whole thing and only got this really tiny clip, I have no idea that you actually expanded on male virtue and that they're responsible for their own sexual activity.
No, you didn't say that immediately, Andrew. That's not how that
immediately. How soon should I have said it?
Hold on. You listened to what she was saying, and then you decided to
notice the common thread. Octavio thinks he can dictate who can say what at what time.
I don't agree with, and you decided to use that. Okay, that was your main focus.
What's the chat?
You did not start talking about male virtue. That's not what happened, and you're being disingenuous right now.
It is what happened. You do realize that this is an 8-hour podcast and that we go over tons and tons and tons of subjects, right? You do realize that sometimes I'm there for 9+ hours. And do you think that it's reasonable for me to expect that if you take a 1-minute clip, that you see, and you react to the 1-minute clip out of the context of an entire 8-hour show, that there could be a possibility that you misread the situation?
You're making excuses, Andrew.
No, answer my question.
Yes. You're making
excuses. Yes. I'm not making excuses. I literally went the same criticisms that you're talking about. And let me quote you here. Are you ready? The quote is, "No, men are responsible for all female behavior."
That's what he said in the
am I correct with that quote?
In the debate, yeah.
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, yes, I'm correct with that quote. Great. Okay. So what I say instead is that women are responsible for women's behavior and men are responsible for men's behavior. There are some patriarchal overlaps. Stop. Hang on, I'm almost done. There are some patriarchal overlaps where, yes, we are in leadership roles, especially in government authorities and bodies. And we do need to push back in culture, which is exactly what I do. Never seen you any fucking place, but that's exactly what I do. And what you did was you took a 1-minute clip, and your criticism based on the 1-minute clip was that I'd never pushed back on male promiscuity, even though I spent almost an hour and a half in that panel pushing back on male promiscuity, never even watched it.
All right. Okay. Listen, it's very simple.
It's very simple.
The reason why I say men are responsible for everything is because we are in the leadership role.
The question,
and this is a responsibility that God put on men. Simple and plain. And if men behave in the right way, since we are leaders, what will happen is women will follow, since they are followers. It's very simple. All men need to do is behave. We have a responsibility to behave morally. That's a responsibility that we have as men. And if we do that, women will follow. You listen, you can go into promiscuity has been
Can you give me an example in society where that's true?
Hold on. This women controlling access to sex. This idea only came about after the 1970s.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
Almost all throughout human history.
Look at the moderator.
Controlled female.
Then why do you have twice as many female ancestors, sir?
Hold on a second. I'm almost finished. So who really controls access to sex?
Women.
It is men.
Women.
And all men have to do is just conduct themselves morally in society, show some responsibility, and guess what will happen? Women will follow. That's what will happen. Because guess what, Andrew? Women won't change, and you admitted to that. And you didn't. What did you say afterwards? She said to you, because women won't change. Women will not change. So whose responsibility is it then, Andrew? If women
wait a second. Okay, hang on. Women won't change?
No, they won't.
Oh, so they're predetermined. They're predetermined to be sluts?
Can I answer it? No. As long as we keep providing them with this market, they will not change. We live in a secular world. We don't live in a Christian country.
So then you're negating female responsibility.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. That's exactly what that is. How is it not doing that? You literally said women will not change. Only men will change. This makes a predetermination. It's a violation of Christian ethics, by the way. They have agency and can change.
Argument. Yes, true. Yes, true.
But why? So then why would you make the statement they won't change?
Because we are the ones.
I'm stupid. That's why.
Oh, because we're okay. Gotcha.
Men are not changing either. But since we have the responsibility to change, since we have the leadership role, then men have to change. We have to change if we want to see better. Otherwise, women will continue in this degeneracy that we provide.
That again eliminates female agency and responsibility. It puts all of it at the feet of men, and women have no agency or responsibility. Again, you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's illogical. Either women are responsible for their actions and men are responsible for theirs, or only men are responsible and women have no agency. I don't see how you can logically come to a separate conclusion. Can you explain it to me?
Yes, obviously, because what you're missing out, Andrew, you're missing out the leadership side of things. You're not taking that into account, and you know it. When you do take that into account, you will see that the responsibility falls more on the men than on the women. Why? Because by nature, we are supposed to be leaders, and women by nature are supposed to be followers, Andrew.
By nature? Wait. Whoa. What do you mean by nature?
Yes, we are supposed to be leaders, Andrew.
By nature?
Don't try and nitpick
oh no, I'm gonna nitpick. So what do you mean by nature?
Our men.
He goes back to the same question.
In the context of running a patriarchal society, sure.
And who made men leaders? Who made the men the leaders of society and the leaders of women? Who made women the followers? God, exactly. So we have an obligation. We have a moral obligation towards women. No. Wait.
Then you lost. Hang on. Then you lost the logical line. So we have a moral obligation towards women to do what?
To lead them in the right.
So what happens when women are in a position to reject male leadership and do what they want, like Eve?
Oh,
what happens? What happens?
That doesn't take the responsibility away from us.
Oh, no. Hey, wait a second. Not only did God know that Eve was responsible, but gave her a special punishment for her role and responsibility. What was that?
Yes, I know.
What was it?
Yearn for the husband.
Well, she's gonna go through pain during childbirth. She's always going to
yearn for the husband.
Andrew.
Yes.
And he also gave a punishment to men. But
what was the punishment to men?
You sweat by your eyebrow.
Work until from sun up to sundown. Look, listen. Until the end of his life.
So wait a second. It sounds like. Hang on. Why didn't Adam then get special punishment for not doing his leadership role? When a woman rejected his leadership role, when a woman rejected it and went and did what the fuck she wanted anyway because Satan tempted her, how come she got a special punishment for doing that? How come the man didn't?
No, the man.
I never thought of that. Wow.
What was the special punishment for men?
He had to work from sun up to sundown. He will toil for the rest.
So do
of
women.
His life.
No, women had to do women had to do the same thing. Yes,
they're doing it now.
Okay, we can pull up. We can pull up the scriptures.
Pull it up.
We can pull up, and we can
pull it up.
We can read the special punishment that God gave to both men and women. But both of them received the punishment because both of them.
Adam got a punishment because he ate from the tree of knowledge. He didn't get a punishment because he failed in leadership.
This is beside my point. But my point is, men are still the leaders of women, and you know that. That did not just because they were thrown out of the Garden of Eden, just because they were given,
just because of biblical history and patriarchal authority going back through church history.
Hold on. Just because of all of that, it didn't stop God from saying, God didn't turn around and say, oh, okay, guess what, men, you no longer have the responsibility to lead society and lead women. No, we're still in it. We're still supposed to be leaders of society and leaders of women. And
okay, so what? That doesn't negate my point. So let's go through this logically one more time, because you seem to be having a struggle with this. It just lets you go through your entire position. So calm down. Okay, just went through your entire position. So we agree. Men are leaders. Men have a leadership role in society. Men are supposed to do things in a leadership role in society. Where we deviate is when women are enabled to reject any of those roles via society, how that becomes the responsibility of individual men. That's the deviation here. And when I asked you to provide a logical answer for that, you seem to not be able to. You just defer to, but men are the leaders. By the way, do you have kids?
Yes, Andrew, I do.
Are you married?
Yes, Andrew, I am.
Okay, so you're in this leadership role, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. One more time, when your kid does something wrong, right? Are you saying that that's your fault?
No, it reflects bad on me. My kid does something.
Oh yeah, it reflects bad on you, but is it your fault?
Let me answer it. Do you want me to answer it or no?
Yeah. Is it your fault?
When a kid does something back, I uphold my moral obligation, and I make sure I punish them, and I make sure I discipline them, and I tell them what the right path is, what the right way is. This is how it works. Why? Because I accept my moral obligation.
Now, what happens when you discipline your kid and you uphold your moral standards and CPS shows up and takes your fucking kid away from you?
Well, that has nothing to do with me.
No, it does. It does, because it's an enablement. Nope, it does. I'm going to explain why. Stop spurging, bro. Stop spurging. I'm going to explain to you why this matters. It matters because you simply upholding what your autonomy and authority is and what you consider your natural law responsibility. You can uphold that, and then society comes in and punishes you for doing so. And that's what's happening. The individual level for men, most of them are very much powerless. Most of them are very much powerless. You're in a position where you can, where you can have your children taken away from you via the state, via bad law. Same thing with marriage, which is a bad deal for men. Marriage, generally speaking, very bad deal for men, especially at the state level.
How are you denying
what I'm saying to you ultimately is that, yes, you can uphold individualistic authority, but what happens if your authority is shirked and it's pushed away from you and you're not allowed to uphold your authority? Whose responsibility, whose responsibility does it become then? Is it still your responsibility, or does the responsibility shift to those who are stopping you from upholding your authority?
He doesn't understand the question.
My responsibility, because I'm living in a secular country. I'm not living in a theocracy. I'm not living in a religious state. So I'm living in a secular country. So
it's not your responsibility. Thank you.
Let me answer. Are you cuddling men, Andrew? Are you saying these men have no? Let me tell you something. All that's being asked of men is to behave in a moral way. All that's being asked of men is to not fund the sex industry. That's it. Are you telling me that's just this feminist society that we live in today are stopping men from
you just shifted responsibility again.
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that that's what's going on? Men are so weak and powerless that they can't stop watching OnlyFans. They can't stop paying to OnlyFans, paying into the entire sex industry. Are you telling me that that's really the case? Are you cuddling men right now?
So anyway, back to the logical statement before you shifted. We'll just go right back to it. You just got done saying that no, of course, it's not your responsibility if you're in a patriarchal role and somebody else comes in and takes it away from you. That's no longer your responsibility. Then that shifts the responsibility onto them. Correct?
Say that again, Andrew. Sorry.
Okay, we'll try it one more time. This should be time number 3 that I try to get an answer for this question. So, what if a person comes in and stops you from your obligations, your patriarchal obligations and authorities? In this case, CPS, for instance, takes your children away from you. You just said that the responsibility would shift over to them. Correct?
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing you can do about it. So
Absolutely.
that's not your responsibility, then, is it? The behavior's their responsibility at that point, isn't it?
The example that you gave.
Answer the question. Just
Hold
answer
on,
the
it's not
question,
like the
dude.
government comes and takes away your children because they're
Answer
working.
the question, bro.
It's not the
Okay,
same thing.
I'm just going to restate it
equivalent.
again when you're done. When you're done with your
It's
rant,
not
I'll restate it
equivalent.
again. Okay, so anyway, I'll restate it again one more time. I just want you to actually answer it this time.
Andrew, please,
So
man,
since
stop.
we have shifted, since you just said that now the responsibility and burden is shifted over to somebody else, this is no longer your fault, right? It's their fault, correct? You hold them responsible for those actions. You're not held responsible because you didn't do anything wrong. Isn't that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's the entire debate here, sir. The entire debate here boils down to if a man A watches porn and man B does not, how can you, in good conscience, say that man B is responsible for man A watching porn?
That's not what I'm saying.
That's it. It's the same logic, dummy.
What I'm saying, it's not
It's the same
No,
logic.
it's not. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
it is. It is.
No, it's not.
Yes.
It's not saying- no,
Men,
it's
when
not.
you say
I
men,
agree.
you create a monolith. And when you create a monolith, you say men need to stop watching porn. That, I assume, means all men. I agree. All men should stop watching porn. Where we disagree, where we diverge, is if man A isn't watching porn and man B is, why is it man A's fault man B's watching porn?
Can I reply now, Andrew?
Yeah.
Thank you. Andrew, what I'm talking about is moral duties. What I'm talking about is you had a chance to tell men, okay? Well, I can't be responsible for another man watching porn, but all I can say is, look, guys, you shouldn't watch porn, all right?
Okay,
if you
he's
keep
gonna
watching
do a
porn, guess what's
moral-
going to happen? These
moral.
women are going to think that it's okay to use their sexuality in order to extract resources and attention from you. So, guys, please don't watch porn. Porn is bad for you.
That's not
All
the
I was
issue.
highlighting was you had a great chance to spread the message, to
He
tell
said-
men
He
to
said
stop
that many
this
times.
degenerate
You
behavior
fucking dot.
that keeps this cycle
The chat's
going
going
round
off.
and round and round and
I
round in
know.
circles.
They're
And
realizing how
that's all I was
stupid he
saying.
is.
You had a great opportunity.
Octavio was the
and you
bad
messed
parent.
it all up. You messed it all up because you had
Okay.
these red degenerates.
Yeah. So anyway, so
This
so
thing
we'll
is
go
so
back
low
to this
IQ
one
it
more time.
hurts.
If man A, okay, is not responsible for man B watching porn, then whose responsibility is it for man B watching porn?
It's not my responsibility.
That's
Well,
right.
then-
Whose responsibility is it then?
It's his.
The individual.
So in this case, then you should logically extend that out to understand that it would also be the responsibility of the woman who's delivering the pornography.
And
to
women
you.
watch porn as well. Women watch porn as well, not just men.
Nope. Just answer the
We're
question.
talking about
Shouldn't
men
you
right
logically
now.
extend
Not
that
as
out
much,
to
but-
women then
Yeah, in
be
general, man.
responsible for delivering the porn to
I never
man B?
I never took responsibility away from women, but the only reason why
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
No, the only reason why I put more of the blame on the men is because it's men that are giving women resources and attention for it. That's the
calling him a
reason why I
cuck.
put the responsibility mostly on the
He's
men.
not a cuck.
I'm not excusing women for their degenerate behavior, but I'm saying because you are leaders, guess what? If you carry on in this path, women are going to keep thinking this is what their leaders want, and guess what their leaders want? Degeneracy. So guess what? They'll give them degeneracy. Until we change, nothing will change, and that's just the truth. And that's something
Okay,
that
so
you
I'll bring this back again. If it is true that it's not your responsibility that man B is watching pornography, isn't it the responsibility also of the woman who's starring in the porno?
No,
That isn't
well,
she also responsible? Without her being in the porno, man B could not watch pornography, correct?
absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah. So then women have to bear responsibility for the fact that they're in pornography, correct?
absolutely, I agree.
Well, then your criticism is actually
So-
stupid, and I'm going to
Are
tell
we
you
supposed to
why.
blame
I'm going to
Andrew?
tell you why, bro. Calm down. I'll tell you why your criticism's stupid, because we just went through the logic. One, your criticism is stupid.
And it's going to
because
rank off
I
after
did
this.
bring up male promiscuity in that very panel, and I do it on whatever
No
all the
need to
time, and I did it on
elaborate
Fresh
about
and Fit, live in front of thousands upon thousands of people. Millions have seen my clips of me raging against male promiscuity, especially from the Christian angle. That's one. Two, we just went through your logic. An extension of your logic is that individuals are responsible for their individual action. Men aren't a monolith or a collective. You've admitted as much, because if man B watches porn, you as man A say you have no responsibility for it whatsoever. I agree, except your overarching societal duty to push back against it. I agree with that too. So really, you should just fall in line and support my message, because you seem to fucking agree with it.
Andrew, you fucked up. You did not bring up male promiscuity when that woman was offering you the solution.
You're really a
It was an 8-hour
Whether you brought
podcast,
it
bro.
up later on during the show, I don't really care. But
Oh
she
yeah,
had-
right. It doesn't
you had
matter.
it-
It has to be in your time frame. What's the appropriate time frame that I'm allowed to bring these things
Can I
up?
finish, please? Can you just show some courtesy? I'm a nobody, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. On that segment, that part there of that show,
That 1 minute.
you did not bring up male prom. You did not blame
No,
was
Nelson,
one clip, you
no.
stupid
I know.
cunt.
Getting
you
killed.
derailed amazing solution that she was proposing. And
Don't
I was
decide
hoping
when
that
someone
you
brings
would
up
actually,
something, you dumb cunt.
use that as a chance to expose male promiscuity and say male promiscuity is the problem, but that's not what happened. You basically shifted the blame over to women as usual, and that's the only part that I didn't really agree with. So no, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so great. We'll go through this again then. At what time mark do you think? At what time mark do you think that I should have pushed back? You take a 1 minute clip where I also say that women bear responsibility. You agree? As we just went through your logic, you say women bear the responsibility of their own actions. You literally just got done saying that. So me pointing out that women as a gatekeeper of sex also have a responsibility to actually gatekeep against sex is not even a position you disagree with. Your only disagreement is in that 1 minute clip. I pointed that out instead of putting it on the men. That's really your disagreement?
Yeah, my disagreement is that she was literally offering the solution. She was holding men accountable. And as the leaders, I believe that we are supposed to be, are mostly at fault.
Idiot.
Men are mostly at fault. And instead of you saying, okay, this is a great opportunity for me to expose this and hold men accountable, guess what you did? You shifted the blame back to the woman. I'm basically just repeating myself. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
I know
that's-
that you're repeating yourself, but I don't know how
Yeah.
many. I don't know how many fucking times I have to point this out to you, though.
Hold on, Andrew. I am not saying that women are not.
Hold on. So, Octavio, will you be willing to admit that Andrew has said that men are responsible? Men have their share of the responsibility. Will you admit to saying that?
Yes, I do admit to say it. Yeah, yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so is there anything else that we can move on to in this debate? Because we've been talking about this for over a half an hour at this
Yes.
point, and it seems like you kind of agree. I've been trying to stay out of it because you guys have been doing a pretty good job of not talking over each other too much, but we are getting caught up on the same thing for over a third of the open discussion. But you agree with Andrew that
Carol,
Andrew has said.
Let me just say, Carol, sorry to interrupt you. Let me just say, basically, I saw that and I was concerned, so I did a reaction to it. And a friend of mine, Hassan, he decided to taunt Andrew, and Andrew comes on my video, and what did you do, Andrew? Said my argument was stupid.
It was, and it still is.
Yeah, there you go, exactly.
But I
So
enjoy
that's-
proving. But I enjoy proving that people have stupid arguments live.
So I just said, let's have a debate then. This is
Mhm.
basically my position. It looks like we haven't necessarily come to an agreement, but this wasn't about Andrew not having said in the past. I was just saying that he had a brilliant opportunity when
He's
that
devilish.
woman
He's devilish.
No,
Controlling.
but he did. No, but he did after that clip.
And what
I
He
know.
did after that clip.
Devilish controlling. It's
Andrew
devilish
decided
control.
to derail. Andrew decided to derail the entire thing and made it all about women. Made it all about women again. And
In a
instead
1
of
minute
holding
clip,
men
bro.
accountable. That's
No.
all it.
No, but here's what
Nah, the one.
I'll explain what actually happened. I'll explain what actually happened so that you know, because I was there.
Alex's smile is covering my whole
I know
screen.
that she's explaining from your perspective what the great solution here is. However, as we walk through your logic right now, we find out that solution is not actually viable without female responsibility added. We know this because you just got done as I walked you through the logic. Stop admitting that is true. So when she comes up with the same solution, I also point out that women should be gatekeeping sex as well. That is also their responsibility to do. Same thing I just said to you, and you agreed. And guess what else? Here's what's funny. She also agreed.
He's misrepresenting my position. completely
Go ahead.
misrepresenting.
Okay. Restate your
So
position.
what
It's going to be the
what I'm
same thing
saying
I
is a
just
little
said.
bit different, Andrew. I'm saying that men are mostly at fault. Are both parties at fault? Yes. Women are also to blame. Men are also to blame. But men are mostly at
be
fault.
this
And the
stupid,
reason why is for the reasons that I gave. Men are supposed to be the leaders. Men are the ones who fund the entire sex industry. If men were to just stop funding the sex industry, guess what would happen? What would happen? What would happen?
You just
Where would these women go to extract resources and attention from? Where?
They would fund their own. First of all,
everything would literally stop. Everything
Why-
would literally stop overnight.
you know, do you
Men
understand?
exercise
Can I point out this massive flaw in your argument? Let's assume for a second that men did collectively defund the sex industry, right? We said we're not going to pay any more money towards funding cam girls and
They
things
would
like
still
that.
jerk off to
You think
women.
that women can't set up a fucking camera on their own and film themselves having sex and then sell it for money?
Yeah, but men would have to
I never
engage
thought of
with
that.
it, and that's the market.
No. Wait. All you said was men need to defund it. They're more at fault because of the funding, right? They're funding it. The pimps essentially are funding this thing.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, then what are you saying? You're saying the consumer is responsible?
Thank you.
Then you have to put the product pusher the same amount of responsibility. What you're actually saying here is that the drug addict is more responsible than the drug pusher.
If there was no consumers, if we were not consuming this product that's being sold to us by these
just repeating himself,
the degenerates that own the porn industry, if we did not consume this, guess what would happen? They will go out of business. And if they go out of business, women couldn't use their sexuality in order to extract resources.
Oh yeah, sure. If nobody ever did heroin, if everybody in the world collectively decided not to do heroin, I'm sure nobody could sell heroin. I agree. What does that have to do with anything? What you're saying, when you say that men bear the most responsibility, here's your logical argumentation line. Forgive me, I'll steel man it, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong. So let's do the steel man. If men defund porn, right, porn will not exist.
No, that's not my argument.
Well, then what's your argument?
You literally said that.
If men stop consuming, if we keep pushing a message to men that the reason why we have all these problems, okay, is because we keep consuming porn, we keep consuming sexual degeneracy from who? From porn industries owned by men, run by men. If we stop doing that, guess what will happen? Women could not use their sexuality. They could not use their sexuality to keep to extract resources and attention from us. And guess what would happen? The problems that we have in society will really fix itself as far as relationship problems.
So your argument, so okay, so I'll steel man the argument back the other way. If nobody used porn, then nobody would use porn.
No,
yes, that's the argument. Here's the argument. If all men stopped using porn, there would be no more market for porn. That's the argument.
Yeah, there wouldn't be no market for porn.
Yeah, I know. But do you understand the redundancy here? If everybody stopped doing any activity, then that activity would cease to exist because nobody did it.
We just need most men to stop it. That's all.
Yeah, okay, but we also need the pushers to stop pushing, and we need all sorts of legality and laws pushed so that pushers stop pushing. In this particular case, the women are pushers of this, right? They push it everywhere. I can't even make a tweet without find pussy in bio anywhere on Twitter, and neither can Kyle, and neither can you. It's being pushed all over the place by these women, and you know that it's being pushed all over the place by these women. They are the pushers of it, and yet you want to take away the responsibility and say, no, it's mostly men's fault as the consumer. It's not just the consumer's fault. It's also the pusher of the product. And I don't think that the simp has a negative or a positive responsibility. I think they have the same responsibility as the pusher. The consumer and the pusher have an equal responsibility in this. It is not mostly men's fault. That's insane.
Okay, you see, this is where we differ. To me, it's mostly men's fault, and I gave my reasons for it.
Yeah, I know. You keep on restating it, but I want the reasons.
Away from all to mostly now.
You think they're equally at fault?
No, I think women are more responsible, actually. I think it's mostly women who are responsible.
No.
Yeah.
Men that are responsible.
No, it's not, because women's sexuality at a certain age group is an extremely powerful weapon. It's a powerful drug. Literally, it's a powerful drug. And what happens is there's not been a sufficient amount, and this is the biblical. I read this to you, and I'm going to read it to you again so that you understand, because this is spoken about in the Bible. And you'll see this in Titus again, 2:4. Then they can urge the younger women to love their husbands and children. This is coming from how you're supposed to be teaching men and women how to behave in society in Titus. Likewise, to teach the older women to be reverent in the way that they live, not to be slanderers or addicts, but to teach what is good. Then they can urge younger women to love their husbands and children. This would allude to the fact that matrons are not doing this. Matrons are past their sexual prime, sir. They're not in their 20s selling their pussy anymore. Their matrons are past their sexual prime. Those are the ones that young women look to for leadership first. Matrons have always been important in society. They'll always be important in society, especially to young women. They lead by example. If the matrons are telling them it's perfectly acceptable to go sell your vagina on OnlyFans, which many of them are doing, regardless of the teachings of men in the church, and I know this because I argue with these phony baloney plastic banana Christians all day long on the female side, and you've seen me do it how many times, are enabling them to do this through their matron wisdom, which is go ahead and do it. It's fine. They're all products of the sexual revolution. As many of us as push back only have X amount of power under this Bolshevik bullshit to do much about it. But we're trying. We're doing the best that we can. But the matrons are giving terrible advice. That is what we should be going after. Not just shaming the skanks, the 20-year-old skanks, but shaming the 45-year-old matrons who are telling the 20-year-old skanks, no, you go, girl, sell that vagina and make that money and make damn sure, girl, that you have your money stockpiled because that man gonna leave you. That's what matrons in our society are saying, sir.
Andrew, an older whore telling a younger whore.
Carl is smiling. Wow.
The right thing. I wouldn't expect that to happen. How can you expect an older whore to tell a younger whore to do something right? That's absolutely.
I'm not talking about whores. I'm talking about matrons.
Can I just finish, Andrew? Thank you.
I'm not talking about whores.
An older whore telling a younger whore to do the right thing. Really? I don't expect the matrons to tell the younger women to do the right thing.
Well, then you're not. Then you disagree with Titus.
If their morals are already corrupted, if they lived a promiscuous lifestyle already, I wouldn't expect them to guide younger women in the right path. So guess what? It's up to us. It's up to us men to do the right thing.
And who should we be? And again, who should we stop? I get it. I get the argument.
I'm about to finish. And when we start doing the right thing, what's going to happen, Andrew? We're going to produce good women, good matrons that will do what? Will advise younger women to do the right thing and not sell their pussy online.
Really?
That's what I'm talking
about. I think that in society currently, right this second, men are more virtuous than women are and are trying to guide them into this. But what I see is that every time a matron, and you can watch this phenomenon happen on X, you can watch this phenomenon happen on Instagram, you can watch this phenomenon happen on TikTok. I expose it day in and day out. What happens is men will collectively give pushback. Big time. They even try through elections. They try through laws. They try through everything. But when you go into these female spaces, which TikTok is 70% female, that's why it's insane when I'm in there doing a TikTok invasion, because it's like being in the mind of a woman. It's total fucking chaos. What you see is the matrons who are in there who were not prostitutes. They were not prostitutes. They were not OnlyFans girls. They were not sex workers, telling the young women it's perfectly acceptable if they are. It's perfectly fine if they are. It's perfectly okay if they are. The matronly wisdom has gone out the window. And instead of us going after the matrons, we go after the 19, 18-year-olds and say, stop being a hoe. They don't fucking give a shit. The female girl power empowerment movement is run by these old biddy matrons who are between 35 and 45, like the two phony Christians that I was tangling up with last night on whatever. It was the same exact shit. Bunch of phony ass matrons who are sitting there enabling the sex workers while at the same time saying, no, we're trying to get them out of sex work. Are you serious? You have sucked 250 cocks, lady, and you're gonna trying to grab this chick out of sex work? Are you serious? And then you're gonna lecture me? Hang on. And then you're gonna lecture me about what is or isn't true about Christianity. I couldn't believe it. But the fact of the matter is you should believe it because I showed it to you. I showed it to you live.
Andrew, great pushback on last night's show. I thoroughly enjoyed that pushback, by the way. That was great. That was fantastic.
What pushback?
And
are you sure? Shouldn't I have gone a little harder on the men? Shouldn't I have gone a little harder on the men and kiss the women's asses just a little bit more so we can have your feminist utopia?
Andrew, listen,
fucking feminist faggot.
Pushback doesn't mean I agree with you. Behave.
Hey, don't say the F word.
I'm basically saying
no language.
Pushing back against that old.
Oh, is there anything else I can possibly do for you? Can you give me the proper timestamp timestamps for when I should give more pushback or less pushback when I'm debating with 8 people live all the fucking time. I don't see you anywhere. Where the fuck are you? I went to your debates. I did go to your debates. I went to your debates when you're on these panels, and you suck at it. You're terrible at it. I'm actually good at it. So the thing is, it's really hard for me to take criticism from you because the only thing I've ever seen you push back on is your nonsensical logic.
Andrew, you're a public figure. You're going to get criticism.
Yeah, and you know what? Unlike most public figures,
please.
You know what makes me different?
You not overtalk me.
You know what makes me different than most public figures? What makes me different than most public figures is that I will let you come on and air your grievance.
Let him air his grievance then. Let's hear it, Octavio. Say what you got to say, man.
Thank you. And I applaud you for allowing me to come here and actually debate on this issue. But Andrew, you are a public figure. You're supposed to expect criticism. Yes, my channel is small. I'm a nobody. I've just started and I'm just rolling on
nobodies, dude.
On it. So at the end of the day, yeah, that criticism doesn't really doesn't have any for me. But the truth is the truth. At the end of the day, I still believe that men are mostly to blame, and when we fix
mostly now
society and women,
it's just assertion, bro. There's no logic behind it, and every time I go through the logic, you get destroyed over and over and over. So let me give you some pushback here. One, I don't give a shit about your channel size. I need everybody in the fight. I hope all of you guys do 10 times better than me and end up with millions of subs and make gazillions of fucking dollars. I would love to see that. I don't gatekeep. I don't gatekeep arguments. I don't gatekeep channels. I don't care if my critics have 2 followers or they have 20,000 followers. It's totally irrelevant to me. If you make a hit piece, right, and you're man enough to actually come in, I applaud you. But the thing is that your argument still is stupid. So logically, walk us through the argument again so that I can show you one more time where the flaw is. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's very simple. Since men are supposed to be the leaders of society, we have a moral obligation in order to lead women who are supposed to be the followers. All right, a woman is a follower, not a leader. So since men are the leaders, we must stop engaging in promiscuity. When we stop engaging with promiscuity, guess what happens? We destroy this market, this evil market that women use to sell their sexuality, where they sell their sexuality in order to extract resources and attention from men. So if men just stop that, women will be forced to ask this question: what do men want now? What do men want? And then we can dictate to women what we want. We don't want whores. We can then dictate, but for that to happen, men will have to adhere to their moral obligation.
Is Andrew sleeping?
Which was put on them by God. So that's my entire
position. Okay, great. So let's go through it again. Do you think that I support male promiscuity?
No, I don't think you do.
Okay, then I don't even understand what the point of the argument is. I don't support male promiscuity. Never have supported male promiscuity. I've been very clear that I don't like male promiscuity. However, what you have failed to do is you have failed to provide how this is more men's fault than it is women's fault. You keep on saying, well, because they're the leaders. Yet when we walked back through the leadership role, right, what we found was you will displace yourself from the leadership role of other men and their behavior if it has nothing to do with you. So when you say collectively there's a monolith, there is not a monolith. Men are responsible for their individualistic actions, and yes, they should be shamed if they're overly promiscuous, but so should women. And I'm not buying this idea, because you've not made a great case, that women are less responsible than men when it comes to pushing and promoting sex. Because when I look at it, I see the matrons mostly promoting young female promiscuity to get that money, girl. That's what I see. And yes, there's a collective of simps. The simps should be shamed, but that does not mean that men bear most of the responsibility for this. That's insanity. You're not even responsible for the world you're born into. You're just born into it. Yes, we push back against simps. Yes, we push back against male promiscuity. Yes, I don't like any of that. But you still have not provided how it is that men are more responsible for it than women.
I think
because we're the leaders.
Just saying they're leaders is not an argument. So what?
It is an argument.
What's the argument? Who are the simps leading? Who are the simps leading? Simps don't have families.
No, it is an argument that men are the leaders. This is something that's a fact. This is a biblical fact.
He's repeating himself.
Men are the leaders.
Are all men leaders?
You can't go
are all men leaders?
Hold on a second. Let me just ask you one question.
No.
Do you think this? Do you think this cycle will ever stop? Andrew, do you think do
Stop
you think women
deflecting.
will ever stop? Are we literally relying on women to stop this nonsense? Is this what men have become? You know, one day these women will grow moral conscious, and guess what's going to happen? They're going to stop showing off their asses and tits, and guess what's going to happen? And then we're gonna have good women again. So we're just gonna leave it all in the women's hands, because guess what? We are so bloody weak.
Now let me go ahead and give you the pushback there. No, actually, this will stop, and it'll stop via necessity. You see, these women who engage in this type of promiscuity and sex work tend not to get married, or they get married late in life. And so guess what they don't do? They don't have very many children, do they? And so passing those values from the matron onto the daughter is very difficult when you're not having daughters to pass them on to, isn't it? And the religious, on the other hand, are outpacing when it comes to reproduction, and it's going to continue. That gap of religious reproduction versus secular reproduction is going to continue to widen and widen and widen. You're actually destined to win. You know why? Because God made it all. And the thing is that there's natural safeguards which are in place. And when a society becomes too hedonistic and unchecked, it destroys itself. And it destroys itself through reproductive values. We've seen this time and time again in history, and we're seeing it again right now. It's a self-correcting cycle. I'm not even particularly worried about it. However, the pushback does need to exist. You're talking about simps who are up all night fapping to OnlyFans. You think that these guys are reproducing? Who are they leading? They're not leaders of anything. Men also need leaders. That's another flaw in your argument, that men are led by other men as well. And so here we are also trying to lead men. But what happens if men also reject leadership, and they do that in order to simp for women? You have no response to this, and you've still not made a logical argument other than men are leaders, but not all men are leaders. You say men need leaders. In fact, most men need other men to lead them. Most, not some. So what you actually
we can't lead ourselves. We can't lead ourselves.
A small select few
Think of a job
men,
to hire a husband.
that's the actual argument. We need those men to be pushing policy and those men to be pushing simps out. We also need to be convincing matrons of what they're supposed to be doing or not doing. Just saying men are leaders is an empty blanket statement absent logic. It says nothing. It doesn't tell us anything.
What you said is very true, that it's the religious that will survive and the secular that will die out, because they're not reproducing, and we are reproducing. I've got 3 kids myself, so we are reproducing. And
Ain't it great? Ain't it great?
It is great.
And by the way, congratulations, sir, on your 3 children. May you have 20 more.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But what I'm doing here is trying to help the degenerate, the red pill degenerate, low life that thinks it's okay to go out there and fuck 50 women.
There you go.
Hey, God, this is a throwback. This is a throwback. This is really funny.
Everybody shut the fuck up. We didn't hear this one.
Without no consequences, who thinks that sleeping with 50 women will have no consequences when it will. You're gonna end up having abortions. You're gonna end up having all these problems that we see in society when you attempt to fuck 50 women. You're gonna have loads of drama, loads of problems. But for some reason, there's a lot of these degenerates believing that somehow,
and who are the gatekeepers,
somehow they're going to understand female nature, which is absolute bullshit.
But the thing is, though, and I said it enough times, my one is not the only red pill. Like, he's the only one to talk about 50 bodies. But
we are going to be just fine.
I'm not sure about other red pillars who said the same thing, to be honest.
Well, here's the thing. Myron's the only one that really goes through that 50 body count shit. It's just
I know.
When he says red pillars, that's all he's saying is talking about Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines lives in his head, bro. Just like shout out to Castle, bro. Let's move on.
But you better job and be a bit more harsh.
Well, why don't you show me how it's fucking done then? Because so far, shit out of you. And by the way, even if you were the best.
Sorry,
even if you were the best anti-degen debater who had ever existed, your argument would still be flawed. It still wouldn't change the fact that your argument is flawed, because when you say men are leaders, you don't mean that. You mean some men are leaders. And those some men who are leaders need to lead most men as well. It's still a hierarchical system. That's what a religious patriarchal hierarchy is. Not every man is a leader. In fact, most are not. Same thing when it comes to women. Only a select few men can lead women as well. And so when we look at this greater picture, we understand that the responsibility shift necessarily has to happen, because that's patriarchal hierarchy. Don't you understand? It's patriarchal hierarchy. Individuals also have to be responsible for their ethical actions, and the leaders of the leaders of the leaders also need to be held responsible for their actions. Agree with all of that. But as we look at this problem, we can see that matrons themselves inside of these female circles are pushing this problem far more than male leadership. Myron Gaines, for instance, who you're talking about the 50 body count and this and that, he pushes back on the matrons at least. At least he's pushing back on the fucking matrons. Maybe his prescription is stupid. I don't like the 50 body count. I show him the flaw with that logic too. But it does not negate the fact, that he does point out that these people have and will always have responsibility inside of the sexual marketplace for pushing this fucking poison.
Andrew, what you said, I just want to correct one thing. All men are leaders. Now, is there?
No, they're not.
No, we're not.
That lead other men, yes.
Okay,
we're
how
not.
many managing
Homeless leaders.
That's your boy, Rashid.
Hold on.
That's your boy talking.
Let me make my point at least. All men have a responsibility to lead. All men.
He's my boys because we always have
leaders. They're not
disagreements.
certain men. Now, are there men that are
your boy getting killed right now?
Are leaders of men? Of course they are. But do every single man have a responsibility to lead? Yes, absolutely. How can you not have that responsibility when every man is supposed to have a
because
family?
they're not capable of it. They're not. Don't you understand? Most men are not capable of leadership. Where did you get this idea that they were? Like, for instance, why don't you tell me right now 5 men that you consider great leaders?
5 men that I consider
Donald Trump.
Not even a leader himself.
I'll give you one.
Who do I consider great leaders?
I thought all men
Martin
were
Luther-
Of Christianity.
Octavio,
Martin.
Hassan, Katie's a
Pope
great
John
leader.
Paul II.
Rashid, Jake
I can't think of 5
Var.
right now.
Can't think of 5. You can't. Yeah. So, dude, don't give me
We're
this
all
shit.
here, man. We're all here.
That all men are leaders. You can't even name great leaders who are men.
I'm not talking. Every man has a responsibility to lead. If whether they are leading, whether their leadership is not, it's not as huge as other leadership, other men who have a bigger responsibility in terms of leading men. Listen,
You're just spurging, dude. Why don't you take a second, collect your thoughts, and then make your argument. You're embarrassing yourself, bro. You're embarrassing yourself.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Calm down. Take a second. Take a deep breath.
One
And then give me the
guy in
argument.
the chat said Joe Biden.
Not every man
Joe Biden
is able to lead men in that on that level.
They're not. Well, that's incredible.
Hold on, Andrew. Let him finish what he's saying.
All men, regardless, have a small responsibility to lead. Whether that responsibility is small or huge, we all have an obligation to lead. So your argument is absolutely wrong. Wrong. All men have a responsibility to lead. Just because they don't have, the biggest responsibility, like someone like John Paul II, doesn't mean they are absent from having that responsibility.
Then name 5 personal leaders.
Andrew, I can't be bothered right now.
You can't be bothered. You can't name 5 personal leaders. Okay, so all men have a responsibility to lead, but you don't know any men who lead. Great argument. But not only that, let's hang on. Stop. It's my turn now. I just let you go through your whole spiel. Calm down. Okay. You couldn't name 5 personal leaders, couldn't name 5 great leaders of men. How can you not name 5 great leaders of men? That's insane. But
think about it.
But let's move into this a little bit more. Do you think that most men are capable of leadership?
Yes, they have to.
Okay.
No, I have a question.
You're dealing with other men. Don't you see a lot of incompetency with men?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So why? Why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that?
Why is it that you see a lot of incompetency with men when you're inside a workplace?
He's looking at
because you're fucking stupid, right?
No, men are not fucking stupid.
Some men are stupid. That's my point. My point is that inside of a hierarchy, when you have a hierarchical system, which is what you're going to have inside of a workplace, for instance, you're going to have bosses, then you're going to have underlings. Those underlings are going to have underlings. Those underlings are going to have underlings, et cetera, right? Inside of a hierarchy, we know that the CEO is on the top, and then we know the CEO has this guy who allocates the work to this guy, allocates the work to this guy, allocate the work to these peons over here. Men also have leadership hierarchies. When you make the bold claim that all men are leaders, that's great that you say that. That's great that you want men to move towards that. But when we see it in practice, a lot of men fucking suck at leadership. They're terrible at it. Very few men, hang on, almost done. Very few men are actually good at this. So when you make these criticisms, try to understand that we should be pushing men who are in those leadership roles to be making these policy prescriptions on society rather than just your fucking average Joe. You're like, oh, your average Joe they should be leading. The average Joe can't fucking lead shit. And we see it time and time and time again.
Okay. Does the average Joe, when he goes home, after work, does he have a responsibility to lead his family? Yes or no?
Of course, they suck at that too.
Yeah, look at the divorce rate. Look at the divorce rate.
Regardless, Andrew, you can't get
a lot of them don't even have families, bro. I don't know how you're supposed to lead if you don't even have a family, and most of them don't even have a family anymore.
I mean, Nigel Simpson incels can actually lead.
Meant to have families.
Yeah.
Exactly. The reason why they're not
one of the reasons that they're such poor leaders now is because they don't have families.
No. The reason why they don't have families is because they're following the general ideology to tell them to fuck 50 women.
No, they're not. No, most men are not fucking 50 women, nor do they follow that ideology. That's some That's some terminally online bullshit. Online bullshit. Most men are not out man whoring. Most men can't go out and man whore. In fact, they can't. They're not even capable of doing it.
You can barely get one girl.
That's another lie. Most men, you know what they're doing? They are trying to man whore. It's not whether they can or cannot.
It is. It matters. They can't.
Do it. And they can't stop.
That's why they settle down.
They're so engulfed by lust. They're so lustfully driven. That's the problem. They are attempting to. It doesn't matter whether they achieve it or not, but they are all attempting to fuck the 50
Even
women.
the chat is calling
prove
him
it.
For the Myron
Yeah, prove it.
Torching him.
Prove it. Don't just assert it. Prove it.
Prove it.
Look at the porn industry. Look at how much it makes every year.
The porn industry makes a lot of money, but it's a select amount of men who watch pornography on a regular basis. I think probably all men at some point have seen pornography. I've seen it. You've seen it. Kyle, I'm sure you've seen it. Every man probably on planet Earth has seen it. It's almost impossible to avoid. But dude, that doesn't mean most men are regular pornography watchers. You can't make that correlatory. Right? You can't do it because it's not true. It's not true. The truth is, if you want to go after decadence in society, right, you need a top-down solution. At the tops of these hierarchies, that's where you apply the pressure. That's why it's so important for Christians to be inside of politics, because we're applying the pressure upwards. That way we can get top-down solutions. We have decadent leaders. You agree that we have decadent leaders, but those are female leaders too, and male leaders who are both decadent. And to just kind of try to take away the responsibility of women for their own decadence, to me, is insanity. We should be applying the pressure at the tops of the hierarchy inside of politics. Christians know hierarchy exists. That is part of our ethos. So it's kind of insane for you to be like, well, we're going to put the responsibility on every individual man. It's like, no, that's the opposite of a hierarchy. And we don't believe in democracy. We believe in hierarchy. So aren't we pushing towards the top of the hierarchy? Isn't that where your energy should be going?
No.
No, of course not.
I believe that the solution is to change the hearts and minds of men. And once you change the hearts and minds of men, the system will have to change. It will have to change. But it will not start at the top, because this feminist agenda did not come about for no reason. It came about to destroy men, women, relationships. This is an agenda.
Do you know how feminists took over? Because they infiltrated institutions and gravitated towards the top of those hierarchical structures.
Who helped them do that?
Yeah, okay. Well, Bolsheviks did. But anyway, the thing is that that's how they were able to gain power, is by moving to the tops of these hierarchical structures. That's how they were able to do this. If you apply pressure to the tops of the hierarchical structures, just like they did, that's how you affect change. You'd start to begin to infiltrate and take these structures over. That's how it works. That's how politics works, man.
And who allowed it?
Who allowed what?
Who allowed this feminist movement to infiltrate these hierarchies? Most of
the policies were not. No, it wasn't men. Most of it was done by a select group of judges making crazy ass rulings from the bench. And many of those judges were women. Many of those judges were women, bro. So the thing is like, no, I'm not willing to concede that most men wanted any of this, because, for instance, when California is going to vote on LGBTQ issues, guess what happens? They reject it. It's only the courts that implement that it's then okay for LGBTQ people to get married. Men, by and large, reject this. From the bottom up, men, for the most part, are pretty virtuous inside of society. They're not lunatics. The crime rates are going drastically down. It is true that some men are promiscuous, but some men have always been promiscuous, right? The problem that you have right now is that we're not pushing in a political way towards the top of these hierarchies in order to make them move towards goals that we want. Instead, you're focusing too much on whether or not individual simps are consuming pornography and whether or not we should put more responsibility on them or the whores that they watch. It's insane. Just say it's an equal matter and go after the top of the hierarchical structure and apply the pressure there.
No, it's not. It's definitely not an equal matter. I do believe that it is a moral issue, and if men fix this moral issue, then things will turn around. Things will
just
get better.
repeating.
And how do they fix the moral issue?
Hold on a second. And feminism did not grow. Did not grow because women somehow managed to convince men at the top. Listen, men at the top allowed feminism to grow to where it is today.
Bolsheviks allowed it.
Hold on a second. At any given point, men could have stopped it. They could have stopped it. They could have said, no, we're not going to allow this degeneracy. We're not going to allow you into the workforce. None of this is going to happen. If men wanted to, which is an argument that you actually bring up, if men wanted to, they could have just said, no, you're not going to continue to do this, and it stops right there. So men allowed all the degeneracy.
If they act as a if they act as a collective, yes, they can apply force, and then they can get whatever aims that they want. But that's not a realistic aim at the moment. Not even close to a realistic aim. And you know it's not a realistic aim. So if you want men to be virtuous, the end of the virtue is for what? So that they go towards the top of the hierarchy so that they can change the structure at the top, right?
I don't care if men are virtuous or not. What I'm saying is,
wait, what?
What?
Wait,
Bro, what do you mean you don't care?
If you are not virtuous, you're going to suffer the consequences. It's very simple. Okay. So what I'm telling men is, listen. So if you don't follow this, here's the consequences. That's all I'm saying.
That doesn't say anything.
All I'm saying.
That doesn't say nothing.
Okay, great. You want men to be virtuous, right?
Yes, but it's a choice. They can either go for it or not go for it. It's up to them.
No, but you want them to be virtuous, right?
I hope only God can.
Okay, so wait, do you want them to or not?
I do, but is it
okay? So if you want them to be virtuous, what is the aim of them being virtuous?
The aim is to stop the degeneracy.
The aim is to stop the degeneracy, and you would hope that those virtuous men in society, in order to stop the degeneracy, would do what?
Say that again.
What if those virtuous men, now the men are virtuous, or the majority of men are virtuous, what should they do as virtuous men to stop the degeneracy?
Oh, I see. Yes, absolutely. We should collectively, just do whatever we can in order to change society to be more.
And what would that be?
What is that?
Tell me what those things are.
Hey, Andrew.
Whatever. You tell me what those things are.
Whatever we can.
He's trying his best to articulate himself.
Yes,
he just got caught. He just got caught.
Yes,
yeah, he got caught.
Yes, you got it. Ding, ding. The light bulb went off over your fucking head. Good job, man. You get it now.
It's a part of it.
It's the whole pie. It's the whole thing. It's the whole pizza. You're offering up a crust. I want the whole fucking thing.
You're still wrong, Andrew. You're still wrong.
Oh, yeah, I'm still, even though you just agreed with everything I just said.
Men are mostly to blame.
Yo, wow.
I get it, right? Gynocentrism at its finest, brought to you by Octavio from the Solutions podcast. It's destroyed on every point, totally illogical, makes no sense. And when I walk him through the solutions, he always comes to the same solution that I gave him every single time.
No, you didn't.
Okay, well, let's walk it through again. Let's try it again. You want men to be virtuous so that they can do what?
I'm telling you, it's like he's learning right now.
No, you don't want to go through it again? I wouldn't either if I were you.
He doesn't have the brain capacity to learn. He's too stupid.
Stop, guys, stop.
You both of you that apparently it's the same thing. It's the same. Both are supposed to be equally blamed. All I'm saying is mostly men are mostly to blame, not women. Why? Because we are leaders. We have a responsibility. And you saying that no all men are leaders is actually incorrect. It's not biblical. Most men are charged with being leaders. Whether that responsibility is small or big, it doesn't matter. We all have a responsibility to lead.
Do you know what an NPC is?
What Bible? Yeah.
Beautiful. Hold on. Stop,
okay,
guys,
it's a non-playable character.
Non-playable character.
The reason that some people get called NPCs in society is because the non-playable character, you, absent being the player who can make choice in the game, the NPC can only repeat what its programming has told it to do. Every single time I make an argument and walk you through why your logic is flawed and you end up agreeing with me, somehow You forget everything that just happened and go back to the NPC programming and just reassert the former thing you just said that was already completely blown out of the water. There's a great, you can go to a channel called Viva La Dirt League and look up a skit.
I love these guys.
And here's what happens in the skit. A guy comes over to an NPC and says, how long have you been chopping this tree? And he says, I don't know. He says, what's your name? He says, I don't know. He basically proves to him that he's an NPC. And at the end of it, the NPC just goes right back to what it was doing before. It goes right back to what it was doing before, even though it was proven that it was an NPC. That's what's happening here. Every single time. Stop. Every single time. I walk you through, show you the flaws in the logic, show you how you can get with the fucking program, because I would love to have your help, along with everybody like you. You go back to the NPC programming, and what about the Mendo? Women have no responsibility. No matter how many times I prove it wrong, I don't actually know where to go from here.
Andrew, do you know what my goal was here today? It's to remind you.
To lose a debate?
To lose.
No, I didn't lose the debate, Andrew.
Oh, yeah, you lost the fucking debate.
Remind
pretty bad.
It's to remind you, okay?
Wow.
Next time, when
Rashid, this is your boy, man.
in these
Come on, guys.
podcasts, this
That's
degenerate
boy.
podcast.
Degenerate
Oh,
podcast.
quiet, Alex.
A little bit
Project
harder
Veal
on the
Pod,
men.
degenerate.
Yeah, because I don't
was
ever go hard on the men.
Hold on a second. That was my entire goal. That was the purpose of my reaction. That's the reason why. Okay, and don't get me wrong, I am thankful. I am thankful that you invited me into your platform to have this debate, but I achieved my goal. And my goal was to remind you that men are mostly to blame. This is what came here.
Yeah, you keep reasserting that, but you haven't demonstrated it.
I have demonstrated it. And
haven't.
whether
You just
want to
assert
admit
it.
or not, whether you want to admit it or not, next time it
I don't
will.
admit things
It will-
that,
it will- it
bro.
will- it will
Next
remember.
time. Wow.
If I was on your side, like, you can even contact me after this. I can give you arguments for why men are responsible that are actually good. You didn't give me any actual arguments. You just assert it. And then when I go through the logic with you, you literally concede that I'm correct about everything that I'm saying. And then you go right back to just saying and making the assertion again. It's actually insane to me. Why do you keep doing that? Why can't you just admit that women are responsible for their actions when it comes inside of the sexual marketplace for pornography, and that without these women pushing this, you wouldn't have the addicts, and without the addicts, you wouldn't have the women pushing this. Both they bear a responsibility here. There's no getting around that, and you've admitted this time and time again, but then you just assert again, no, men have the larger responsibility because they're leaders. Well, that's great, but as we look inside of society, you can't even name 5 great male leaders. You can't name 5 personal leaders. You couldn't do any of this. And you have to admit that a hierarchical structure has men leading men, leading men, leading men, leading men, not just women.
Viewers, to all the viewers, okay, listen. Yes, I agree that women are to blame as well. As men are.
Good.
What I said is that men are mostly to blame. That
Yeah,
is
I know
what
what you're saying. You just haven't demonstrated
never
it.
said women.
Repeating
I've never
himself.
said
Done.
women should just are not necessarily to blame. What I said was men are mostly to blame, and I gave my reasons. Is because we are supposed to be leaders and women are supposed to be followers. That was my
Say the same thing again and again and again.
Yeah.
Please,
He's an
stop
NPC.
misrepresenting my position.
He's an
That's
NPC.
not what I said.
Jake, that's his
Okay?
new name.
And
NPC.
Andrew,
It is what you said, and you just said it again. You actually just said it again.
I can name 5 great men, Andrew. Really
Go ahead.
cheap.
Go
That is
ahead.
really, really cheap.
Go
I
ahead.
can name
Name
5.
them.
I can name 5. I can name 5.
Just
Let
because I
Octavia
can't
do it.
think of it right now, Andrew.
Can't think.
I thought you just said you
Martin
could.
Luther King, Martin Luther King,
He's one of them,
Malcolm
all right?
X,
He's the Joe
Donald
II.
Trump. What else?
Son.
Who else can I
Martin
name?
Luther
Us.
When I say great men, I
JM.
usually judge them by Jesus standards. That's usually when Saint Augustine, that would be a great man. The patriarchs, the church fathers. I mean, seriously, that's what I would consider great men. I
Still
don't
can't
consider
name it.
great men,
Still can't
secular
name
men.
it.
I don't really consider them to great men. Yeah, that's it, really. Yeah.
Two
No,
men.
you need more think.
Okay.
Name you want me to name the church fathers as well?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Whoever you think are great men.
Radius, Irenaeus, who else? Saint Augustine. We've got who else? We've got Saint Peter. We've got John Paul II. We've got who else? Not definitely not the Pope that we currently have today.
I mean, that's what I would have done. I would have just gone with Jesus and his apostles, and but
Yeah.
I guess you come to it sooner or later, right? Anyway,
Damn.
I don't know where else to go here, man. It's just
we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're done. We do have a bunch of callers who are calling in.
Okay, we got to stick with this.
But before we do, because you opened in the spirit of good faith, of course, I'll give you the last word. So we'll move into closing statements. Is that okay with you, Kyle?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll give you the last word. So I'll go first if you don't mind, Octavio. So as we went through this debate, let me try to be as generous to my opposition as I possibly can be in his worldview. I understand the principle of saying that because men are in leadership roles inside of society, they bear the brunt of responsibility for current degeneracy inside of society. But when you apply this logically, it actually doesn't make very much sense. What happens instead is we note that hierarchies work like a hierarchy. And what happens is men inside of leadership roles also respond to men who are leaders, respond to men who are leaders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My opponent's big flaw here is that instead of trying to apply pressure from the top of the hierarchy down, that way we can move the goalpost where we want, he instead blames average individual men who he considers should be leaders for the current state of degeneracy inside of society, even though there's millions of them who are giving pushback and are trying to move into those rules to change the hierarchical order which now exists. He also lives inside of a gynocentric worldview where he blames men more than women for the current decadence inside of society, even though we can see time and time again that the matrons which exist inside of society are poisoning well with young women coming up by telling them that to embrace their sexuality is empowerment and that empowerment can make slaves out of men. I demonstrate this night after night after night after night. However, because there's a 1-minute clip where I didn't say exactly what this gentleman wanted, but instead shifted the blame back to women only by testing her logic with questions, though I still went after male promiscuity in that panel, he is upset because he felt that her solution was best, even though she ended up agreeing with me. Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So ultimately, here's what we know. We know that birth rates are falling across the board for secularists, and they're going to continue to improve for the religious. This is great news for us, and we should be pushing towards that future more and more and more. But in order to do that, we can't have a decadent hierarchy. That's why we need to push back against the degeneracy now so that we can pave the way for the future of men so that they can take their natural leadership roles as Christians. That's what we're called to do. Instead of that, he wants to instead infer that women have no agency or responsibility when we need the matrons on that side to be pushing right alongside of us. And instead, the middle-aged Christians that I see who are women are embracing this decadence overwhelmingly in order to embrace what's called a Be Nice campaign. The Be Nice campaign is, we're not going to call it out. We're not going to do that. We're not going to tell these young women who are out there giving 250 blowjobs a year for money, we're not going to tell them that that's not okay. Literally, I get told this all the time, and instead get told, how dare you even say such a thing, Andrew, because you smoke. You son of a bitch, you smoke. You should be run off the internet because you smoking is the same as me sucking 250 penises, right? Not kidding. I just heard that last night. It's not a joke, okay? Instead of us looking at that ridiculous madness and enhancing it everywhere, he instead wants to point to men being the problem, even though men are the ones pointing this out to begin with and forcing the matrons to look at it as well. And that's what we need more of. It's not the fault of men that this is happening. Could make the kind of claim that at the top of the hierarchies, there are men who definitely need to be held responsible for this. But it's the common man, I think, who's pushing back against it more than anything. And they're most certainly not responsible for the behavior of 18, 19, 20-year-old women when matrons are poisoning their fucking minds across the board. And I have never seen this guy take one of these matrons on, not once, not even one time. So I just want to point all that out. But again, in the spirit of good faith, I'd like to thank my debate opponent for coming on, having this spirited debate with me. I enjoyed it very much. I don't mind having critics come on and tangle with me. It's always good for that to be done. I hope that you can get behind us on our team because we need everybody. And with that, I'll yield my time.
I just want to say that I think it's very weak and simpish of men to expect women to change and sort out society. I believe that duty was given to men. It's men that needs to fix society. And in order for us to fix society, we need to lead society, and we need to lead society in every way, including morally speaking. When we look at the Western world is we're not reproducing, guys. Okay, we have fallen below the replacement. The birth rate has fallen below the replacement rate. So when we look at since the sexual revolution, we can see that marriages are declining. The nuclear family is literally disappearing. Once the nuclear family disappears, you can kiss society goodbye. And my opponent here thinks that we should equally blame men and women. No, I expect men to save society, not women to save society. Now, does that absolve any responsibility from women? No, of course not. Women should be held accountable for the wrong that they do, and I think Andrew does a great job of doing that, holding these promiscuous women accountable. I think he does a great job of that. I think he'll do a better job, a greater job, if he started holding men more accountable, not just one line here and there and sometimes mentioning it, but actually hold men more accountable. Why? Because if someone's going to save society, it's men, it's not women. It's only weak men that are out here thinking, so let's hope these women change. Let's hope these women change. That is weak. That is weak. That is simpish. That is the cringe. Modern men, and the modern men will lead the Western world into destruction. So my entire position is men are mostly to blame, and until men change, society will not change. The cycle will continue. But guess what? We'll survive. The religious ones will survive, and we'll be fine. And you degenerates are going to die out. So I couldn't care less about you guys. But guess what? Guess what I'm doing? I'm trying to help you, degenerate. I'm trying to help you, red pill degenerates that believe it's okay to fuck 50 women without consequences. I'm just trying to help you, degenerates. That's it. If you don't like it, tough. My kids will survive. Yours won't.
They won't
because you're not
reproducing.
reproducing. You imbeciles. That is my position.
You're stupid,
so
fat
I
old
think we can come out of this with a question that nobody.
Watch it, Alex.
Which
I don't see you out there debating someone else.
Stop.
I debate him all the time.
Stop.
Anyway, this guy, Colleen, says, I love how Andrew says, don't ask me a question, state your side. That's because the burden was on him to state his side. He was the challenger in the debate. He asked me many questions in the debate, which I answered. So you're wrong, Colleen. It's your woman brain. I don't hold it against you. I'm just objectively correct.
Wow.
I can't help myself. We have callers in the background, and I appreciate
we gotta hear
the moderator
Stop.
and the spirited debate from my opponent. Grid One Motorsports, you've been waiting patiently in the background. Go ahead with your question when you're ready.
Whatever, guy.
Yeah. So, man, it was a great debate, man. I really enjoyed it. Don't actually tend to like actual debates, but this was good. The interesting thing is that you keep repeating. I'm sorry, not Andrew, the other fellow. I'm sorry, Octavio. Am I getting that right?
Yes, you are.
Okay,
yes,
good.
You are.
So I'm just going to call him Oct from now on because the fucking name's too long, dude. It's too long.
Could we agree that we're not our brother's keeper, and that continuous repeating that men as leaders are ultimately more responsible is insane? I mean, women do have free will and can choose not to follow a man's leadership, and the only path for them is to be led. Choose to be led. Can we agree on that? Is that an accurate statement? That's not an accurate statement. So you're going to force women to follow your lead.
No. I cannot force women. Women can do whatever they like. They can reject the authority of men if they wish. What I'm saying is men are not doing enough.
Let them talk.
Men are not doing enough, and we need to be doing more. And when we do more, we will see society change. But this idea that women have to, we're going to wait until women change, and until then, we're just going to keep going into this red pill podcasts and literally shame them.
I already heard that part. I just needed really a yes or no, really. So if you say that women have the power to choose to be led, then you can't put more responsibility on the men. If the choice is the woman's to follow, it's their responsibility singularly. You understand that word, singular? Do you understand that word? Because I'm speaking English. I don't always understand. I don't know.
I speak about 3 languages. My English is not my first language. Forgive me for that.
I understand. That's why I'm saying I asked you if you understood singular.
English last month.
Okay, but it's singular it's a singular thing for the woman to choose, not men. We can be leaders and they can choose not to follow. You can be the strongest leader in the world and a woman not choose to follow, and you are not to blame for that. Do you understand that? Is that clear enough? Can we agree on that?
I need you to understand my position. My position is that
I understood your position. I'm asking you if you agree with what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying correct? Yeah, it's a yes or no.
It's incorrect. If you let me speak, you might just understand it.
Okay.
What I'm saying is men are not doing enough. Okay. Men are not doing enough when it comes to leading, when it comes to leadership. And because they're not doing enough, that's the reason why women are not falling in line. Now, can women reject male authority? Yes, they can. But when we look at the men, when we look at the quality of men, the type of men, the moral obligation that the man has to society and to God, we are not doing enough. And this is what I'm basically calling out.
Okay, I understood that part. I already understood that. I just really needed a yes or no on there. But that's okay. That's okay.
We got one more. You got about 30 seconds left, Grid One, before we move to the next caller. Go ahead.
Look, virtuous, proper women will follow. We're not talking about those. We're talking about literally evil women who, by definition, are not going to follow. They're going to lead men astray. To place blame on men, that's a fool's errand. And you really should re-examine your position. And with that, Andrew, have a great night.
Hey, you too. But before you go, let Octavio respond to you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, do you agree that men should do more? That men should behave. Men have a moral obligation to society, and we shouldn't be the degenerates that we are today. Do you agree? Well, not me, but do you agree that the men should do more? If you agree with that, then you agree with my position. Men should do more.
I do not agree with that position. Actually, I believe that men do far more than is necessary, and that women refuse to follow. And we have a complete. As I heard Andrew say earlier today in another podcast that I watched. By the way, thank you for that, Andrew. We swim in feminism. It is in the air we breathe. To ask men to do better is insane. It's literally insane. You must do better. We all must do better. But to ask it to say they need to do more is insane. Women need nothing more than what they've already accomplished in the last 30 years or 80, I guess. I don't know. That we literally live and breathe feminism. And ask men to, I believe men are doing as much as they possibly can. They're doing all the heavy lifting. And for you to say that they aren't is literally denigrating to all men.
My friend, you have taken an incel position. Listen, I'm just going to say this. Yes, feminism is everywhere. We breathe it.
I would never call me an incel, by the way.
Andrew's absolutely right. Listen, do you know the history of Christianity? We've been persecuted since the very beginning.
It has nothing to do with it.
Burned. We used to be chased by lions.
It has nothing to do with it.
I care about what feminism is trying to do? That's another evil attempt by the devil.
It's not that they're trying to do it. They physically are doing it.
Hold on.
They're not trying. They're winning.
Let me finish. It's not women that are going to save you. All right. So if you're here hoping that women will come and save you, you are not being a man. It's men that have to take responsibilities. Men that have to save society.
That like what? I just take a shot every time he says.
I'm sorry, we have to because we have a stacking of callers. It never seems fair, but I've tried to get all the callers in. We're an hour 40 in. Thank you so much, Grid One. Have a wonderful day. Get with my team on your lighting. They're going to help you out a ton, I promise. But I like the background. I like the fucking background, bro. I like it. Every day, it's another improvement.
Pirates, baby.
I did this on purpose, but and in a real hurry. But I'll talk to him more. Thank you,
every
man.
day, another improvement. I love to see it. Good luck on your podcast, and you have a good night. You can find Grid One Motorsports. Why don't you shout your channel out before you go?
It's The Unreasonable Man, or An Unreasonable Man. I do a podcast every Wednesday and Friday night at 8:05.
I'm going to subscribe
live
to this
streamed, and we go as long as we go.
All right. Sounds good. Have a good day. Rachel, you've been waiting patiently in the background. Can you hear me?
His wife. His wife.
Oh my God.
His wife is coming
We'll
on.
move on to the next one.
Oh, never mind. Somebody else.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I'm going to try to do these in order. Sarampian, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
All right. How you doing, Andrew, Octavio, Kyle? I'm
good. How are you today, sir?
Doing well. I'm a public health epidemiologist. I'm a molecular biologist, and I just wanted to set the stage a little bit real quick. So right now we have essentially an unfettered amount of STDs going around women. And the problem with the reason we're so concerned about this is because virtually every single STD causes what's known as microcephaly. You may have heard of this with Zika. Essentially, we're getting more and more generations pumping out with smaller brains. Virtually every single STD causes some form of microcephaly, right? So if we're not treating this, or if it's
wait, is that true?
Yeah, I'd advise you to do your own research on this as well. Don't take my word for any of this, but look it up. Every single.
Have you ever heard of that, Kyle? Have you ever heard of that? I've never heard of that. Like the chat's like, really? What? Yeah. I'm not disputing it, right? I've never heard of it. I've just never heard that before.
Now, when it comes to addressing like these behaviors that we essentially are harmful to society, I think there's really only one way to do that, and that is using fear. The Bible had it right when it said, repent. Fear of the Lord is the only way to repentance. We've studied this in sociology for a long time. It's called protection motivation.
Do you have a degree in sociology?
Well, public health.
I'm joking, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why we're seeing an uptick of prescribing of SSRIs, because essentially the amygdala is the key regulator. Fear. The amygdala processes fear. It's also what influences our social behavior. So if we're not like accurately we can consider this a disorder of appraisal, if you want to. Essentially, people aren't appraising situations with the full magnitude of the consequences. They don't understand, or maybe they do, and it's just they don't see how.
Let's hang on. Let's get to the point quickly, if we can. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but we gotta move through as quick as we can.
Well, the point is, what do we do?
Yeah, this was my question back to Octavio. Is that question directed at one of us, both of us?
I guess mainly Octavio. Well, what's your solution
then? Stop having sex. Practice.
Well, it's it's not. One in three women are currently have had.
I haven't finished. What I'm trying to do is let the degenerate know that if he carries on with his type of behavior, the problems that you've just mentioned are going to continue for him. Now, it's up to him whether he listens to me or don't listen to me. I'm happy. I'm married. All right. I've got 3 children. I couldn't care.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
How long? How long?
Sorry, how old?
How long?
How long?
How long have you been married? Yeah.
I only got married last year.
Well, still congratulations.
Thank you.
You're in for many years of hell. Be in for
last year.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Keep a note on that. Last year.
The problems that you're talking about, it's mostly people with low moral values that are going to be victims of, to be honest with you, not for people who observe religious values. So what I'm basically saying is I'm trying to reach out to them because that's the only way. Listen, if they don't change their moral view, they will continue. They will look, you can see they're not reproducing either. So of course this degeneracy that you're talking about will continue. So all we can do is reach out to them. Okay. And I believe in the approach of being very direct and telling them exactly what you think about them. I don't believe in this cuddly approach. So yeah, in a sense, what you're really saying is shame. Shame is what you're really talking about. It's not necessarily fear. It's shame. When you shame someone,
hang on. You gotta let it go back to the caller because the calls have to be very quick. I'm sorry, we have to keep the points very concise. Go ahead.
So there's another point to this. A lot of the population, about a third, maybe there's estimates a third, a quarter of the population are functionally illiterate, which means you can tell them this, they can read it, maybe they can even answer questions on a test on it, but they don't actually internalize it or understand it. Okay, that's functionally illiterate, means that they can get through in society without a full comprehension. Okay, and that's a pretty large portion of our society
then that's tough. That's tough for them, and they're just going to end up dying out. That's it. They're not. We can't keep cuddling them. That's their fault.
I'm sorry, caller. I have to leave it there. Thank you so much for that call in. Very kind of you to do. Corinth, you've been waiting patiently on the back lines. Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, so for Octavio, if you stop like one man from having sex with like 10 women, you're preventing a woman from having 10 partners, and she only goes down to like 9. For like 10 women from doing that. So like the issue is still there a lot. They're still being like really big whores. But if you stop a woman from doing it, you're stopping an entire woman from doing it. Right?
Repeat that again, please.
So if you stop one of those guys who's having sex with like 10, 50 women from having sex with women, you're stopping like 50 to 10 women or however many from having sex with one extra guy. They're still going to be pretty major whores throughout it. But if you stop a woman, you're stopping an entire woman from doing that. So it seems to be the case that if we're looking at like an interpersonal level of where we should apply pressure, if we want to like protect women, we should apply it to women.
To women, yeah, you would have to. That's hoe math, right? Isn't that Corinth? Is that hoe math? Did you just give us hoe math?
Oh, it's girl math. Okay.
Yes. I see your point. If we stop if we keep shaming women, then if most women stop, then guess what? But due to the fact that I hold to
men are the leaders,
men are leaders, and women
I knew it.
And due to that, I don't think women will change. Women will not change.
We shouldn't have done a shot.
Listen,
very concise. Octavio.
We can't save them all. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Women are followers; they're not going to change. So if you're hoping that women one day will change by keep shaming them, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, we're all hoping women can change. That's the entire point of like trying to change leadership, is to lead them so they change. It seems to the case if we're trying to make them change on a personal level, we target them. If we're looking at systemically, we target
anyone
men.
tried unplugging Octavio?
Will cause a systemic change, which will create the entirety of it to change. But if we're looking at interpersonal, what we can do now, we should be targeting women, because that's the most effective use of our time. Because we're very diminishing returns and only.
Well, he's giving you the math here, right? He's saying if you take one woman off the board, right, that has more of effect than taking one simp off the board.
Exactly.
You understand that, right?
Yeah. Do you agree that if men collectively stopped funding? Sex
so
industry,
NPC, he didn't understand it. He didn't understand it.
My God, man. Seriously, get every man to do it. I agree, but if you can also get every woman to do it, we do.
He didn't understand
when we're doing in smaller numbers than the entirety of it. It's more effective to target women.
Women are the gatekeepers.
On like a systemic issue. Yeah, I just said yes, and then I gave you the reason why it's not applicable to the prior statement.
No, if every man, the way I'm doing thing is trying to get every man to stop. So if every man stop, women don't have a market to go to.
Not everyone's going to stop. You can't save all men.
The way I think is the most it's the best way of doing things. To be honest with you,
if we have the choice to like make everyone stop,
let me just finish this last statement. Instead of trying to change a follower that will not change.
Perfect. So
have you ever seen? Hang on, Corinth, real quick. Let me interject. Have you ever seen the Avengers Infinity War?
The movie.
You know the Thanos gauntlet?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Okay, the Thanos gauntlet, right? You can just do what you want and you can make them all. That's not realistic. What he's saying is that realistically, if you take one woman off the board, it's far more effective than taking one simp off the board. He just mathematically showed you how that's done. How can you then go back to your NPC programming? He just demonstrated it for you.
Because he's stupid.
Because as long as there's a market there will always be there will always be
NPC.
A place where women can go and sell their sexuality. Even if you take that one woman off the board, as long as the market is still there, women will not change.
Jay, read the chat.
That's the truth.
We're gonna do an after stream after this is over.
Guess what? My leaders want me to sell my sexuality. That's how women interpret it. So as long as the market is there, women will not change. Yeah, you're gonna get one woman off the board, but guess what? You're gonna have more women coming up in a society, in a feminist society, that literally promotes degeneracy consistently, and they're not going to change.
Quickly,
So,
got to be quick, bro.
That's it.
Okay, Corinth, go ahead, man.
Our system, we can get like some amount of women off the board. Your system is you get none of them off the board. You just have them do it a little bit less. It seems to be the case where we're actually valuing getting these women to stop being whores and start creating a standard. So we create a positive feedback loop. So men are going to be staying virgins and they're going to be marrying virgin wives to fulfill Christian tradition. Then we should get the smaller amount off the board now, and this creates a standard for later. Now, if we have the choice to like snap our fingers and we can take all men off the board, we'd also have the choice to snap our fingers and take all women off the board.
Right.
This would achieve the same exact result. Now we're talking about what we can do to reach that absent the ability to just Thanos snap. And the most effective way mathematically is to target women with it.
No, I think the most effective way is to appeal to the leader, and the leader, due to the responsibility that's bestowed upon him, he's more likely to change because it's his responsibility to lead society. So I think appealing to the leader.
Just quick, bro. Got to be quick. I'm sorry to reinforce that. I'm not trying to cut you off. Just understand that I want to get you out of here at a decent time. So let's be as quick as we possibly can and concise with the points. Go ahead. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just telling you. Go ahead. All right. Corin, thank you so much for the call in. I really, really appreciate it. Tom Stevens, you're up next. Go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Yes, Bert.
Oh my God.
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. Appreciate it. So overall, I agree with Octavio's sentiment in regards to that men are the ones that have the onus in terms of guarding and protecting virtue.
You yourselves.
And mostly this is because I don't necessarily see women as like the vanguard of virtue ever, right? Like even now, what incentive do women have to value the Christian moral system, and why should they go to it? But I don't agree with everything Octavio said. I do think he made a great point in regards to attacking this hierarchically. It should come from a top-down system, but that's kind of the problem with the whole math Corin just mentioned, that it's not particularly effective to target individual women because
Corinth demonstrated it was particularly effective to target individual women. He mathematically showed that if you take one woman off the board, it's actually more effective than taking a simp off the board.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, because it's so if you take multiple, like let's say we take 30% women and 30% men off the board, what impact societally do you think the men?
Yeah, but that's not the argument.
You take
31 prostitute on OnlyFans. How many simps do they have?
Thousands,
like 50,
hundreds.
Well, okay, let's say 50. Let's just say. I think it's far more for many. Let's just assume that it's 50.
Well, yeah.
If you take one off the board, it's 49. But if you take the prostitute off the board, you've eliminated 50 simps. That's the point.
Right, but my point would be that women are largely going to follow what men do. So,
but they don't. They largely follow what the matrons do.
Exactly.
What the matrons' advice are. And we see this all throughout, not only all throughout church teachings and church history, but let me counter with this. Can you show me a single society where that's not true?
In regards to following the matrons?
Yeah, following the matrons.
I don't disagree with that, but would you say today's matrons, how do you think they're, like, what kind of ethical system were they brought up in?
They were brought up in a feminist ethical system.
Right. So I think that's the problem. So if you take the men to create a virtuous society, the next generation of matrons,
so then who should the men be attacking?
The women.
The matrons are the hierarchy for those women. You just demonstrated that, bro. You just demonstrated it.
Right.
Right.
So then we're not even in disagreement.
It's a problem.
It's not the matrons.
Well, I don't know. I just walked through the logic here.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying the overall sentiment of what Octavia was saying is correct, and that it is.
It can't be by your own logic, bro. Hang on. Let's walk through this again, real quick.
All right.
Okay. Because I don't want to straw man you. You're kind of taking the Octavio position. Men are in leadership roles, and they have a duty as leaders to move women, right?
To protect virtue.
Sure. Okay. I totally agree. Right. But if we're going to target who we want to target in society in order to bring those virtues to fruition, is it more effective to target the 18, 19-year-old slut, or is it more effective to target the matrons who are saying and enabling those women? Earlier, you said, when I said, can you point to a society where matrons don't lead young women? You could not. how could this not then be true that we shouldn't be targeting those matrons?
I don't, but who's going to target them? It's going to be men.
It's going to be the patriarchy. Yeah, exactly.
The men
So
at the bottom,
you need to create a base in which men can do that. Which
we already are.
We already
that's
did.
That's
The
exactly
RP,
the point. That's exactly what we're doing. But if you want to take the women off the board, you want to target those women, that specific subset. That would not be an impediment to male leadership. That would be a fruition of male leadership.
So I guess the question now becomes, do you think it's more effective at this point to target the men to create a base in which we can progress
The base
towards society
exists.
faster?
The base exists, or me and Octavia wouldn't even be having this argument. The base exists. He agrees that men need to be pushing back, but he's one of the men pushing back. You're one of the men pushing back. I'm one of the men pushing back. If that's true, who are we pushing back against? We want a hierarchical change at the top, but we want to make sure that the matrons who are in charge of these women, as I just read Titus to you, those are the ones that are spreading the poison. You are right that they were raised in feminism, but so were men.
Yes, but men have a higher obligation. Men have a higher duty, and it's men that are going to be able to change women, not these matrons. These
but which women?
Not these women. None of them. They're all corrupted.
They're all corrupt. Okay. All right.
Not all of
listen,
them.
Tom, thank you so much for your call in. You have a good day,
Thanks,
sir.
Tom.
Thanks for the time.
Absolutely. Nick, you've been waiting patiently in the background. Go ahead when you're ready.
How you doing? Good night, Andrew, Octavio, Kyle. My question is for Octavio. What roles do you think that women have inside of society?
Good question. What roles?
Responsibilities.
The ones prescribed by God. They are there to protect virginity and to bring about the next generation by getting married and following a man.
And some,
Okay, my follow-up is, do you think it's men who are championing these roles, or do you think it's women who are championing these roles?
No one.
Good question.
No one is?
I disagree. Because what you see on social media is that if a man goes and he says he's going to hold to his moral obligations and uphold his responsibilities as father and as husband, he's championed by other men. But if we have the women do the same, we'll see that there are women who are going against the woman and subverting her role. So my question for you is that, absent force, how do we hold women to responsibilities?
By holding men accountable.
Oh, you NPC.
And how are men supposed to? How are men? If a woman doesn't want to follow, how do we make her follow absent force?
A woman has a biological clock. Eventually, she will have to give in. They're
not giving in, bro.
Yeah, it's already too late by the time you do.
They're not fucking giving in. What are you talking about? They're getting the standard age of marriage is 30.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 32 now.
32.
30 fucking 2.
Andrew, are you married?
Yeah.
No shit.
I'm married too. They gave in.
No,
they gave in their 20s. I didn't marry my wife when she was in her fucking 30s. What are you talking about?
No.
I'm saying the average age of marriage is 32, bro.
Yeah, for feminists, but the point is, and for men that accept that deal, I'm not one of those. And what I'm trying to tell men is to operate under a higher moral standard in order for these women to change. When men operate under a higher moral standard, they have morals and boundaries. They have standards and boundaries. And when they apply those standards and boundaries, guess what? They do not engage.
But at a certain point, it becomes incumbent on the follower to follow. Like, to use an example that Andrew used on the Fresh and Fit show, if I'm on a team and the coach is telling me to do something and I don't do it, the coach enforces
go run the lap,
some kind of responsibility, which means like if I'm not following, he kicks me off.
Yeah.
So simple. At a certain point, you hold the person who's not following accountable. You don't hold the leader accountable.
Yes, your standards and boundaries is what holds them accountable.
You totally missed that fucking metaphor, bro.
But it's still on the follower to follow, right?
As an idiot, man.
Yes, but the thing is, the right follower will follow you. The wrong follower, but your boundaries and standards is not going to allow you to filter through all of that. Without your boundaries and standards, you're going to keep competing with these degenerate women you shouldn't be engaging with in the first place. It's your boundaries and standards that tell you what type of women you should be dealing with.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think most men have boundaries. They have virtue.
They don't.
That's the women don't have the virtue, which is why we're seeing this behavior inside of society.
Actually, hang on, just to cut in. Wait, didn't Andrew marry a 30-year-old woman? I don't know. Did I?
I never asked that.
Was she 30? Was she 30? I
Oh,
don't fucking
God,
know.
Andrew.
I don't fucking why you guys ask
What
me
does it
these fucking
matter?
questions? I don't fucking
What does
remember
it
this
fucking
shit.
matter?
Anyway, go ahead. But the point still would stand either way, right? So the point would still stand that people are getting married older and older and older. This is the point. This is the principle.
Yeah, that's up to them. You don't have to live by their standards, by their choices.
I
You
got
have
married
to have
late.
your standards and then operate off of your standards and boundaries, and you're probably going to find the right woman.
You just said it's up to them, which means it's their responsibility, right?
No,
Rachel will have to tell us. I don't fucking remember. I don't know. How the fuck do you people keep track of this shit? I don't keep track of anniversaries. I don't keep track of any of that shit. Octavia, do you keep track of anniversaries?
Fuck no.
No, nobody keeps track of this shit. I don't understand. Who the fuck keeps track of it? But anyway, go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate. You just said it's up to them. You could have your own standards. It's up to them. That implies some sort of responsibility.
It's up to them whether they follow you or not follow you. Your standards,
exactly, which means it's their responsibility.
No, it's your responsibility. It's your responsibility.
How is it your responsibility? Someone doesn't follow you or not. You just said it's up to them.
Let me explain it to you. It's your boundaries and standards is what will dictate whether the right woman will abide by your rules or not, whether she'll follow you or not. It's your boundaries and standards. That's it. If they don't follow you, they don't follow you. If they follow you, they follow you. But that's the only way of getting the right woman. If you don't have no boundaries and standards, don't complain when you entertain every degenerate on earth.
All right, Nick, I'm going to give you the last word. Make it very concise. I have some more callers behind this.
I agree. And my overall point is that you can't really get someone to follow you if they don't want to follow you unless you're using some type of
There's
force.
bad followers out there, Octavio.
Exactly.
I've made that point.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great day, Nick. This commenter says, I don't even keep track of my own age. Yeah, somebody asked me the other day, how old are you? I was like, I'm 30. I'm 40. I don't know. I think I just need more old man naps. Anyway,
I don't even know my mother and father's fucking birthday, bro.
Octavio,
what?
I don't want to make
know
this
their
personal. So just hypothetically, if your wife,
Well, guess what, Jake? I'm 40 today.
To a position and
congratulations, happy
pushes
birthday,
back on
Rashid.
you. What do you do?
Happy birthday, brother.
To course correct that.
Thank you.
That wouldn't happen because I chose the right wife.
Okay, but hypothetically,
Hypothetically.
Have you eaten breakfast, Octavio?
Let's hear the question.
So if she tries to push back on what?
If you are trying to lead her to some sort of position and she pushes back on you, how do you course correct that?
Then I'm doomed. The way I'll correct that is by saying you're wrong and you should follow my lead. And if she still chooses not to, then I will only have myself to blame because obviously I did not choose the right woman.
So
I'm fucked. Basically,
I think that I have to be honest with you. I kind of think that's crazy. Your wife, you being the leader doesn't mean that she doesn't have opinions. Doesn't mean that she can't, ask you.
No brains.
Women have no brains.
If you have that leverage of
I said that before.
You have no leverage with a random.
Women are stupid, but not this stupid. Come on.
You shouldn't be engaging with an OnlyFans girl in the first place.
That's not. Come on, dude. That's such a bad faith answer. Like, answer directly. No, dude. We know you shouldn't. That's not his point. Answer his actual question. Don't be bad faith. You've tried to be good faith this whole time. I could tell. Be good faith.
It's my position that the only way men can make much of a difference with women is on an individual basis. You find a woman who's interested in you, that you're interested in, and you can use your influence to make a difference. Now, trying to influence them large scale, I don't think, I don't see how it's going to be that effective. And I do think that these matrons pushing back on them is the most effective way to do that.
I mean, all I can do is express my position to them and give them my advice. And if they take it,
but why do they care about your position? Why does a woman who makes $9 million in 5 years care about Octavio's position?
She doesn't have to. It's up to her whether she does or doesn't.
What the fuck is that? What is that? That's his whole point, though. It's up to her. It's up to her. It's up to her.
to her. All I can do is share my opinion with her, and if she chooses to follow, she chooses to follow. If she doesn't, she doesn't. But I can't physically force a cow.
Bro, this position sucks, dude. This position sucks.
All I can do is tell her that what she's doing is wrong and put out my opinion about her. That's it.
Octavio is a horrible leader. He's a horrible leader.
On to the next caller.
Yep, on to the next caller. Sorry. Rachel, go ahead when you're ready.
We got Rachel.
Oh, Rachel.
Can you hear us, Rachel?
Oh, God.
Come on. This is the second time you've called in. You are failing the patriarchy.
I told you guys that was her.
Are you there? Are you there?
Isn't she in the same house?
Boomer tech
She's in the same house right now.
Come on,
What the fuck?
Rachel.
She can't even get a connection.
Nothing? Okay, well, I got nothing from Rachel. She got kicked again.
Oh my God.
We need to get Rachel
Phil's
on there.
been waiting patiently in the background. Go ahead, when you're ready.
Guys, stop.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly. Did Octavio just admit to Nick that a woman's responsibility is to preserve her virginity and or chastity?
Yeah.
So you just admitted again that Andrew's right, that women are the gatekeepers of sex and that they should be held responsible for cherishing it.
Yes.
Got him.
The only thing that can
I can see the men are leaders.
hold them responsible for cherishing it is the Bible.
Protecting it is what you said.
Yeah, exactly. It's men and how men conduct themselves in society.
No.
Let me just finish.
Women
if men are
should
not
be
out
in
here,
charge of that.
If men are not out here telling women, here's some money, here's some attention, and just show me your naked body, please. If men actually start behaving with some morals, guess what? You might actually get women that will start practicing chastity. That they'll actually be try and be virgins because they realize that guess what? That's not what men want.
Okay, but by your own words, you just said to Nick, one of the previous callers, when he asked you what a woman's responsibility is, you said protecting her virginity specifically, aka her chastity, aka meaning not sleeping with everybody. So
yes, under the biblical standard, yeah, and under the leadership of the patriarchy.
Okay, well, under a biblical standard, you just put it under her responsibility, meaning she would have authority over that decision.
Yes,
so you just lost again.
No, I didn't. Providing men conduct themselves morally because that's their duty.
What the fuck?
You
All
just
right,
said,
caller, you gotta make it concise. Wrap it up. I can hear my wife swearing upstairs because she's
All right,
because her calling failed twice. I can hear it going. I can hear it. Right. I don't even blame her. Right. I've been there.
he just
Go ahead.
admitted openly again that women are the gatekeepers of sex and that they have the authority to say no and that they should protect their charity, their virginity, their chastity, etc. So you just lost again.
No, I didn't. I didn't concede to any of that. I didn't.
That's what you said.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Play back.
The only way women are able to even do that is provided the men are being led by biblical standards, provided the men are doing what is right. That's the only reason. This is why 1950s, when men were less promiscuous, you probably guarantee the virgin. Say you're not.
Because were they less promiscuous? I don't think men were less promiscuous. I think that women gate-kept their chastity because their matron mothers told them to, because that was how they got a high status husband. And that's literally what they did. In fact, you can go back to dating books in the 40s and the 50s, and it explains this. You can go back to dating books, in fact, in the 1800s. You may not know this. There's many dating books made in the 1800s about men and women's dynamics. Very interesting. And in the 40s and 50s, women were told, lock that fucking chest up. Lock it up. And who told them that, Octavio? Who told them to lock that shit up? Men. Who told them? No, not fucking men. It was their moms. Yes, their dads reinforced it, but their moms and the matrons in society did it, man. I'm sorry. Philip, thank you.
Back then, men had more power over their families. Men had more power.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Philip. Have a great day.
Just real quick, guys. I know I'm pausing it. I'm just going to say this. This really goes to show how Octavio is in an echo chamber with the Solution Podcast, where JM, Hassan, shout out to you, bro, where you guys encourage Octavio's stupidity every time we debate this shit. This is why Octavio cannot understand the sheer fact of where we're coming from when it comes to this topic, man. It is an embarrassment. And okay, look, go ahead, Hassan. Respond to that really quick before we move on.
okay, I think me, you, and Octavio should do a review of this, and you can give really good pushback. So maybe you can,
Bro, I'm gonna give the same exact fucking pushback as Andrew that I already made prior before. Remember when I told you? I already told you this. When you guys take responsibility, I asked Octavio. Every individual woman, when she gets pregnant, is there some responsibility? Octavio said yes. Okay, as a collective, as they get, as a collective of individuals, don't you think that women have some type of responsibility? And Octavio even submitted to that fucking point, and he's still making this goddamn point with Andrew Wilson, bro. Dude, dude. You want me to go on there and fucking debate Octavio? I've already done this. I've already smoked him on this fucking topic. He's there spewing the same NPC talking points, that he's doing with Andrew. And Andrew is doing it on over 2,000 people watching, and they're all smoking him in the fucking comment section. Get the fuck out of here, bro. I've already done this with him. I've already given him examples. Outside of that, I've given him multiple examples that Andrew has not even brought up. And this guy still won't fucking understand it. So don't sit there and be like his fucking lawyer. You're just a simp boy. Like Andrew fucking already mentioned. Andrew already said you're just a simp, bro. This is what it is. Hold on. Stop. Shut the fuck up. This is what it is. And I've already explained this, bro. This is not going to fucking change. Octavio is so stubborn-minded that he can't even understand the argument. That's my point. Just go ahead and respond real quick so we can move on.
Don't worry about it. I'll take we'll go ahead.
Well, you're the last caller up before we get to super chats. Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. So, do you know what the ISOT gap is, Octavio?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what the ISOT gap is?
The what?
ISOT gap. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. Okay. So this is actually a pretty simple question. So you're saying, you're saying that men should be leaders, or are you saying that men should be leaders, or that they are naturally leaders?
They're naturally leaders. They have an obligation. Yeah,
okay, so you're saying it's both.
Yes, both. Yes, men are leaders, and they have a natural obligation. When they
so what's the evidence for the? What's the evidence for the descriptive claim? What's the evidence for the descriptive claim?
What do you mean the evidence for the descriptive claim? That men are supposed
What's the evidence? No, the descriptive.
Well, okay, so he's saying so just to clarify so that you know, Octavio, descriptive is not prescriptive. This is ought. Descriptive, this is what is true. Prescriptive, this is what ought to happen.
Yes.
That's the distinction. So he's saying when he says the descriptive claim, he's asking you what is true.
What is true?
Yeah. What is true? So, okay, I'm asking you, what is the evidence that men are naturally leaders?
What's the evidence?
Okay, where in the Bible? Are you going with Corinthians?
You want me to quote a whole bunch of?
Are you going with Corinthians?
Let me.
Are you going with Corinthians or not?
We can go with Corinthians if you want. That's fine.
Okay. Well, there's a problem with using Corinthians because when Paul was writing Corinthians, it was a letter to a specific church. These specific and those are prescriptive claims, because if you read the whole passage that you cited, he says that Jesus is the head of every man. This is obviously a prescriptive claim because it isn't the case that Jesus is the head of every single man, because non-Christians exist. So it can't be the case that all men are leaders, because he uses the same logic.
Non-Christians exist?
Yes, non-Christians exist.
Yeah,
at least one person in the world is not a Christian.
Yeah. There's a such thing as that.
What did Christ tell us to do? To evangelize to the four corners of the earth. Didn't every single human being come from Adam and Eve? Wasn't the moral obligation put on Adam? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
We are supposed to evangelize into the entire world. We are supposed to make everyone into a Christian. What do you mean non-Christians exist?
Okay, so
non-Christians
there are people who are not Christians.
Look at Alex.
All I'm saying.
You're supposed to correct them. It's your duty.
Rashid.
Yes, so I agree that you ought to do that. I'm making a descriptive claim about reality, not a prescriptive claim about what ought be done. This is the is-ought gap. You cannot get an is from an ought or an ought from an is.
Exactly.
This is basic philosophy.
What ought to
this
be
is like
what is.
idiot level philosophy. I know it's idiot level because I understand it.
What the law
so
is.
Anyway, the point I'm making is that there are people.
I don't understand it.
So my point is,
can you just tell me in layman's term? Yeah, can you just tell me, because I'm not as smart as you? Can you just?
He's black and slow.
Yeah, you're not smart.
You really want to ask?
That's my point.
That you don't think men should lead. What do you want? You don't want men to lead.
No,
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Okay, so I will tell you what I'm saying. I am saying that Paul in Corinthians is making a prescriptive claim. He's saying that men ought to lead,
Jake,
and him saying, I don't have it on hand. I don't have it on hand.
Stop telling me. Stop thinking for Paul and telling me what Paul you think Paul is doing or not doing. Now, who you want to read the actual passage? What did Paul say?
Give me the verse again. I'm going to get my Bible.
Yeah, Octavio's just like striking out. Bro.
Give me the verse again. I'm getting my Bible. I have to go grab it. All right, I have it now. Corinthians. Let's go. This is your argument. I expected you to have this on hand, which is why I didn't have it on hand.
I'm sorry. I wasn't as prepared as I should have.
Yeah.
Next time, I'll make sure.
Even if you were prepared, you would have got torched. It didn't matter.
Okay, so the point that
you came into a debate with a professional debater and you weren't prepared.
I'm not professional debate. I'm just getting into this whole debate.
Yeah, I get it, but you came into a debate and you didn't prepare.
No, I'm prepared. I just didn't have the passage at hand.
So you did prepare.
The Fidget guy says it's 1 Corinthians 11:3. 1 Corinthians 11:3.
Sorry, Kyle.
1 Corinthians 11:3. All right, I almost got it.
But I want you to realize.
Okay. I will read it out loud. All right. So I'm 1 Corinthians 11:3. But I want you to know that the head of every man is Christ, the head of every woman is man, and the head of Christ is God. Every man praying or proselytizing, having his head covered. Yeah. Okay. So my point is, what Paul is making is a prescriptive claim. The reason we know it's a prescriptive claim is because non-Christians exist.
Yes.
The fact that non-Christians. Okay. So let me explain. Paul is aware that people exist who are not Christians when he is writing this letter.
Alex.
Because of this, we know that Paul is saying the head of every man ought to be Christ.
That's what it should be.
Yeah. So because he's saying that, he's also saying the head of every woman ought to be man. Therefore, it is a prescriptive claim and not a descriptive claim.
Exactly.
Therefore, that doesn't actually show what you're claiming it shows. And I would challenge you to actually provide any actual evidence that all men are leaders.
Adam, I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay, I'll answer.
Do you agree, or don't you? It's up to you. Do you agree that men are leaders?
Oh my fucking
God! That's the point.
NPC.
Okay, so you asked me two different questions. And I will answer both.
Are men supposed to be the leaders of women?
So these are two different questions. I will answer both questions. I will answer both questions. Okay, and now you've asked three, so I'll answer all three. Answer to question one. Not all men are leaders. Answer to question two. Men ought to be leaders. Answer to question of women. Answer to question three. Women ought to be followers.
Okay. Did God put men in the leadership role?
Answer the fucking question.
Prescriptively, yes.
Yes. Yeah. So he's saying that men should be leaders. He didn't put every single man in the leadership position. Men have to.
Which is why you have kings. Are kings leaders, sir? Octavio, are kings leaders?
Every man is a leader.
Is a king a leader?
No.
Sorry? A king
is a king. Okay, is he the ultimate leader?
No, he's not the ultimate leader. Jesus is.
Okay. Under Jesus, is he the ultimate leader?
No.
Of his nation, a king.
Yeah,
of his nation. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that he has people who are under him who are also leaders.
Yes, absolutely.
And they have people under them that are leaders and also followers.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what the ought claim is that they ought to lead, but not all of them can lead.
Exactly.
But never, I'm calling men.
And I do have one other point to make, because you made a claim that you don't actually believe, and I think I can prove it. So you're a Catholic, right?
Ooh,
Yeah.
where's he going with this?
Okay. Do you believe
You've been accepted.
monasticism?
Hang on, I just want to make sure you've been accepted into the Catholic Church, right?
I grew up in the Catholic Church.
Okay.
Church.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay, so I'm assuming because you're Catholic, you believe that monasticism is a valid pursuit and good for men to do.
Yes. What's your point? Please make your point.
Okay, so monastics
getting
in
there.
the Catholic Church, they have a specific hierarchy, and there are men at the bottom of that hierarchy. Therefore, they are not leaders; they are solely followers if they're at the bottom of that hierarchy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you admit that in some cases, men can be followers and not leaders, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, well, so you agree that not all men are leaders.
Say yes. Say yes. Say
And
yes.
also, and
Say
if they're
yes.
called to do that, they shouldn't be, right?
Let me answer the question. Not all men are leaders, but all men are able to lead if they find themselves in that role. They are supposed to lead. If they find themselves in
That's not the point. That's not the
this is a
point.
fact, and we are called to be leaders.
That's
So
not the
just
point.
because I assume a role that is that's not necessarily in leadership position, does
Are
not
some
mean
men called to not be leaders?
called to not be leaders.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. No,
You don't think so? You don't think that some men are called in order to follow priests,
Follow another leader,
or called to follow the hierarchy as a follower
That's
rather
how
than a
men
leader?
built
You
the
don't think they're
world.
called to do that?
Yeah,
They're
that's how men
called
built the
to,
world.
If you're talking about someone like a monk, yes, they're called to obedience, poverty, chastity, so on and so forth. Yes, absolutely, but that's a choice that they make. But if they were not in that position, if they were not called by God to assume that role, they would have to basically procreate and have a family and assume a leadership position.
Oh, what? Oh, this is really, because you basically just admitted that your entire position, you've
It's
changed your
wrong.
entire position on male leadership over the course of my call-in, which I'm going to take as a massive win for the record.
All right, Adam, I got to move on to the next caller. Thank you so much for the call in.
Is it
Have a good
Rachel?
day.
Rachel.
Rachel, are you all set? Can you do it?
We got Rachel.
Holy shit, did it work?
It worked.
Finally.
It worked.
You're living in the fucking same household. What the fuck happened? You have the same internet.
Sorry about that, guys. Okay, first of all, props to Octavio for even showing up.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
99% of
Exactly.
the people that want to criticize Andrew do not have the balls to show up. So
100%.
massive props to you
Exactly.
for actually doing this.
Yes.
Big respect.
100% respect, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, you're a piece of shit and you're fucking wrong. But anyway, go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah.
He's not.
Oh, the women.
He's laughing. He's laughing.
Be nice, Andrew. Be nice, Andrew.
At
last, they're laughing.
I
That's
do
good.
agree with
Be
him
nice,
to a
Andrew.
certain extent, but here's where my pushback is going to be. For one thing, obviously, not all men can lead because 60% of men historically have never even been able to marry and have children. So those men cannot lead women. For example, the random dude down the street that wants to bang is not my leader, right? Andrew, my husband, is my leader. So every man by default is not a leader. Let's just get that out of the way. But the main thing I wanted to talk about is the fact that women used treachery, lying, sneakiness, and actual witchcraft to get feminism into the mainstream.
Hardcore.
And once they kind of achieved that, what happened is we had a breaking of this social contract we used to have. So if you look back to like 1900-ish, according to the polls of the time, about 90 to 95% of women were virgins on their wedding night. Now that number has completely inverted, and it's more like 5 to 10% of women are virgins on their wedding night. And what happened during the sexual revolution is enough women broke the contract, right? So if only 20-30% of women are giving away the milk for free without having to buy the cow, that kind of throws the whole thing out of whack. So what has to happen is women, like Andrew said, women have to hold other women accountable. Those of us who want husbands and families, we have to say, hey, you stupid slut, you whore, stop whoring because you're ruining it for the rest of us. Because if 30% or 50% or now 90% of you are going to give away the milk for free, why would any man wait
Buy the
and
cow.
buy the cow?
Yeah, exactly.
They broke the sisterhood.
Why would they buy
broke
the cow?
social contract. It was the women who did that, right? Now you can
Rachel,
say,
can I ask you a question?
well, just for a second, if you say the men should just be strong and resist,
And
well,
leaders.
that's nice to say, but if you're a man who's in the bottom half of the hierarchy, it's like, holy shit, I'm going to shoot my shot because the chances of me getting to procreate are slim. Only about 40% of my ancestors ever got the chance to have a baby with anyone or to, ever bust in a lady. Sorry to be gross, but this is what men are looking at. This
Shut
is
up,
what men are
Kyle.
really
Shut up, Kyle. Stop it, Kyle.
Rachel,
But this is what men are up against.
Rachel, so what you're saying?
Competition is so steep that if 30, 50, 90% of the women are going to just let you have sex with them, the men are going to do that because they're like, look, I want to do that before I die. I don't want to just be cannon fodder. I want to have a baby with someone. I want to take my shot with a lady, right? And what women have done is exploit that, and they've used it for evil with the Jezebel spirit. Do you remember Jezebel in the Bible?
Yes, I do.
Yes. So we have Jezebel to look at as women, and we have the Virgin Mary to look at. The Virgin Mary is the mother of God.
Rachel, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Honestly speaking, in your heart of hearts, do you see women changing? Do you see women in the future holding themselves accountable and responsible? And
She said
actually
it.
changing
The Mendo.
what you claim is
The
what
Mendo.
they've done. They've basically created this problem, and now we've got this problem because of these women.
But the men.
And they're obviously operating under some kind of like
But the
witchcraft.
men.
Do you, in your heart of hearts, honestly think that women
Alex, you gotta admit he's
But
holding his
men.
own.
things will get back to
No,
normal
he's
again?
not.
I don't think men can make the women change, but
Thank
I
you.
do think women like me can make the younger women change because guess what? I have 4 daughters. What I do is whoop their dumb ass if they start acting like this. They start acting like hoes. They start acting like skanks. The older women, and this is how it works. The older women, like Andrew said, the
influence.
matrons hold them accountable. And we say, no, you don't. Absolutely not. You will not go out there and act like this because you're going to ruin it
Oh,
for all
hell
of us.
no.
Because I have 4 daughters that want husbands. So you're not going to go out there and be a hoe and offer it up for free and break the social contract and ruin the sanctity of marriage with your whoring. And we
Rachel,
as
I'm with
women
you.
hold, because women have our own hierarchy, okay?
I'm
We
with
have
you
our
100%.
own.
I'm religious too, Rachel. I'm religious too. My wife will do the
Mhm.
exact same thing. I'm with
Mhm.
you. We all right. We
Let-
already
let her
established that we all
talk.
right.
Fucking hell.
We're gonna be all right.
I know.
We're
Hold
gonna
on.
be okay. I'm talking about the degenerates. I'm talking about those
No,
who
you're
reject
not.
Christ.
Oh
No,
my
you're
I'm talking
not,
about those
bro.
who don't have a
Me
religious
too.
foundation.
Oh
So
my
I'm talking
God.
He's
about
actually
in your
not.
heart of hearts. Do you honestly think
He
that
puts
these women will
Castle in that
change?
category.
That
He's
these
putting
women
him
will
out of the
come
category.
to
Wait.
Jesus
You're
moment?
banned, retard. Hang on. This retard is banned. Get out of here,
Rachel,
you fucking
not a
idiot.
role model.
Get out of
Fuck outta
here.
here, bro.
You couldn't hold a candle. She would
Fuck
fucking
outta
destroy
here,
you.
bro.
She would rape your
Fuck the haters,
face.
bro.
It wouldn't even be funny. It wouldn't even be funny.
Fuck
She
the
would wreck you
haters.
so bad. You're gone. You're gone.
Andrew, please.
Anyway,
Yes.
go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is the secular men are not going to change the women either. So if you're saying, look, it's the problem of the secular people, I agree with you. So all the secular men are going to fap to the porn and they're going to simp for the hoes
They're
and they're
secular.
going to absolutely 100% throw their feet at the altar of the Jezebel. That's what
Thank
they're
you.
going to do.
Thank
But
you.
what needs
What do you mean,
needs
thank
to
you?
happen is that older women in positions of some authority among
Influence?
other women, because
Influence?
women have our own little kind of hierarchy on our side. We do what we have historically always done, and we be the Proverbs 31 woman, and we hold the younger women's feet to the fire, and we say, you are not allowed to do this. If you do this, you get socially ostracized.
But
and
it's not the
women
women's
are
fault.
very
It's the
susceptible to
man's
that
fault.
because we need each other to survive.
Men are
We need to
leader.
be part of
Men are
the group,
leaders.
right? This is why Taylor Swift and all the Swifties and all these like secular people, the women all band together. What we need is for women to step up and tell younger women, absolutely not. you do not go do this OnlyFans nonsense. We're going to do what we did back in the day. We're going to rise up and tell the lawmakers, you need to ban this pornography because these young women are ruining it for all of us. They're destroying all of society. Ban it, make it illegal. Don't allow these women to do it. And if they do it, you throw the book at them. You absolutely punish them.
Do you agree that the type of women that is more susceptible, that is more likely to listen to the great advice that you're giving, women that grew up in a religious household, that grew up with that religious foundation?
No, actually,
or do you think it's women who basically had a secular upbringing and they believe that men can be women, women can be men? And
that's an extreme example.
Which one do you think is more likely to listen?
Well, I'll tell you something. In the Christian world, 99% of Christian women are feminists these days. 99% of women who say to you
women
that
are
they
all
Christian
feminists. I've said that
and
several
live
times.
like feminists.
Yes.
So
100%.
it's not
No,
really
Jake,
on
Jake,
the
don't you understand, Jake? Just find a good
secular
woman.
problem.
She's making my
It's
fucking
that
point.
The women on
Just find a
both
good
sides
woman,
have
Jake.
to
What's wrong
say,
with you?
okay, enough of this whoring, enough of this slutting around
Even
stuff.
the conservative women
We
are
want
feminists.
this made illegal. We want pornography banned. You're no longer going to tempt our sons. Why is there a news article every day that I see of some woman, you know, who's a teacher sleeping with her 14, 16-year-old students? Why is there some woman every day in the news seducing
it's mostly
underage
men
boys?
that do that.
Do you ever wonder why that is? If men are the problem and we just have to hold men's feet to the fire, why are there all these women seducing underage boys? Can you tell me that?
Oh yes, I can tell you that, because they are working with that Jezebel spirit that feminism promotes in society. But
no, it's the men's fault. Fucking, they just didn't lead them enough. They just didn't lead them enough. Octavio.
Thank you, Andrew. You're starting to get it.
The fucking stupid. Come on, bro.
Andrew, we did not lead them enough, and when we start leading it,
Too stupid to realize you're being mocked.
15, 16-year-old men just didn't lead them enough.
It will align, and that Jezebel spirit will disappear.
Ridiculous.
Bro,
I guess
the 16-year-old men didn't lead the fucking 30-year-old teacher enough. Like,
How
what
are they
the
gonna
fuck
listen
is
to-
this guy talking about? This is insane. Octavio, you're getting crushed, bro. Okay, let's move on. I just wanted to make that comment.
No, the Jezebel, like, I'm going to send you a copy of my book because that's
You need
the
to read it.
Jezebel spirit has been here from the garden. It started back in the garden. It will never go away. It's always been here and it will always be here. But what we need to do is be like Christ with the woman at the well. Do you remember the story of the woman at the well?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember that
Christ
story.
knew
The
that she
prostitute
had
at the well,
4
bro.
or 5 different lovers. She was
I
not
don't read the
a
Bible.
woman of virtue who was married to one man. She was living it up with a bunch of dudes. Now, he did not go to the men and tell the men, you all need to stop sleeping with her. What Christ said to her was, you need to stop having all these different men. I command you to stop. You stop your behavior. You need to get your
And
shit together.
she was sainted, right?
She became a saint after this.
Wow.
Rachel, if you look at the dynamic there, that was God talking to a woman.
Yes. But it was also a man. Christ is fully God, fully man. So
Fully
he's
God,
also
fully
a
man.
Absolutely, yes. But what I am saying is, men, we need to follow Christ. We need to follow Christ, and when we follow Christ, we create boundaries and standards. And when we create boundaries and standards, we do not allow. I don't care if we're gonna be virgins all our lives. If we die like that, Christ sacrificed himself, so we also have to sacrifice. We have to have these boundaries and standards. Otherwise, things will not change. And this is all I'm saying. But in that's the passage that you're talking about, yes, fully God, fully man, God speaking to a woman directly, and he's the one who's responsible for forgiving sins, not me, not men.
All right,
Yeah.
Rachel, hang on. I got to cut the call there.
Sure.
I appreciate the call in. We're at 2.5 hours. We've got to get over to the super chats. That's the end of the callers.
The chats are crazy.
Thank you,
Let
guys.
me just ask one real basic question real quick. Octavia, do you really not believe that society is harder on men than it is on women right now?
It's supposed to.
Yes.
A man's life is not supposed to be easy. A man's life is supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be difficult. We are supposed to be tested. And yes, and men can never. I will never accept a man to use that excuse because society is hard. Every time I read on the Christian history, I couldn't imagine going through what they went through.
To me, society needs to be harder on men.
Society doesn't need to be harder on men. We find ourselves in a society that is harder on men, and men have to change that.
Okay, it makes no fucking sense.
So over to the super chat side,
everyone's
guys.
boxing,
We're gonna try
I
to
throw
make
in a
this
towel.
exactly 3 hours. I'm really good at getting us out
That's
right
your
at
boy.
the 3-hour mark. I've been like almost perfect at it. Sometimes I go 1 minute over,
Rashid,
beat
I wanna ask
myself
you a
up, but
question,
I always
Tom.
try to
There's
do
like
it right at
10
the
minutes.
3-hour mark.
Save that question. Keep in your
shout
mind.
out to Kyle. This is from Randy
Write it down.
username. And yeah, shout out to Kyle. You can find him on the Two Tongues podcast. He's been a follower of the Crucible for a long time. We've had some great engagements. He has debated on the channel, which you can find at crucible.video if you want to know more about him. Sean sends in $20, says, God bless and kick ass. Yes, sir. Sarcastic Warlock sends in $10, says, one opening statement, and this is in the bag already. Appreciate that very much. Sean for $20 says, Andrew just is blunt and says it how it is. Great. Philip Smith sends in $5, says, haha, I don't care about things that hurt my point of view. Do you want to respond to that? Go ahead if you want to.
When you say, haha, I don't care about things that hurts my point of view.
Yeah, that hurt my point of view.
That's silly. That's just silly.
It destroys you, Octavio. Go on.
The text vet for $20 says, if men say no to women, it's not taken serious, and the woman continues to destroy their life. Because of insult, women say no to men. It's over, or else the woman destroys the man's life. Women have power, period. Go ahead.
If men say no to women, sorry, it's not taken serious, and the women continue to destroy their lives because of insult. Women say no to men, it's over, or else the woman destroys the man's life. Women have power, period. No, I don't think women have any power at all. I think all power belongs to men, and all men have to do is do what we did in previous in history, which is
my wife has some power.
Sexual promiscuity. If sexual promiscuity is not rampant in Afghanistan,
This
if you
guy
go to Afghanistan right now, women are not being whores, and that's because men are saying you're not allowed to be whores, and you're not going to be whores, and I'm not going to
be a force multiplier, but you're not saying that we should utilize force for this, right?
No, I don't think we should utilize.
Well, then why would you bring up Afghanistan?
The reason why I would bring up Afghanistan is to highlight that if men were to have boundaries and standards, and if we were to practice,
no, it's not boundaries and standards; it's the utilization of force.
If we were to be faithful to our boundaries and standards, we would have the same outcome as they have in Afghanistan.
By applying what?
No, not by applying force. We don't apply.
Yeah,
force.
there's no other way, bro. You
There's
can't.
no other
That's
way.
the only way it's done there. Is by the force applicator. You can't lie and say that it isn't, because it clearly is.
Yes.
Well, we had Christian societies in the past, and we didn't apply force either.
That's right. We didn't. We applied a standard. We applied a standard of responsibility.
Thank you. We applied the standard of
Yeah,
responsibility.
thank you.
And I did too. Thank you.
No, I don't know what you're thinking me for. That's my point. Philip Smith says there's a light bulb on his hat. Is that to convince people he has ideas? Philip Smith says for $5, so by his logic, Rachel should have brought all of us men cookies on the earlier stream because we're all leaders of women everywhere. You can't have my fucking cookies. You don't get my cookies, fucker. I don't know if you know the Crucible lore on the Rachel cookies, but no, the Rachel cookies belong to me. Only Zen has had some of those cookies.
Okay,
and some of my
Zen.
close Orthodox brothers, you will never get.
One day I'm gonna get those cookies.
Yeah, dude, my goal is
Iron Knuckles for $5 says in a theocracy, maybe, but women were still sleeping around during that time in history.
Exactly.
Please.
It's always been
Women
a
were
time,
still
bro.
sleeping. Yes, women were not
Look at
perfect.
the
all throughout
statistics, bro.
human history. No one is
Women are the
perfect.
most ancestors when it comes to
men were
history.
not perfect. Women were not perfect. So that's a stupid argument. Yes. So what? But most of society was all right.
Yeah, Andrew already.
Wicked Wally
spoke on
says
that.
for $5. So if women have absolutely zero agency, I can go round up a few women, tell them they live here now, and start doing my laundry, and they'll just accept it.
I never said women have zero agency. Of course, women have free will and they have agency.
No, you said women don't have responsibility. Men are the ones that they're all
Bill Smith says someone call CPS for this absolute ass whooping Andrew is giving this child. $20 comes in from Sean, says Andrew kicking ass again, but I still don't think you will enlighten this man. I feel like we have not, but I still hope that we can bring him
One
around.
day he'll come to
Wicked Wally
Christianity.
for $5 says, oh, I'm sorry, that's a repeat. Well, no, I guess maybe it's not. If women had zero agency, every defense attorney would say a woman wasn't kidnapped. She was just given a friendly, helpful, arbitrary relocation. Come on, that's funny. You know it's funny.
That's actually
hilarious. That's actually
Octavio.
hilarious.
They're roasting
To
him.
double it for $5 says
Bro, you get roasted by the
Octavio
chat.
Simpleton
Andrew, Mod.
podcast.
Octavio Simpleton.
Pretty pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Mr. Lax Originality, what a great name. Sends in 20 Australian dollars, almost real money. He says Octavio is scripturally wrong. Christian men are not the leaders. The principality and powers of this world are. We can be the lights of the world, the salt of the earth. We can only be responsible for ourselves.
We are called to be leaders. God created Adam and Eve. We are called to be leaders. We've been bestowed with responsibility.
But that's an ought, not an it.
That's not an
Called to
ought.
be
That's
leaders
an
is
ought.
ought to
No,
be.
yes,
An
yes,
ought to
we
be,
ought
but that's
to,
not
yes,
what it is.
We ought to, and the Christian morality brings men into that, into accepting that leadership, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's it.
Philip Smith sends in $5, says, bring this man a beer. He's already won. She brought me a great drink. It was fantastic. Sean sends in $20, says, simps will always be watching these women doing porn. Andrew can't control that. He can give slap in the face, blunt, stop doing it, but not all men are going to listen. And you don't think women have any accountability?
My problem is not that the Sims are out here listening to this. That Sims are going to be watching porn. That is not my issue. My issue is I'm watching the birth rate decline. I'm watching marriages decline. I'm watching the nuclear family go out.
Nobody's denying that.
And I'm trying to tell you that this is part of the reason. So if we don't start
your
being
boy's
loud about it
crazy,
and talking about it, guess what? Nothing's ever going to change.
Sarcastic Warlock asked in the next super chat, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Do you guys know what that means?
I have no idea.
It's a test to whether he's engaging in a hypothetical.
All right, it's probably degenerate. Let's go on.
Philip Smith for $5 says Andrew didn't
He's mocking
say
him,
all of
basically.
his beliefs and points all at once in 1 minute and one sentence, and at one point in time he really dropped the ball. This is a response to you talking smack about the clip. Just saying. Lansing Eid says, if I ever debate, Lord, give me the ability to just say, yeah, bro, I'm wrong, because this is bananas. I don't know if you want to respond. Ethan Moore for $5 says, women shouldn't be selling their sexuality and men shouldn't be buying it. We agree. What are we doing here? Octavio, stop nitpicking like a woman.
Yeah.
Yes, we shouldn't be buying it. And since we are supposed to be the
he's
leaders,
totally
we ought
missing the
to be
point.
leaders. Guess what? Let's stop buying it and become leaders.
He's
missing the point. When we stop buying it, guess what's going to happen? They're going to stop selling it.
This guy's a broken record, man. He's doomed.
He's a
Philip
broken
Smith
record. Yeah,
says,
he's an
by this
MPT.
logic, I wouldn't expect an older simp to teach or correct a younger simp. That's a good point.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sean for
I like
$20 says, this guy doesn't understand there are too many simps that will support degen activities. The real men don't support this, but there are more simps, and women still need to take accountability for their actions. Do you wanna
Yes.
respond?
I guess we shouldn't be telling men anything. According to you guys' logic, you know what? Don't tell men anything. Just shut
No one said
shut
that,
up.
you
Don't tell
retard.
men anything. It's just attack the women, please.
I feel like we
Allow
should
the
attack
insults,
both.
man. Come on.
The guy you swipe left on for $10 says, when a leader's role has been stolen from him, is he responsible for the behaviors of those who refuse to follow?
No, it's not.
Dude, you got to do something about this cognitive dissonance. Marcus Antonio sends in 10 gifted Crucible memberships. Appreciate that very much. Sean gifts another 5 Crucible memberships. Might as well get a membership drive going. 2,000 live viewers for tonight's debate.
2,000 people, bro.
Many times.
None of them are going to subscribe to Solution Podcast
Live.
after
Go over
this.
there and become a member if you didn't catch it live. Kelly Mitchell says Andrew was actually leading the women when he placed responsibility on the women. I agree with that statement. Anything that you wanted to say to that?
He's leading the women by putting responsibility on them, Octavio.
Yes, telling women that what they're doing is degenerate is extremely good.
Oh.
It's great.
Oh.
Leadership? Is that leadership?
It is a form of leadership. I just think that it's much more effective when you talk to the men and when you convince men to stop their degeneracy. So it's more effective when you speak to the men.
Totally do not.
Philip Smith says for $5 called it. He couldn't help but mention
Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines lives in his head.
Well, you brought up the 50 body count, which is associated with Myron. right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But not the
never
red
mentioned
pill.
him by
Not
name.
the red pill. Only Myron.
Sean gives 5 Crucible memberships. Very kind of you, Sean.
I hope
I
y'all know what
appreciate
this
that
is.
very much. Wicked Wally sends in $5, says, yes, not every man is John Paul II. I would have never given safe harbor to a cardinal who covered up a massive abuse scandal, and most men wouldn't. Did you want to respond to one of your top leadership men that you
that's a
cited?
good question. That's a good
covering
question.
up a massive abuse
That's a good
scandal. Did you want
question.
to do that real quick?
That's a good question.
I don't think he covered it up. I think they made some mistakes in judgment, but I don't think the intention was to cover it up. The media has this obsession with the Catholic Church.
The Catholic
Right? They want
Church
to bring
has
down the main
history of
the main
child
churches,
molestation.
the ancient churches. It's absolutely fine, but I don't think it was a cover up. But if you want to call it a cover up, it's up to you. I think that it was a lack of judgment, and the Catholic Church has apologized for that, and they continue to apologize for that.
They apologize for a lot of things.
And yeah, so what's the problem?
Okay. Guy you
Lack
swipe
of
left
judgment
on
would make you not a great leader, though, right?
Yeah. Oh shit.
That
would make you a good leader.
Such an important issue would make you not a great
so
leader.
what about
though,
the Catholic
right?
Church?
A great leader is not a perfect human being. Only Jesus is perfect, guy.
It's not the argument.
Well, wait, through theosis, can't you gain perfection?
No, I don't. Not complete perfection.
That's from the Bible, bro.
So there's no saints. There's no saints in the
That's
Catholic
from the
tradition
Bible,
who are perfect.
Octavio. What the fuck are you talking about?
None of them are. None of them. They'll tell you themselves. None of them.
That's
were
from the
perfect.
Bible,
No, some of
Octavio.
them say that that this is achievable. And that
It's
is what the
literally
process
from
of
the
theosis
Bible.
is,
What the
or
fuck are you
sainthood.
doing?
You're
Then what is the
anti-Bible
purpose
now.
of sainthood and becoming more like Christ?
And you accuse us
You're
of
saying
being
no man can be
fake-
perfect? That's not within the
No.
viable teachings of the Catholic Church.
Dude,
We are called to
Octavio's
become like
crazy.
Christ, but to achieve perfection, that's never going to happen. Why? Because we already inherited the sinful nature from Adam and
No,
Eve.
that's
sin.
the original
question.
sin dogma
Sin, bro.
bullshit from
No.
Catholicism that I would love to take you on.
Yeah.
But anyway, guy you swipe left on says for $10, I think Octavio may be
Octavio
referring to
L,
the
bro.
role of the husband in the home. All men should be husbands, and all men should lead their home. They may suck at it, but they are supposed to be leaders. But what if they don't have a home? Or what if they're called to something which is monkdom, which does not require a home?
Yeah.
And you're not supposed to have a home. In fact, your priests are not allowed to get married. Are they leaders in their home?
Now they're leaders. They're leaders to what God called them to.
Yeah.
So God called them.
So then, therefore, yeah.
to
Do something different than leadership in the home.
Yeah, but it still
Yeah.
involves leadership.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
$20 comes in from Sean, says men can lead. Doesn't mean degens will listen. There are great women out there for marriage, but it is getting less and less because no one wants women to take accountability for their actions.
Yeah, that's bullshit. This idea that there's no good women, everyone is completely wrong, and that's the excuse of the degenerate men, the degenerate red pill guy, because he wants to consistently find
Nobody's
a
talking about
moral
red pill.
justification. To
That wasn't even
continue
the question,
with his
you dumbass.
lustful behavior.
Is that a straw man?
Stop.
Though
Stop.
he
Stop.
said
Stop.
there are great women for marriage, but it is getting less and less. And then you reframe and say, "Oh, this is a red pill talking point that there's no marriageable women." His chat did not say that.
No. What I'll say.
It's that
Here's what I'm saying. I'm
emphasis.
saying that's what he was getting at.
No,
How the hell
No,
do
that's
you
not
know?
what he was getting
You're
at.
not
I
supposed
can
to say
read.
that.
It
That's what I
says there
thought.
are great women out there for marriage, but it is getting less and less. That's not what he's getting at.
No. That's what I assumed he was getting at.
Well,
Yeah,
then
I
you
know you
assumed
assumed
wrongly,
it, but that's a
didn't you?
straw man.
Wrong.
He
Fair
definitely
enough.
didn't say it.
Fair enough.
So,
That's-
all right. 10 Crucible
Yeah,
memberships
that's
comes in from Sean. Sean, thank you so much for the continued support to the Crucible. Chris, for $5, says Octavio can't answer a direct question because he wants to be right in the argument.
Yeah.
You know better than the OnlyFans girls that are hard-headed and all they do is argue.
Yep.
It's your opinion. You're entitled to have it.
Sean gives another 5 Crucible memberships. Much appreciated. Sean sends in a massive $50 donation. Says, Andrew, just let this guy float away. Apparently, women shouldn't hold any accountability.
I never said that.
Well, you know, I did go back and
All
review
argument
just
based off
all
today
your
the
arguments
previous
show it.
debate where the actual title of the debate is Men Are Responsible for Everything. And during that debate, you did make the positive claim that women should hold no responsibility in society whatsoever.
Thank you.
And I can actually give you the timestamps because I noted them.
Thank
How
you.
could
I
you
know.
now backtrack on that position knowing
You're welcome,
that
Andrew. I
just
gave him
weeks
that debate.
ago You argued in the affirmative for that position.
Thank you.
Yes. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. And I do remember the
So
episode.
therefore, it takes
But
responsibility.
what I was basically
Moron.
trying to make these guys, because these guys have a mindset of blaming women for every single thing.
Oh, we do.
All right, that's the mindset that they have.
That's our mindset.
And I want men to get out of that mindset and start looking at
prescribing wrongly
as if it's their responsibility. That was the reasoning behind why I
That's
said
not what you argued.
That's not what you argued, bro.
Yes,
Is
I
it?
believe.
No, that's not what you argued. You argued that men have all the responsibility. I can give you the timestamps where your exact quote was, men are responsible for everything. Women are not.
Yes, they are. Men
Guess
are
who asked
responsible
that question?
for everything.
Then
You're
how
welcome,
is it
Andrew.
that you're holding two
it's
contrary
everything.
positions now? You said, no, hold women responsible. Men are responsible for everything. Do you understand how fucking absurd that is?
That's not absurd. That's not absurd at all.
Okay,
Listen
then
to what I'm
explain
saying.
the performative contradiction for me in real time, please.
Hold on, Andrew. Because we are supposed to be the leaders of society, we ought to be the leaders.
Go back to the
the
NPC.
leaders of women. So therefore, the burden always is more on the men's shoulder than it is on the women's.
That's not
shoulder.
okay. That's reframing. You didn't say more. You said all responsibility falls on the man. No responsibility falls on a woman ever. You argued that in the affirmative. Are you willing to say that you misspoke and that was incorrect and that women should take accountability?
Yes, I misspoke.
All
Yes,
right.
Good, you misspoke.
Okay,
we
fair
got
enough.
Octavio there.
$5 comes in from Pink
misspoke
304.
so many times.
Octavio is trying to say his unit is at least 8 inches because of the oct at the beginning of the name. Disgraceful and unchristian, sir. That's fucking hilarious. That's hilarious. Good job there, Pink.
What the hell?
Sean for $50 says Andrew. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I already read that.
Yeah, you already read that one.
Sean, did you accidentally maybe send in a duplicate? Because I see this come in 2 times. Sorry. I'm sorry. That was just the way that YouTube is showing them. Sean says this guy, women won't take accountability because of simps. Think maybe he's a simp?
Am I a simp? I'm
Yes,
married.
yes, you are.
How can I be a simp?
Well, I mean, married men can be simps. Destiny was married.
I don't. Destiny?
Oh,
really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He let his wife fuck other men.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't even comment on that.
It's not even marriage, is it?
Nah, not really.
No. Sean says for $20, Andrew is the GOAT. Appreciate that. The Casman 777 for 1,000, whatever the fuck that is. Probably like, $2 American says, I saw that Andrew said that most men don't continuously watch porn. I've seen stats that say around 75% of men watch porn. What evidence does Andrew have that most men don't watch porn? Actually, you're misquoting me. And I was very specific as to what I said. This is very typical of low-tier debaters. They don't actually hear what you said. I said most men have watched porn. Most men do not regularly watch porn. Is that not the case, gentlemen?
Yes, that's exactly.
So, Chatter, you are fucking wrong.
Octavio
Like many
said
people
that
who
is the
take what I
case.
say out of context, they only hear what they want and they dismiss the rest.
Octavio
Baby
is
check.
admitting to
20
anything.
Crucible memberships. Phenomenal. Thank you so much. Sean sends in $20. This guy, look at the quality of women.
Look at the quality of men.
Actually, I feel like that was a pretty good rebuttal, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, base fat Chad, that was a pretty good rebuttal, don't you think?
No,
Like that was pretty good. I feel like I feel like he opened himself up for that like hit back, you know what I mean? Just a little
Good
bit.
counterpunch.
Sorry, Noah R for $50 says
That
to
wasn't-
sum up, women should not be held accountable for their bad actions, blame men instead. And these people wonder why the red pill of thinking is growing. He's got a great point here.
No, he doesn't.
He
I never.
does. Yes, he
no
does.
one ever said that women shouldn't be held accountable.
Except you did. And I just gave you a video where you said they should and said I would provide the timestamps and you agreed that you said
I
that.
also said I misspoke, Andrew, and I also admitted that misspoke. But what
Doesn't matter,
I
you still
basically
said it.
said was,
Podcasts.
no, the majority of the blame should be put on men's shoulders because of leadership. Yes, does that mean women shouldn't be held accountable ever? Of course not.
Finesse says Octavio keeps reverting back to his factory settings.
Yeah.
The Mighty Walk for $10 says you cannot hold anybody except yourself accountable. Is
No,
Ock's
that's not his point.
You're trying to fix a problem that doesn't want to be fixed. Well, if that's true, then women would also have to hold themselves
accountable.
Just so you know. Sean gives 5 Crucible memberships. Appreciate that very much. Sean sends in another huge $20 dono. This guy's been great tonight. This debate is over. I think his wife
I think his wife leaves.
My wife doesn't leave me. If you think
I love this.
Dude, these guys are
Zoolander
roasting him, bro.
says, you don't think I know what Googly is? How to you Googleize? He's that, by the way, if you don't know, maybe you don't. The Googly thing is a throwback to Eddie Murphy. He did a great stand-up with the Googly. I'm just saying. Olympia Marketing says Jezebel is weaponizing Chads and Simps. Chads turn women to 304s. Simps encourage degeneracy and feed these entities.
Yes.
We have okay, I'm not going to say that,
Myron
but
Gaines.
Lilith has to be dragged to the bottom of the ocean by God and Michael.
It's not Myron Gaines or Fresh that are promoting this shit. It's the fucking Simps.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm not exactly sure. I think what he's saying is he says Jezebels have weaponized Chads and Simps. Chads turn women into 304. So he's saying that men, some of the like Omega, or what are considered these alphas by the
homemakers,
that turn women into skanks, but then those skanks go on to turn men into Simps.
Yeah.
So this would be a continuation of the statement that there is a bearing of responsibility on both sides.
Yes, exactly.
and I've always said that. Absolutely.
No, you haven't.
No, you haven't always said that, but I am going to let that go because you said you misspoke.
He didn't misspoke, bro. He's been
Recovered Feminist,
Fuck outta
by the
here,
way,
bro.
great name for $10. Says if women are natural followers, then why does Paul have to tell them to submit to their husbands?
So she doesn't think that women are natural followers?
I don't know. She's not here for you to answer or ask a question. She just wants you to answer hers.
Well, because we're born with a sinful nature, and because we are born with a sinful nature, then yes, Paul had to do that. But yes, women are followers, men are leaders. That's a fact.
Then how can men be leaders?
As the world learns for $5 says, why don't you bring up the story of Hosea and Gomer? God had him marry a 304 as an example to his people. He
I
praised
remember
the Lord
that story.
when she
It's
died.
the Old Testament. Yeah. I remember that story.
Exception to the rule.
Exception to
Phil
the
Smith
rule.
for $10 says, is it more strategical to attack the drug producer or dealers or the addicts? This is a great question because most addicts, once freed from addiction, wish someone saved them and can then begin to see the truth. This is a phenomenal question. Is it more strategical to attack the producer?
Yes.
The drug dealer.
Yeah.
Oh, then why are you attacking the...
So who are the gatekeepers of sex?
The men in charge of these porn industries. Attack those.
Oh my
Make
God.
sure they stop. And once they stop, guess what?
Yeah, but the producer's also the woman. That's the
Yes, that's
you know what I
wrong.
mean.
The
You
women
keep
are the
on
producers.
deflecting from the fact
Yeah,
that the
but-
dealer in the pussy is the owner of the pussy.
Yes, even if the owner is the producer, is also the women. It doesn't matter. Eventually, if
does
men
matter.
don't stop, whether it's the
You
consumer
just said.
or the producer, if men don't stop, nothing will change. That's the whole point.
Your boy's getting killed.
John the Boulet for $20 says from the college ROTC. Leadership is the ability to influence others to accomplish a task by providing purpose, direction, motivation. Leadership is a learned ability. Hoorah.
I agree.
We would say hooah, but fair enough. Thank you, by the way, John the Boulet, for that $20 super chat. Very kind of everybody to be donating so heavily tonight. Dane Snyder for $10 says, if only I had a streaming channel so I could debate this guy, but sadly, I'm just a realtor.
Put it on fucking
The world
VeoPod.
needs
We'll get him on VeoPod.
The solution is really just the solution looking for the problem.
him on
He
VeoPod.
means well, but he needs to gestate.
Dane Snyder.
He's saying that. Well, I
Tell him
just
he can debate me anytime.
Okay.
It's called the Solution Podcast.
he says you can come debate him anytime, and let me know if you do because I want to watch. Travis says Andrew's analogy and the heroin dealer is correct. The drug dealer and peddlers of the product are entirely responsible for preying on the addict.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I can't believe it's been 3 hours.
Man, you're like a
non-stop.
walking performative contradiction, bro.
Non-stop.
Tommy Sanchez says, what does leadership look like? Seems like challenging ideas where they are is a good way.
What does leadership look like? Leadership looks like following Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yeah, but you would challenge in Jesus' name various ideas of the world, right?
Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
You wouldn't?
Oh my
I wouldn't
god!
challenge. Say that
You
again.
wouldn't
Andrew?
challenge? Wouldn't you challenge in Jesus' name various ideas of the world, which were
Yes.
designed to destroy his name?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
think this guy makes a really good point then.
Yes.
Thomas
absolutely.
O'Brien gives 5 Crucible memberships. Appreciate that very much. Grounded Heights sends in $10. Says, I too place a higher burden on men. However, as a leader, it is imperative that we select whom we lead. After all, it only takes one to destroy what has been built.
The rotten apple in
You're only required to, as a leader, you're only required
one
to
rotten apple.
really follow to have standards and boundaries, and when you do that, things will fall into place.
That's ridiculous, but
That's the form of leadership.
for the purpose of time, I have to move on. Philip Smith says for $10, hey, I think I've been going hard at Octavio, so I'd be willing to debate him anywhere, anytime.
Let's do it. I'm going to moderate that shit.
Oh, please, email me at solution.
Oh dear God.
No, let's do it.
Oh
yeah.
Just
Hey man, if you want to get beat
more
down again,
debaters,
Bill
Don't
Hicks
destroy
gets a
him.
Crucible membership. Very kind. Sarcastic Warlock, longtime member, holds his word, by the way. When he gives his word, he holds it to a fault. He says, this argument is predicated on men not leading. Well, sir, I challenge that idea and propose that the men are leading, but you don't like the direction they're leading. Welcome to the culture war.
Yes, I don't think men are leading at all. The modern men isn't leading nothing. They're just destroying society.
J. Dolph gives 5 Crucible membership. Very kind of you. Recovered Feminist for $10 says, wouldn't men criticizing the women be leading women? Therefore, Andrew's admonishment of 304 is in fact a man taking leadership like you advocate for.
Yes, that helps. That helps. That's a form of leadership. That helps. But to be honest with you, I want to see Andrew putting men.
Do what
in.
you want. Do what you want.
Not
which
your
has not been
channel.
successful.
Arrogant
Okay, I'll
prick.
do that. Raj for $10 says Andrew leads the women by explaining to them that they are the gatekeepers. Corinth, explain the math as to why this is the most efficient path. Hold the L, Octavio.
No, I'm not gonna hold the L because what Andrew's doing is talking to a follower, and the follower lives in a feminist society.
These are your boys, bro.
Has a bunch of degenerate men creating a
This is
market
your
for them
boy.
to always feed from.
You
So
really are
what
stupid,
Andrew's
man.
doing is absolutely, it's not useless, but at the end of the day, it's not really that productive.
Your boy's
because
failing.
the follower is always going to follow the degenerate.
Your boy doesn't understand
No.
any argument.
First of all, just so you know, inside of the Crucible sphere especially, while it is true that I do represent the Crucible and its crew on many, many issues, many leaders exist inside of this community who I listen to all the time. Send me all sorts of information, have arguments with me both privately and publicly so that we can get our positions as straight as we possibly can. While it may be true that I'm a skilled debater and a good orator and can take that message out, that doesn't mean I don't have leaders myself, because I most certainly do.
Yeah.
Philip Smith sends in $5, says, I'm a former red pillar. Andrew's argument in a debate a while ago turned me away. Your arguments are feminist and what a lot of red pillars say.
I disagree. But I'm happy that you're a former red pillar.
David Brewer for $10 says you need to start being more careful with your words. Language is important, especially on the debate stage. People will judge you for a lack of clarity.
That's true. That's true. I'm learning that now.
Thank you.
Archeon gifts a Crucible membership. Appreciate that very much. Last super chat on the YouTube side. Denny Browse says for $5, this guy honestly seems pretty chill. Lots your debates, Andrew. Keep up the good work. He's not a bad man, and he seems to me to be a kind man who has his heart in the right place. However, debate is a place for men to brutalize each other and their ideas.
Of course.
But as men, we also understand that we can walk away friends with a handshake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm right.
Yeah.
Alex can't do that, though. Alex can't do that.
I can.
No, you can't. No, you can't,Alex.
No, that's right.
No
because,
problem.
but it's only because I'm totally correct.
No,
that's the only reason we can do that. All right, let me get over to the Dono chat side, guys. Thank you so much for all of your continued support. We were already 1 minute over the 3-hour mark. I'm pretty upset about it, but that's okay, right? I knew it was going to go a little bit longer. I did instruct my opponent that it could go this long, right? I haven't held you over too much.
Yes, free time.
But these guys have been kind enough to watch and send in their questions, so we're going to be kind enough to read them. $10 from, oh, I'm sorry. I want to make sure I get the, okay, there we go. $70 comes in from Durnan Iron Knuckles,
Are
who
you
says
reading this from?
women's solution towards anything is always for the beta males who actually take women at their word.
Women's solutions. Say that again.
Women's solutions
in
towards
other words,
anything is always for the beta males to
it's
take women
the
at their
loser
word.
women that give advice to
Basically,
other
I
women.
think what he's
Yeah.
saying here is women's solutions is mostly to pivot away to men who will give them no accountability.
Yeah. And they give advice to other women.
Oh, I see.
You know that's
I don't
true.
look at women for solutions.
Okay. Well, that's not the
Well,
question.
I don't know. It seems like
That's
you
not the
also don't hold them
question.
accountable.
I do hold them accountable.
No, you don't.
I don't know. That remains to be seen. $10 from Jeremiah says Octavio applies determinism to women to complete free will to men. I honestly think he misspoke at one point and has just kind of run with it ever since. I'm hoping that that's true. $5 from Anonymous says, I'll be asleep when you read this, but you even argued against Myron's polygamy to his face, sitting right next to him. Guys like Octavio are just mad you didn't do it the way they would.
Yeah, of course.
But you will get invited back, and they never will. And there's
And they
something to
never
be
will.
said for this, that there is a way in which to approach
how to
men,
do it.
especially when you're in their castle
Yeah.
and you want to disagree with them, to do it the correct way so that you can
Son,
continue
that's-
to reach their
that's you.
audience over a long period of time. You would agree that that's true, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Now he does.
You have to be respectful, absolutely, but you also have to be direct, and you also you can't mince your words. You have to express your position properly.
It was. They agree on
you
95% of
can't,
fucking shit.
Compromise. Put it that way.
There's no compromise.
That but also be respectful. You have to be respectful.
That's not the point.
My man says NSX, I'm hearing a lot of complaining and simping, but no practical solutions. Humble up and eat some humble pie, friend.
Oh, be quiet, please. Practical solutions. I gave you a practical solution.
No, you
Jesus
didn't.
Christ, stop being a degenerate.
No, you
Stop
didn't.
funding the sex industry. And guess what? Women will fall in line.
That's
That's
not
the practical solution.
That's
The
not
problem is you don't
You're
want to
just
do that.
saying the same shit
Yeah,
over and
guess
over
what?
again.
That's
Because
not
you want to
realistic.
watch
That's not
porn all the
practical.
time.
Your boys.
I'm not sure that he does. Durham Iron Knuckles sends in another $20 super chat. Says,
You really enjoyed
"Look
this take,
to
aren't you?"
Venezuela is a modern example of what women fall back on when society goes to ruin. The men need to have a tribe of brothers and fathers to follow, but free will is also there.
How do you create that tribe?
Through what we're doing right now.
Yes.
Yeah, debating.
It has to be based on a moral foundation. That's what they should create a tribe on.
$5 from Dane Snyder. The solution is really the problem. But would you agree that all men are leaders, but many or most of them are terrible leaders and lead women to perdition? Women are responsible for following, though.
Correct?
Yes,
Right up to-
absolutely. I agree with you.
That was
Yes.
never
Well, if
your
women are responsible
point.
for following, then they
You
must
lied.
have
You just
accountability,
lied,
sir.
Octavio.
They
They
do.
must.
Octavio, the whole
$10
fucking
from No
debate-
One to You says, one thing we can all agree on, we should have never let women vote. I can agree on that. $5 comes in from Raynor, who says, wait, I missed what? Grid One said his channel was Remind Me. Remember? Dude, I don't remember. Why are you
Who
asking
cares?
me that? I subscribed. That's how I get to it. I can't remember everything. Darth Octavia says, for $50, what came first, the simp or the whore? Due to women being gatekeepers of sex, I suspect the simp came first, which spawned the whore, and then capitalized on them. Curious about your thoughts on this? Congratulations on 50K. So this one's directed to me. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think it's possible the
no.
simp came first. And the reason I would say that maybe the simp came first is because Adam was kind of a simp. Not gonna lie. Not only did he demand that Eve get made, but then followed Eve's lead. That was a really bad idea. Just saying. So maybe I think maybe the simp came first.
Samson,
Right?
was
Also, Samson and Delilah.
Samson,
was kind of a
thank you.
simp.
Thank you.
$15 comes in from Mike. No
Samson and
message
Delilah.
entered. Thank you very much. $5 comes in from 90 Zebras. Test Octavius's beliefs. Yell out to your wife to bring you a beer now, and let's see if she reacts. If he refuses to ask, acts like a simp, or she refuses, then this man needs to get his house in order before he starts lecturing. All right, man. The floor is yours.
Come
the
on,
floor is yours.
You're asleep right now.
Then wake her up.
Wake her ass up.
Wake her up.
Wake her up.
I'd wake her up. I would be like, get down
He's
here
all
with that
bragging
fucking
about his
drink,
wife.
bud.
Get me up
But
here.
anyway, all right.
Oh.
$5 comes in from Coach Chad. Great content as always, Andrew, to use your own argument. that it's men who ultimately enforce policy. Shouldn't men hold more responsibility in the content of 304s and Sims? No, my argument is that men have the monopoly on force, and so therefore they could enforce their will were they so inclined as a monolith to do so. However, men are fractured right now, and there is no monolith. And one of the reasons that we're fractured is over the responsibility of women. As I pointed out multiple times this evening, I think that they have to bear some of that.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, actually, I think they have to bear a great deal of that. $10 from Octavio ate breakfast. I thought Andrew made a good point for the orthodoxy, but Octavio drove the nails in. Thank you for driving me to liturgy. You're very welcome. Welcome to the Orthodox faith. What he's saying is he might have thought about being a Catholic before, but then he heard you debate, and so he's going the Orthodox route, Octavio. Look at what you've done. Look at what you've done. $4 from Mark. Last super chat. Japan is an example of a society where men aren't leading, but women aren't promiscuous either. What a fucking nightmare it is there. Essentially, zero birth rate. If you look at South Korea, it's even worse. It's fucking terrible in South Korea.
Yeah, I agree.
So he's saying here's what happens when women aren't promiscuous and men don't lead. What a nightmare. So anyway, I appreciate it very much. That is the last super chat of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly appreciate you all tuning in to the Crucible tonight. Please thank our moderator, Kyle, by going and subscribing to the Two Tongues podcast. Very kind of you to come in. Kyle, give us some last-minute words of wisdom as the moderator. Appreciate it.
I just want to say that I am happy that it is debate season at the Crucible again. The publicity tour was great, but I do love some good old-fashioned debates.
Yeah.
Go watch us on the Two Tongues podcast. We talk a lot about dissident right shit, and my co-host is big into religion, his own brand of everything is God religion. It's interesting stuff. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's fun to listen to.
Absolutely, and it is. We're coming back finally into what the Crucible is best at, debate season. We had to do the promo tour. We're going to do that probably every winter because it's winter time, right? But coming in to the springtime, I think we need some good old-fashioned fucking blood sports here on the Crucible. Octavio, take a minute, shout your channel out, tell everybody where they can find you.
Shout out Veopod. Come on, bro.
Yes,
come on.
You can find me at the Solution Podcast. That's my YouTube channel. That's my YouTube channel, the Solution Podcast. And if you want to debate me, please feel free to email me. I'm trying to bloody remember. Solution Podcast official @gmail.com. But yeah, you'll be able to reach to me. Just
do some
reach me.
Veopod.
I'll just go onto the channel and you'll basically have everything there.
Stop it, cheap, Jay. You get on and debate.
He just got destroyed. Like he's not gonna remember.
I love learning. This is what I think it's all about. The more we debate, the more we can exchange these ideas, and the more we can help society move forward and change minds and hearts. So it's a debate channel. That's what the Solution Podcast really is.
Great. I'm glad to hear that. With that, I'll let you gentlemen go. Have a great night, and thank you for the wonderful participation from both of you. Remember, some house cleaning here at the end. Hope you guys all enjoyed the debate this fine evening. I have a really good one coming up against a high-level Twitch streaming progressive scumbag. I can't wait. Oh, I love those fucking blood sports.
He's not high level.
It's where the heart is.
Yeah, I know, but he's higher level than Octavio.
It's just where my heart is. You know what I mean?
That's not that hard.
And sometimes I just really like to participate. I can't help myself. We're gonna do a raid. I hear that Jerry from Exposing Powerful Lies is on. Love that guy. We're always trying to help people grow their own channels. So we're gonna try here.
What is that noise?
Let me set up that.
I don't know.
Quick. Make sure that you give him some love from the Crucible.
That has to be fucking
KD.
Your guys,
KD
bear with
asleep.
me just a minute.
Yeah.
He's sleeping, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
As I
sleeping.
set this raid
Slow
up.
moving.
Well, I don't know if you can call it a raid on YouTube, but you know, you got to go over and say hi to Jerry. Let's put it that way.
It gets boring
Because
at this
you have
point
to.
because you guys are slow. This is boring. This next one.
Don't worry about it. I'll be back in 15 minutes, bro. All right, I'll be back. Have it there, Octavio. I showed him the fucking link. I'm sorry.
Yep,
I'm
I
gonna
see that
add him
he's
later.
live. Excellent. We're all set up. Ladies and gentlemen, from all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible Land. Have a wonderful night.
Good night. It's been fun.
That's it? Okay.
And get onto some bullshit, after this.
Jake, are we done?
No. You guys, I'm gonna be back.
Can you give me a minute because I need to go eat lunch and shit.
Guys, give me.
You said you got a question for me, Alex.
Yeah, afterwards at the final.
Yeah.
How long?
Afterwards?
15 minutes?
Is it like?
Yeah, no. Give me 10 minutes, bro. 10-15 minutes.
Cool.
I'll be back, guys. I sent the link to Octavio, so I hope he comes into the fucking stream, and we'll look at it from there. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I know I got 4 guys watching. Look, like, subscribe, comment to the fucking channel, subscribe to the channel, Project VO Pod, and this is what we bring. We're gonna do an after stream. I hope Octavio comes in. I sent it to him to come back in. Guys, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I hope Octavio, I'm sure he's busy with
family.
He said, give me a sec.
I mean, it is 5:46 in the morning for us.
Guys, if you want to wait for Octavio to come in, we'll do that.
We can speak amongst each other.
We'll speak. Yeah, but I'm gonna lose out on beer. Guys, okay, Octavio's here. Okay, you guys discuss. I'm gonna be back in about fucking 10 to 15 minutes. Octavio.
Dude, I need to go eat lunch, man.
Now, fuck Alex. Fuck your lunch. We got Octavio in the fucking.
PM,
we got Octavio in the fucking house. You talk shit this whole fucking stream.
Yeah, we can come back and do it. I have time.
No, we're gonna do it now. We're gonna do it now. So let's discuss. Why not? Why not?
You got a question for me? I'm right here.
Yeah, Rashid actually had a lot of criticism when it comes to Octavio.
I'm gonna send you a link.
Okay, just saying.
Cool. I'm here. So.
Yeah. I'm just joining the panel. Jenna, come in quickly.
Fucking shit. Hold on.
Yeah, just finish finish with what's his name.
Hold on. I'll be back. I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes, guys. I got
just go, Friday. Jay. Just go.
I got Friday
wants to come in.
Yeah. Okay. I'll send you the link then.
We'll be here.
Yeah.
All right.
Friday. I only have 6 people at a time, guys.
What's going on, guys?
So
dude, just drop me out first. I'm gonna get food.
You're gonna get food?
Let Friday take his place.
Okay. Fine.
What's going on, guys? John, Michelle, Hassan, everyone. What's going on, Rashid? What's going on, Rashid? What's going on?
Listen, it's like watching, how can I say, Rocky IV when Apollo Creed was watching Drago, and I wanted to throw in the damn towel. Honestly, man, like, no offense, bro, you know I love you, but man, you have to admit, man, that was a demolition. And listen, I had a lot of fights, physically, in the ring. The point is, I've won some matches, I've lost some matches, but we move on, we get bigger. All right. There's nothing wrong with taking the L, but at least I participated. Now, these guys can laugh at you, they can take a piss out of you, we're all they like, but I don't think they'll be brave enough to even step up to Andrew like you did. All right. So give yourself a clap for that. Right, so these guys can talk all they like, but they would not debate and go in public with thousands of people like you would.
Oh, how sweet!
Rich, quick question.
Oh, Friday, stop it now.
Quick question. Which point do you think he demolished me on?
Every fucking point, bro. What?
Man, I don't know. I lost count, man, because I'm not even gonna lie. Like,
let me chime in because I'm
hold on, Jim. Because it's easy to say you got demolished, and yet you can't remember a single point that I got demolished in, and yet it's every single. Okay, give me a point then. That he demolished me.
No. He. Oh God. Okay. First of all, when he brought up Adam and Eve. Of course, he made it clear that Eve takes responsibility. She takes the punishment because they were holding her accountable. but the only punishment that Adam has is like working 7 days a week or something. Listen, I'm not a Bible guy, so I can't really say much.
So why are you bringing that point, Rashid? Because the thing
My,
is,
my,
the point he lost that point. He lost that point because what happened was when they were thrown out the Garden of Eden, Rashid, both of them were punished. The woman was punished and the man was punished. The appropriate punishment was given to both. What has that got to do with men leading women?
all I'm saying is, man, is that one thing I do disagree with you, and I said it to you loads of times, is that men should not take accountability on everything. And I even made an example when I asked you a question in the group chat that for example, like me and my wife, we are really good right now. We got no problems whatsoever. Me, her, are like proper bonded, right? But if one day, for some reason at all, she shot a woman, she shot someone, she killed him, she's a murderer. Is it my fault or is it her fault?
Say that again. If she murdered someone.
Yeah, if my wife just happens to murder somebody for whatever reason at all, and I told you already, me and her are really good right now. We are perfectly good. Is it my fault or is it her fault?
Of course, it's her fault. She's the one who murdered someone.
Okay, see? Now, you didn't say that in the group chat. You said it's my fault because I married a murderer. Now, I didn't marry the murderer. I just married a woman who just happens to commit murder after I married her. So, yeah, it's her fault. So, so you agree she's just accountable.
Hold on. Would you agree? Would you agree that you made a bad choice?
Listen, I'm not perfect. Everyone, we can't make good judges.
Would you agree that you made a bad choice?
Yeah, of course. Like, I didn't expect it.
Most men know what a good woman is, okay, but they are not applying those standards when they choose women. So what ends up happening? Hold on. What ends up happening when she does something stupid? They don't want to hold themselves accountable. And what I'm saying is, a man has to hold himself accountable because someone like a woman, bro, when you choose a woman, you have to be very careful because she's going to have a huge impact in your life.
First of all, you met my wife. Sorry, guys, hold on. You met my wife.
As well, man.
No. You met my wife. All right. Does she look or seem like a murder type to you?
No, bro, but I don't know.
Exactly. She don't seem like it, all right? It's the way she is. That's why I married her. Because she don't seem like a murder type. But if for some reason, something out there, for whatever happened to her head, she murdered somebody. Why? I don't know. It could be any scenario that made her commit a murder. And guess what? I judged wrong, and you as well. We're not all perfect, all right? It's nothing. Listen, we'll never be 100% on who we pick and who we marry. All right. Someday we're all gonna break, and it happens. All right. It's nothing wrong with being wrong. All right. If I judge wrong, that's it. I take an L, and that's it. We move on. It's nothing wrong with that. That's all I'm gonna say.
I do agree that we have to take measurements. We have to be very careful about how we select. And if we are not careful about us how we select, then we can't complain about the outcome. And we have to hold ourselves accountable because guess what? You did not. Men when men don't properly select and vet women that are going to have a huge impact on the rest of their lives. I hold the men accountable. Why? Because he's the one who is supposed to care about his legacy. And if you choose the wrong woman, guess what? It is your fault.
Of course.
Before we go back and forth, let's let JM and then King get because they both have questions.
Yeah, because I'm gonna fall asleep, man.
Okay, sorry.
Go, JM.
I'll keep quiet.
Yeah, I want to go more in detail in the actual debate when I'm more awake and when we have a proper time to reflect.
We should review it.
Yeah, definitely. But my initial, above everything, is absolutely just a round of applause to Nelson and the Solution podcast in a short space of time to be at the level where you're debating a seasoned debater with thousands of views, a recognized YouTube personality. In the space of a few months, there's people that have been around way longer that would have given blood to be in Nelson's position this evening.
Exactly.
So if people want to mock and call people names in the background, those
Yeah, I
same
said
people
that.
would have same people would have withered and crumbled under
Yes.
those type of that type of level of lights. So that's something I think everyone needs to reflect on, because it's not easy. It's absolutely
Exactly.
not easy. Okay, I do debates myself. When you're debating someone that's a seasoned debater, trust me, your thoughts go out the window sometimes. It happens.
Yes.
That's the first thing. Second thing is,
sorry, John. Sorry.
yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing, in terms of the debate, yeah, the guy is a tremendous debater, and he had Nelson on the ropes a few times. Nelson made some really good points as well. And what I liked about Nelson, regardless, he stuck to his guns. Nelson didn't veer away from what he had to say, even if in the and also I've got to give credit to Nelson's thick skin too, because you know, it was coming in thick and fast sometimes. And again, many people here can't take the slight insults. So for Nelson to be there and still go through that situation, with with his humor intact, with his integrity intact, I think is commendable.
And respect.
In terms of the actual debate, I can go through each point, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to take this
There's too
time
much
out
to say.
I'm going to take this time out to congratulate Nelson, because this is a landmark.
Hey, props to you, bro.
Moment.
Props.
This is a landmark moment for the podcast. And
hey, real quick, guys, real quick.
2 hours, man.
Guys, I have somebody backstage. I'll
drop out, bro. I'll drop out.
Hold on, guys. I have somebody backstage. I need a volunteer to just.
I will.
I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I have no idea.
But before that guy comes in, King had a question. I think King wanted to say.
That's my guy. That's
he just logged out. He just logged out.
His name is Elijah. His name is Elijah.
Oh, Elijah.
Yeah.
I know Elijah.
That Beans. You seen that? It was a Beans profile in the chat. He come from that side. Maybe he was like bored as hell, scrolling through the live tab and found you. But be careful on those. They're like a troll. Well, not a troll, but he's just gonna come over and try to make it about him. Don't give that.
No, that's his homeboy. That's his homeboy.
Bro. Yeah, no, not Beans. I'm talking about from the chat. Beans, not who this person was. Yeah, from the chat.
Guy. Yeah, I saw in the live chat.
Yeah, right. It said something from the pod mod.
Yeah.
He's not. I'm not saying troll, but he's gonna make. He comes to make shit about himself, not to add. He's gonna try to. You know how that shit go. All right,
I didn't know who he was. Okay, fair enough.
Right. Octavio, I was just gonna say, bro.
Thoughts?
I agree with the guys. You know, it's a lot of people that probably wouldn't even take up such a challenge, right? But there's sometimes when you take up a challenge, you must have some preparation or at least a good defense. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, when you're looking at the face of a monster, you know you're gonna get eaten. But you know you gotta have some type of defense. But I'm gonna tip my hat off to you. Didn't run and cower. You know, it is what it is. It was dope. But I gotta tell you, when you say things like most men know what a good woman is, come on, man, what are you doing? I don't know why you were harping on that, and you kept coming back around. Like I don't know, maybe that was your strategy, knowing that you was up against, you know, such a formidable opponent. But
bro,
I don't know, like, you know, running around in circles. I'm sorry.
Stop praising him so much. It's becoming weird now.
No, I'm not praising him, bro. No. You see, now you're not taking. You see, you're dealing with a hard insecurity, bro, because you know for a fact that was a big step for you, right? You know that, and I appreciate you being humble, but don't do that, bro. Don't do that. You know, like, respectfully, sometimes like I was looking at you and I'm like, damn, he looked kind of nervous. But again, I wasn't there. It was you did. All I'm saying is the strategy that you had, you know, it was kind of a little redundant and then really, you know, like you should have had something that could have aimed at the weak spots, which, you know, he could have gave you some props for, opposed to making it look like he's giving you props. but he's really, giving you that backhand insult, just swishing you to the side like a little.
Friday. I'll be honest
Yeah,
with
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Let me tell you something. I'll be honest with you. Could you point out hey, shouts to Information Age Ministry, Elijah? What's going on, bro? How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, good. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, definitely,
Yo,
definitely.
big up,
Okay,
big
that's
up.
what's up, man. Yo, go on, bro. What you
Bless
saying?
up,
What
bless
you
up.
saying, fam?
we good.
Oh, man, hey, no, I be doing
Bro,
my little British twang, man.
when you do, hold on, Elijah. When you this is for Friday. Listen, when
Yeah.
and shouts to you for saying that I had the courage to go up there and debate him and so on. I didn't look at it
Exactly.
I didn't look at it as having courage. I looked at it as I had a problem with what he was preaching, and because he has a huge platform, I think he has to be, as a Christian, he has to be held responsible. So what I was doing was trying to keep him as honest as possible. Now, you probably don't understand what my intentions for the debates were, but the thing is, whenever you criticize anyone, all right, what you need to do is you need to be specific about your criticism. So, for example, it's what I did with Rashid. What exactly are we talking about? Because how things appear.
When you were saying that most men know what a good woman is, I'm answering your question. My bad,
how things appear, and what things are, what it really is two different things. So of course he's a skilled debater, he's an entertainer, he knows how to keep the crowd, he knows how to, these are tricks. This
but
is
you don't need that much skill to
You don't
understand
need
that what
that.
you
That's
were
not
doing was
That's not the
redundant,
point.
bro. Like you kept talking about how men are the leaders, majority men are the leaders. This is bullshit. You're saying how majority men, know what a good woman is. Again, bullshit. You keep on standing and saying that biblical, but I don't know. Maybe from my watch point, I didn't hear you even state any scriptures. I don't know.
Elijah.
Can I say? Let me say something. Let me say
Octavio.
something, please.
Yeah, hold on. Let Elijah speak for a second.
Please, let me say something, please. So I heard it all out, man. I just got a couple things to say real quick. So one point I wanted to make, that y'all was going back and forth when I was waiting for somebody to say it. Okay, as far as like women being held responsible, who should be held responsible? Women should be held responsible individually for what they do as individuals, but in a group setting where you have men and women, which is the whole world, men are responsible. Men are the ones who build houses, bro. If women they say, oh, we don't need men, we need, if they leaders, then they don't need us. They should build houses. They should fix cars. Like the whole world that they live in was built by us. The world that they live in is protected by us.
Yeah,
The whole
yeah.
world that
But
they live
was
in
it
is governed by
majority?
us.
So hold on. I want to push back on that.
No,
Because
women are the majority. That's a lie, bro. Women are the majority in the world. There's more women in the world than men.
No. What I'm saying is the majority of the world and how it was constructed. Was it all of the men, or was it some men doing it for other men to kick their feet up?
Friday.
When it comes to men and women,
guys, real quick. I just want to address something real quick. I'm sorry. First off, no, the majority of the men built the world. Men built the world. That's just
exactly.
It's not debatable. Going back to your other point there, you were stating something along the lines of Octavio is stating something along the lines of leadership, right? Saying men should be the brunt of responsibility when it comes to the society that we currently live in, correct? You agree with him on that?
That was my entire point.
Okay. So
I agree, because it's natural.
Okay, fair enough. It's natural.
We have physiological responses
here's
like,
where
regardless
you're
of
missing.
what your moral standard is.
Okay, here's where you're missing. Real quick. Okay, here's where you're missing.
Can I get one sentence? One sentence.
So I already understand your point. You agree with Octavio.
You didn't even hear what I just said.
All right, go ahead. Finish your fucking point.
No, you go ahead, bro. Just go ahead.
Okay, good. Yeah. So, anyways, when you agree with Octavio saying that men are the ones that are the brunt force of the fault of everything in society, I'm going to argue this. Look, when you say that women don't have the full brunt or shouldn't take responsibility as much as the men, this is the same argument that I came out with Octavio. When a woman chooses to open up her legs to another man, whose fault is it? The man or the woman?
The woman and the man.
Woman chooses to open up. to open
No,
up her
don't
legs to the
influence
man.
him. Whose
No,
fault is it?
no, that's the question.
Man's?
You said when a woman opens up her legs to a man.
When the woman opens up her legs because she is the gate. Do you agree that women are the gatekeepers of sex?
No, it's mutual, bro.
It's mutual.
What?
Okay.
Oh my
It's not one or
God,
the other,
bro.
man. It's not one or the other, man.
So he said.
You think
hold
that
on.
because you live in a society where that's what it seems, but that's not what it is.
Okay, fine. It doesn't seem that way. So you're
If you
stating.
would like,
Hold
I
on,
can
hold on.
elaborate. If you
Let
would
me
like,
feel,
I can
man.
elaborate.
Hey,
If you would like, I can
we're not going to
elaborate.
allow people to speak, if we're not going to allow people to speak,
Octavio, it's my show. Go on. They're equal.
Okay,
Go on. Yeah, they're equal. Go on.
Oh, okay, thanks, bro. Thanks, I appreciate it, man.
Go on.
So yes, it's mutual because for one, for both women and men desire sex. Number one.
Okay.
Number two, it takes a man and a woman to have sex,
Okay.
to have babies. Now, women can get raped. Okay, in some cases, men can get drugged and get raped or whatever.
Very small percentage.
But when it comes to sex, bro, it's mutual. It's mutual. And when it comes to like, as far as like a role or leadership, when it comes to that, it's not. A woman belongs to, like in a marriage situation, according to what the Bible says, the woman belongs to the man and the man belongs to the woman. The woman's body is not her own. If a man wants to, he has a need, the woman has to submit because her body belongs to the man. If the woman has a need and the man don't feel like it, he has to submit, you know what I'm saying? Because his body don't belong to him. So in a sense where this is the biblical standard, and to me, this is what makes marriage work, bro. If you submit to each other sexually with no resistance, I believe things will work a lot better, man. It's mutual. It's mutual.
Okay. So your question is, sorry, I asked the gatekeepers of sex. You're saying that it's mutual. It's 50-50 when it comes to the gatekeepers, correct?
100%, bro.
Okay.
Obviously,
100%.
it's an imbalance. Like culturally, it's an imbalance because we're taught that men are to chase women. You know what I'm saying? And women are to wait for us and we're to follow and chase them around when in actuality, women in their nature, in their physiology, they naturally follow a man. That's why like when a man chases a woman down and chases her, always calling her, always trying to press up on her, she don't like that. But when a man is just kind of chill and doing his own thing, she like, oh, I like this guy. He's interesting. Let me follow him. It's their nature, but they can't help but follow us.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so you're saying
back in.
Hold on. I'm arguing with him. Stop. So so you're saying that when it comes to sex, the gatekeepers of sex, you're stating that men and women are equal when it comes to the gatekeeping of sex, correct? That's your position.
The gatekeepers.
Answer the question.
Is you yes or no? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Answer the fucking question. I already heard you. When it comes to the gatekeeping of sex, hold on. I'm going to ask you again. When it comes to the gatekeeping of sex, men and women are equal. Is that your position?
Bro, just like saying, oh, the king of basketball.
No.
Bro,
Answer the fucking question, bro. You just did a whole rant about how it takes two to tango. Okay, cool, fine, fair enough. Again, when it comes to the gatekeeping of sex, who is the gatekeeper? Is it the man or the woman, or is it equal?
Say what you said,
bro. There is no my answer. Listen.
Okay,
well, you're not gonna answer the question.
Again. My answer is there is no such thing as a fucking gatekeeper, bro. Excuse my language.
There's no such
man,
thing.
like,
Okay.
All right.
So
okay. Can I remind him? Earlier you said it was mutual. Do you remember? You said it's mutual.
You did say that. Now you're saying there's no such thing. Now you're saying there's no such thing.
And then he says, yeah, he remembers.
In my opinion, God is a gatekeeper of sex.
Okay, God is the gatekeeper of sex. We're talking about outside of the religious aspect, because I get you. God is all powerful. Who did God give the authority of gatekeeping of sex? The man or the woman, or was it equal?
Neither.
It's equal, man.
It's equal. Okay, bro. He answered the question. Okay, it's equal. So God dubbed equality when it comes to the gatekeeping of sex, correct? Is that your position? Yes? Yep. Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, great. That's your position. So let me ask you, have you ever been to a club, a bar, etc.?
Of course, I used to work at a club.
Okay, cool. So when you notice a lot of men that who approaches who first? Does the man approach the woman, or does the woman approach the man? Who does the approaching?
The man always approach the woman.
The man always approach the woman. Okay, why is that?
Because it's in our nature too, bro. We're hunters and gatherers.
Okay. Okay, great. So the men are the hunters, women are the what? The prey, right? Correct? Women are the prey.
In that sense, yeah. When
In
we're
that
hunting
sense,
for them, yeah.
in that sense of attracting somebody, who has to attract the opposite sex? Do women have to attract the man, or does the man have to attract the woman?
I mean, naturally, women attract men.
No. Whose job is it? Whose job is it to attract the opposite sex? Is it the man's job or is it the woman's job?
Bro, it's each position's job to attract.
It's both. No. Okay, okay. So you're saying it's both.
I'll let him.
Okay, so you've been to bars. Hold on. You've been to bars, and you're saying that women are the ones. Do they approach men, or have you ever seen a woman approach a man and try to get a man?
Bro, hell yeah.
You have. Okay, how many times? How many times compared to the man going up to the woman?
Countless. It depends on where you at. Countless times, bro. You come to Atlanta, bro.
Look, can I just answer this question?
No. Octavio, I'm arguing with him. I'm trying to get his.
Hey, look, man. You go to Atlanta, women will approach you. Hey, boy, what's your name? It depends on where you at.
Okay,
man.
cool.
Like me being American, I'm American.
Okay, great.
Bro, I used to live in London. Women would approach me in London.
Oh, great. So let me ask you this. So you go around at the bar and women, they throw themselves at you. They approach you. Apparently, that's what you're saying. Great. Maybe women approach you and you don't have to work hard to get that attention. That's what you're saying. Cool. The average man.
What I'm saying is,
hold on. No, you just said that. You just said that you will go to any place and women will just throw themselves out to you and they're trying to.
No, you said that. I didn't say that.
No, you did. You literally just said that you go. Okay.
You just said that women will approach men. That's all. That's what he's saying. Yet you said that women approach men.
Yeah, but based off his experience. Based off your experience.
How a woman? Hold on.
Octavio, stop.
Let me just finish.
Octavio, stop. Octavio, stop. I'm arguing with him. I don't need your 2 cents. Okay, so you're saying that when you go out to bars, that women approach you all the time, right?
No, I didn't say that. You just said that. I didn't say all the time. You're making something different.
Okay, maybe like 20% of the time, 30% of the time. What is it? Tell me.
Well, yeah, a smaller percentage because majorities are men approach women. That's just how.
So again, when you go out to bars, you just stated that women approach you. That's what you just said.
Not all the time. I didn't say all the time.
Okay, but sometimes, right?
Sometimes. But you're saying it as if it don't exist.
What's the percentage of that? How many times do women approach you when you go out to bars?
Is it like I lived in Atlanta and you said I was in London?
My estimated percentage,
yeah.
I would say, again, like I said before, it depends on where you at.
Is it 50-50? What is it?
It depends on where you're at, bro. Like,
where
so
is,
for example,
okay, give me,
listen, if I'm in,
you said Atlanta.
Africa, okay, listen, if I'm in Ghana,
Atlanta. What's the percentage on Atlanta?
Bro, you asked me a question. Let me just finish. Let me.
You haven't answered any of my questions. I'm asking you
because you're not letting me. You're not letting me, bro. Like
you're not answering your question. You're not answering directly.
Oh my goodness.
You're not answering directly, bro.
Can I do it now?
Okay, do it now. Go answer my question directly. Go.
Yo, bro, stop muting me, Elijah. We can just leave, and then they can do.
Stop being a pussy, bro. Go ahead, Elijah.
You don't let people speak.
He's literally letting him talk. The brother is forgetting his statements, and we're reminding him, and he's continuing to have the conversation. Stop, bro. Don't do that. Go ahead.
So go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead. Answer my question, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna start now, guys. Listen. Okay, it depends on where you at. Please let me finish. When you're in Ghana, if you're in West Africa, Ghana, women will never ever approach you. Okay. Never. You have to approach them. They won't even look at you. They won't even speak to you. They might say hi if you say hi, but yeah, it will never happen there. You would think that you're ugly over there, but all the girls might want you, just won't know it. Okay. Now in Atlanta, for example, women approach you, I would say at least 40% of the time.
40, okay.
One, Atlanta is 12 to 1. Actually, it's like with the gay population there, it's like 20 to 1, women to men. And so, and not only that, but just women that are very socially just cool and upfront. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But in Miami, compared to Miami now, which ain't, just south of Atlanta, Miami, women ain't gonna approach you like that. Like they'll approach you maybe like 10% of the time.
10%, okay. Cool.
You know, and these just estimated guesses. I can't really, so I don't do
fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but the conclusion to this is this: it's not like there's a set role men are supposed to approach women. Women are supposed to approach men. But we culturally, we see what it is, and women aren't. They're not like out of line if they want to approach a man. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of guys
Yeah,
actually like that kind of.
that's not my argument. Okay, so fair enough. So you just did some stats. You said that in the first place that you acknowledge, you said that women won't even look at you, right? They'll think you're ugly, etc. You went to Atlanta.
No. They wouldn't think you ugly.
But they won't approach you. They won't approach you.
But they
It's
might
like
really
0%.
want you.
Yeah,
they would
it's
never
like
approach
0.
you.
Okay, cool. It's 0%, etc. Like what you said. Then you said when you go to Atlanta, it's like 40%. Okay, cool. Still the minority there. Then you said when you go to Miami, it's like 10% to 15. Okay, still the minority. So going back to my original question, who are the ones that approach the opposite sex? Is it the women approaching the opposite sex, or is it the man approaching the opposite? Based off your experience, who are the ones that approach the opposite sex, the men or the women?
Regardless of the percentage, it's both.
Okay, so based off your experience, when you said almost 0% in the first area that you stated, then you said Atlanta, women don't approach at all. It's probably 40%, which means 60% of men are approaching women. And then you said Miami, where it's about 10% of women approaching men, and then 90% of men approaching women. And then when I asked you the question, who are the ones approaching the opposite sex, you still say it's equal. How do you explain that when, based off your experience, you experience men approaching women? So how do you explain that when it's equal? Like your whole premise is equal, and your experience doesn't reflect that.
I think you just misunderstanding what the point.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I actually gave you the stats that I just fucking shot out to you, and you're still you don't understand the fucking argument. It's a very simple question. It's a very simple question.
It's because he doesn't understand what
he doesn't understand. He's just like Octavio. You know what?
No, I understand exactly what I'm saying.
Your boy can't even your boy can't even fucking answer my question. Octavio, go ahead and try to bail him out.
Bro,
Hold on, Elijah. How women go about attracting men and how men go about attracting women are different. We pursue each other differently. That's what happens.
Oh, no, okay. Somebody else.
Is not. We pursue each other differently. Women don't use the same tactics in order to attract men that men use in order to attract women. Okay, so we have different ways due to our biological differences. That is the truth. That does not mean that either of us control access to sex. If access to sex just comes down to permission, well, both women and men have to get permission from each other in order for sex to actually take place. So
okay, Octavia, who are the gatekeepers of sex, men or women?
Neither.
Okay, so you're changing your position. Especially after you got creamed by Andrew Wilson. Yeah. You got creamed by Andrew Wilson. And now you're changing your position. Explain that to me. Explain that to me.
The gender ideology. That's all it is.
The what? Say that again.
The reason why you think I got creamed by Andrew Wilson.
You did get creamed.
No, it's because you work with a degenerate ideology. You believe
that's what it is. Okay. I'm a degenerate. Going back to name calling. Go on.
Right. No, it's not. Can we answer this question honestly?
No. There is nowhere in the hold on. There is nowhere in the Bible that tells you that women control access to sex or men control access to relationship. This is something that the evolutionary psychologists.
We're talking about reality.
Earlier, you said that men.
Hold on, I already debunked it. A man has to.
No, you haven't.
Without permission from me, a woman cannot get access to sex. So how can a woman control access to sex if without me saying yes, a woman cannot get access to sex? It's literally impossible. One has to get permission from each other in order for sex to happen.
Okay, real quick. Hold on. Friday, real quick. I'm gonna let you talk afterwards, but I need a volunteer to get off because I want to get Castle. Castle just is in the waiting room, so I need somebody, a volunteer, Hassan or information minister. If you're done talking,
I've been kicked out the whole time.
I know. Hassan. Okay, so I know Alex needs to talk. Yeah. I haven't heard him, and then Friday's in the middle of that. Information wait in the background. We're gonna get back to you, okay?
We'll bring you back in, bro.
We'll bring you back in, bro. Yeah. So Castle's here. We're gonna let him respond. So Friday, go on.
I was gonna say that how can you make such a crude statement when you know that if you want to have sex, you hit Shorty up. If she say no, we're not having sex, you're not having sex. But you yourself, you want to have sex, you just gonna go in the bathroom and beat your dick. At the end of the day, when you talking about engaging with a woman, right? Who is really the gatekeeper? You saying the Bible doesn't say XYZ. The Bible says a lot, which I don't think you read it. But literally, when it comes to sex, we are entering the women. If the women do not let us in, it's called rape. What the fuck are you saying, Octavia?
Friday.
Can I ask
Can I
you-
clarify
can I ask you
something?
a question,
Can you just
Friday?
clarify something?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a
Okay.
question?
We still live. Excuse me. The word
Hold on,
great.
that was for me. Can I ask you a question, Friday? Have you are you? I don't. I want to know if this is a foreign concept to you. Have you ever said no to a woman if and she asked you for sex? Let's say she was in the mood to have sex, she wanted to have sex, and you said no to her. Has that ever happened?
Yes, happened.
It has happened, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who controlled access to sex in that scenario?
She was open the gates for me, and at that time, I probably was like, you know what? It smells down that alley. You know what? It's just not. It's just the rain isn't falling hard enough for me. Whatever it is, I walked away from the gates. Do you understand that?
Okay, so who controlled access in that scenario? Who controlled access to sex in that scenario?
The woman.
Was it you or
brother.
the woman?
The woman
Was
came
it
with her
always
sex
the woman?
and she presented her sex to me, brother.
And you
Okay,
said no.
listen. She presented sex to you. You said no. So who controlled access to sex in that moment?
The woman.
It's always the woman, bro.
It's always the
women,
woman, bro.
women always
You don't
control
get
access.
that.
So you're telling me
When you say, let me kill
just
him real quick.
decided
When
not
you
to.
say that men control access to sex, you're saying that no, brother. Octavia, real quick, Octavia, just real quick, brother. When you say things like that, right, brother? It
When
just maybe no, maybe you're into that, that type of vibration in like you probably into that type of stuff, right?
Bro.
I don't know, but when you make those statements, right, you're stating that you're going to allow the woman to enter you, brother. Do you understand that? When you say that this whole control access to sex thing, and she wants to fuck, and I say no, and I let her fuck when I want to fuck. You're saying that you're getting fucked, bro. Do you understand that?
I don't. I'm sorry, bro.
You opened the gate.
So we're gonna go in order. Castle, hold on. Castle, you just got in. Thoughts, bro. Thoughts.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Bro.
Go ahead. Just a bit louder, a bit louder.
And after you, we're gonna go to Hassan. We're gonna go to Hassan afterwards.
When we talk about women having control, being the gatekeepers of sex, it's based on the game of probabilities of who's more likely to desire it consistently and who's more likely to not. The Bible says it's the nature of a man to lust. So we know that in any situation that's sexual, the man is going to be more likely to always be up for it than the women. That's why we say women are the gatekeepers of sex, because it's understood based on the balance of probabilities, men are always more likely to be always up for it. It usually depends on whether the woman is up for it or not. Is that understood?
I'll add on to that, right? When you say the word men, you're talking about men as a group, not individual men. So therefore, when you say men or women are gatekeepers, you're talking about the group identity. Yes, either party as an individual has the right to refuse, but we are talking about gatekeepers as a whole. The minority does not refute the fact that overall men chase women for sex. So women are the ones to refuse or accept permission.
Yes, exactly. They're the gatekeepers. Real quick, the audience watching right now, props to you guys. Like, subscribe, comment down below all your thoughts right here. We got the fucking chats right here. Matt says, all these people are retarded. He's talking to all of us. We're all retarded. Of course, I responded to him saying, of course, I'm retarded as fuck, bro. You're so smart. Matt is so smart to acknowledge that I'm retarded. So good for you, bro.
Shout out to Matt.
Nevertheless, we're all retarded. That's Matt's opinion. Good for him, bro. Good for you, Matt. Jump on in. We'll destroy you. The point being, guys, the ones watching, we got a good audience right now. Like the fucking video so we can get into the algorithm and start red pilling these fucking simps and libtards like Octavio here on the fucking internet. So that way we can make the world a better place. Anyways, let's shoot it out here. I want to get Hassan in here. Hassan, thoughts?
Yeah. So I thought generally it was a good debate. You know, Andrew Wilson is a very, very capable debater. So well done to Octavio for holding his nerve and staying consistent.
Oh, he didn't stay consistent. Octavio, put your camera on, bro. We want to see your face.
Bro, do me one favor. Let Hassan finish his thoughts.
Put your camera on. Hassan, go on.
Without your insults in the background, please.
Dude, you got destroyed. Hassan.
Yeah, sure. So I guess if I was to give Octavio any criticism, because to be fair, it would be maybe a bit more flexible, because Andrew has a lot of tricks and he's quite a successful debater. So not tricks in a disrespectful way. I mean, he's very skilled. That's what I mean. So it's better to give him a variety of examples to illustrate your point rather than one or two. But yeah, that's pretty much my only criticism.
Yeah, that wasn't really a criticism, but go on.
It is.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, Octavio,
can I make my
go for it. Give me some real criticism when it comes to Octavio.
You guys actually
give some real criticism when it comes to Octavio. Octavio was literally an NPC, and they compared him of him repeating. Hold on. Repeating his stance, and not even changing his position or even adjusting to that. Hassan, do you think that is actually not a good tactic at all?
Yeah, I said be a bit more flexible, give a variety
of
responses. That's pretty much what I said. So.
Okay, fair enough. You said it nicely, but yeah.
Yeah, I generally speak nice. I critique people nicely, not really disrespectful. Yeah, unless they're disrespectful. And
feminism. Yeah, feminism. Okay.
Okay. Let me make my point. So here's my point. So it's really early. It's like 6 a.m. 6:30. So Andrew said men can't be responsible for society as well. That was his argument, and Octavio's argument is men are responsible for the way society is going as a whole. Now, the problem I have with Andrew making that argument is that he argued very successfully that women get all their rights from men. And if men choose to take women's rights away completely, there's nothing they can do.
He didn't make that stance there, but yeah, that's a stance. He said in other videos, yeah.
Yeah, with an OnlyFans girl.
If he would have brought that up, he would have destroyed him even more than what he did. But go on.
Here's my issue with that. So men have complete control over women's rights, which is an ontological idea.
Correct.
And if men decide one day to take away women's rights in society, there's nothing they can do. Why is it that men can have that control, but they can't have control over sexual market?
Because here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. And before I get to that answer, we got Brandon Serrano. Brandon Serrano says, Octavio, brother, just take the L. On this one, they are the gatekeepers of sex, and men open their gate to the relationship into marriage. That is fucking. But here's the thing. I know where he's coming from. Hold on. I know where he's coming from because you were dude, I prepped you before that. Your whole argument, if you want to make your argument on that, you have to acknowledge that men, based off your argument, bro, men are the gatekeepers of sex and relationships. And I told you that. I told you that before, and Andrew destroyed you on that. I told you, hey, put the camera on. I told you. Hold on, stop. I'm not done. So again, I told you that before, bro. And Andrew just demolished you on every level.
Jake, can I talk now?
Go for it.
Can he respond to my point? He's going to respond to my point.
He's not going to respond to your point.
I can. I was too busy lecturing.
Listen, Andrew Wilson never went into women controlling access to sex. We never went into that.
Yes,
we never talked. We never talked about that.
Yes,
because he did. Because he knows that's not a biblical position.
He did.
Oh my! I can't do this, man. Every time I talk, you talk over me.
Okay, if you want to lie about it, go for it. Keep strawmanning. Go.
Jake,
women do not control access to sex. Okay,
Jake,
that is not
it's
true.
men. You think men control access to sex?
I can't.
Jake.
All right, guys, peace.
Come on, no. Octavio, don't run away. Don't run away.
I'm talking,
don't
bro.
run away.
Go ahead. Talking, bro.
Go ahead. Don't run away, baby. Don't run away, baby.
I just debated Andrew Wilson.
He destroyed you. Don't run away. I've made these points
do me one favor.
Before, Andrew.
Just please
I've
be
made
quiet.
These points multiple times before that.
Please be quiet.
Go for it, Octavio.
You will run a better stream if
you
just be quiet.
NPC, go NPC. Go.
Oh my God, bro.
Go.
Listen,
Regurgitate it.
Women, yeah, I am irritated because it's annoying, bro. Women do not control access to sex. If that was the case, then we wouldn't have so many. If you look at today, we have so many sexless men. That's what we have today. Apparently, virginity is on the rise. But guess what? In the 1950s, we didn't have that problem. The reason why we didn't have that problem is because men were operating under different moral standards. Okay, there was more shame in society. So guess what happened? More men, the average men, had more access to sex than they do now. Now that everything has become more promiscuous, moral standards have gone down. Women are using their sexuality because men are willing to give them resources and attention for it. So women are becoming more hypergamous. Hypergamy is thing. So basically, what I'm saying is, if men if men change their moral standards, guess what? We won't have this sexless problem anymore. We won't have this rise in virginity. If men change their moral standards, the average men will actually have access to sex. And this is why I say men control. It's not women that control access to sex. It's neither. In fact, a woman needs my permission. A woman needs my permission, just like I need her permission in order to access sex. So no. This is bullshit that women control access to sex.
Amazing. Amazing.
Can I take it?
I want to hold on real quick. I want to answer. I want to ask two questions. Okay, so Octavio, put your camera on. I don't want you to run away,
bro. It's 6 a.m. here.
So long as you're listening.
Yeah, I am listening.
Okay, cool. So real quick. Okay, so since the beginning of time, okay, you're saying that it's equal, that men control the access to sex. Was it like that before the sexual revolution?
Was it like that before the sexual revolution? That
correct.
Men controlled the sex?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
So men still controlled the sexual access before the sexual revolution?
Before the sexual revolution, men controlled access to sex, yes.
So they still did. Since the beginning of time, right? You're saying that at no point in time women controlled any power over men. Is that what you're saying?
Right now, women control.
No. I'm saying since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of time, did women ever have any type of control over men? Yes or no?
No.
He's moving the
no.
goalposts.
What? Okay. No. I thought you was a biblical man.
I'm not moving anything, bro. Again. Octavio is changing his position, saying that men.
Hold on. Not unless. You asked me a question. Not unless men allowed it.
So
everything is
okay. So
the degeneracy that we see in society, men control the market. Everything is because men allow it.
Brother, you're a biblical man. In the Bible, it says that Adam and Eve, right, was created and they had a set of rules, right? And guess what? Even God's rules wasn't enough next to the God-given box.
Yeah, the woman still fell, bro. The woman still obeyed the devil. So, okay, let's go to Castle.
Okay, Jake, you still don't answer my question.
Wait. Hold on. So these are two things. There are two things that Hassan has noted that just make no sense at all. Like the first one was, there was a time in college, some girl asked me, and I said, women should only have themselves to blame for how the sexual market currently is. And she asked, why? I said, well, 50 years ago, if I wanted to sleep with you, I'd have to marry you. But right now, all I need to do is grab my father's car and take a picture of myself inside my father's car with a bottle of champagne. And I know there'll be at least 3 girls that will reply to my Instagram DMs. Yeah. So men have always desired access to sex. The difference is back then, if I wanted to have sex with someone, I'd have to marry her. And then the second thing, Octavio wants to talk like women have no consequence for their actions. It's almost like if a woman and a man are to do the wrong thing and they both die, the man is going to be the one going to hell by himself, which is nonsense. Because God says each person individually will be judged for what they did. So I don't get this idea that women have no agency. It's just cuckold energy. I'm done.
Okay. So real quick, Octavia,
Jake,
you want to
Jake, can you
want
answer
to
my question?
hold on. Octavia, you want to respond to that before I move on?
Yeah. Let me just reply to that. First of all, I never said women have no agency. That's again, it's a straw man. Listen, I debated Andrew
Is it
Wilson,
really?
and I never said that. Do me one favor, please represent. I said that women do have agency, but most of the blame falls on men because men are supposed to be the leaders of society. This is our duty, bestowed to us by God. So we have to lead society, and that doesn't just mean fighting wars. It doesn't just mean building society. It means leading morally as well. So most of the burden falls on the shoulders of men. So do our women to blame for their degeneracy? Will they be judged for their degeneracy? Absolutely. But does the main responsibility fall on the men? But unfortunately, because we have too many weak men that want women to solve our problems, that are nothing but simps, are always going around trying to blame the women. Until you change, we won't change. And to me, all that tells me is that the modern men, all that tells me is that the modern man is weak, is a simp, and is a listen, man, you degenerates. That's what you guys are. Not you.
Okay. I actually got people in the comment section. Hold on, Castle. I got people in the comment section wanting to address Octavio real quick, and I'll get back to you, Castle. I promise. So Brandon Serrano says women are less likely. He says women are less likely to have the urge to have sex, so therefore they are the ones to let it happen. Not since their mood is ever changing. In other words, their emotions always change sexually, etc. Then he goes on. Hold on. I'm sorry. Before that, he says this: Octavio is not wrong that an individual, whether male or female, may deny sex, but the reality is that men are always ready for sex. If they deny it, most likely they have other things on their mind.
That's my point. That was my point.
So,
Jake.
Octavio, do you have anything to respond on that?
Yeah, the reason why you guys say what you say is because we live in a highly.
No, respond to him. Respond to Brandon.
I am responding to him. Please let me speak the way I speak.
Okay.
The reason why he's saying what he's saying is because we live in a highly promiscuous society where we see men consistent. Again, this is a testament to the modern society, the feminist modern society, where men are so thirsty for sex that they are consistently chasing women. This is why we say things like women control access to sex. This is why we say that's why we say that bullshit. It's only because men today.
You agreed with that up until debating Andrew Tate. I'm sorry, Andrew Wilson.
This is what I'm saying. Men today, please, guys. Men today only think with their private parts. That's it. That's the only reason why you guys say what you say. They're consistently chasing, and the women. Well, the women are able to leverage. Women are able to leverage their sexuality against men. That's what happens in the sexual marketplace. But guess what? If men would just stop and exercise some sexual discipline, women wouldn't be able to leverage shit. And they will be ones begging men. So this is why you guys say women control access to sex. But because I don't abide by promiscuous belief systems, because I don't, you guys, it's impossible for you guys to understand what I'm saying because you guys believe that men should be promiscuous.
So no, guys, I have another comment. I have another question for Octavio. So Ali Dinkipu, I don't know. I can't even pronounce your fucking name, to be honest, bro. Ali Tiki Poo, who cares? He says, yeah. Octavio, according to your worldview, what are women solely responsible for, regardless of the state of affairs of men? So again, hold on. So again, let me redo the question here because I know. Just listen real quick.
Shouts to Jake.
Hey, brother. VOPod, baby. Subscribe to the fucking channel, please. And subscribe to Solution Podcast as well, bro. Their sister channel, bro. They're the sister channel. So, anyways, okay. But subscribe to them, bro. They're great people, like they really are. But anyways, so going back to his question, he says, Octavio, according to your fucking worldview, okay, what are women solely responsible for, regardless of the state of affairs of men?
The answer to that question is very simple. Women are solely responsible for guarding their virginity. They're responsible for looking forward to marriage, looking forward to producing a family, and this is what women are, and being obedient to their husbands. This is really what a woman's role is in society. That's all it is. It's procreation, and obedience. That's a woman's role, but unfortunately, it's messed up because we got too many degenerate red pill incels out here in the sex industry.
So let me ask you another question. So you stated that a woman's responsibility is guarding her virginity, correct? That's what you said.
Right.
Great. So when it comes to pornography and OnlyFans, are those women guarding their virginity?
No, they're not.
Okay, so their sole responsibility, one of the biggest ones, is doing that, right? So going back to my point is that there's not a whole. Would you agree that not every man is a good leader? Correct.
I agree.
Okay, great.
So when it
comes to women, you have a lot of women going into these pornographies and OnlyFans, etc., and you have it on a fucking very big scale, more so than the simps, etc. Okay, so wouldn't you say that the women of today are not good followers?
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. 100%.
They're not good followers at all,
yes,
right?
Yes, they're horrible.
Okay, cool. So the fact that women are actually going into these OnlyFans, pornography, etc., wouldn't you place the vast majority of the responsibility on them outside of the man when women are deciding to go into these industries, right? Women are the ones, because again, do you believe that women have their own mind? Can women have their own choice? They have their own freedom, destiny, right?
But
they can choose. They can choose, right? Correct. They can choose.
They have free will. Yes.
Okay, great. So then the women that are deciding that, right? Wouldn't you say that they have a burden of responsibility based off of their actions?
Yes, they do have a responsibility based on absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, cool. What's the percentage of that compared to men?
I would say, I would put it as men have like
what?
80%, women have like 20%. If I was to give a percentage.
Okay, so you're saying that the women, because we have literally a fucking outburst of women that are going to OnlyFans when they turn 18. You have TikTok, which is 70% women, which is the biggest social media right now on the planet. That's 70% women, and these women are telling other women again, these are women that aren't whores. They're going out, they're fucking older women, even Christian women, to be honest, are telling young ladies to go out there, get your bag. Oh yeah, you know what? You can still find God at the end of the day, etc. So this is facts, bro. We've seen that several times with TikTok, X, Facebook. You can name it. It's all there. And you're still stating, hold on. But you're still stating with the feminist, big feminist, even the fat movement, it's all women, fat movement. There's no fat movement for men. That's for sure. It's not men that are saying that is beautiful. Men aren't saying that shit. It's women. So again, with this whole movement, okay, you're still stating that you said what, 20% is to blame of women?
Yeah,
When social media is dominated by women stating these things to other women to do these things, what's your logic on that? It doesn't make sense to me, Octavio.
Just
with the 20% mark, it doesn't make sense.
It'll make sense now. Why are women going into OnlyFans and prostitution? What do they get in return? Why do they go into that?
Money.
What else?
Attention.
There you go. And who provides this money and this attention?
It doesn't matter.
Sorry, can you just answer the question?
But it doesn't matter.
Rumors, bro. It doesn't matter.
Hold on. Guys. Okay, let me ask you another question, Octavio. I already know where you're coming from, Octavio. I already know where you're coming from.
I know where you. Hold on, Jake. I entertained you. Hold on. I entertained you, and I knew exactly what you're going to say. I could have said it. Everything that
you're an NPC. So real quick.
Now, for some reason, you guys don't want to answer my question. That's
Because it
disingenuous.
doesn't
It's
matter.
men. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
the
no. Here's the thing.
question is irrelevant,
Let's screw
bro.
that. No. It's men. It's men, Octavio. Men
Yeah,
men
it's men.
are playing it.
All right.
Go
That's all.
for it. Go for it.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Whether you guys like it or don't, I just wanted you to answer the question.
Yeah,
and
cool.
and
Cool.
now that you've answered the question honestly, that's all I care about. That's it. It
Okay.
is men.
Cool.
Thank you, Jake. That's
Okay,
what
cool.
that's what men do.
So
They
so
put
let
their
me
tongue
ask
out.
you.
Wait.
Let me do a rebuttal. So you're saying, okay, men fund the sex OnlyFans and pornography, right?
I didn't
Correct.
say that. You said that.
Okay, so who funds the pornography and the OnlyFans?
No. I said I asked you the
Who
question.
funds
You
it?
guys answered it.
Who are the ones that are paying for it?
Men.
Okay, great. So men are paying for that. So
Yeah.
let's do a fantasy world where you say, oh, men do better, XYZ, right? Let's say we outlawed it. Okay, let's say we outlawed it because it's only here in the United States, England, Canada.
Men won't allow it. Men won't allow it. Anyways, go on.
You're
Sorry.
saying men won't allow it?
Men will never outlaw it.
Okay,
because
well,
men
I'm
are
doing a
degenerate.
hypothetical based off of your stupidity that's not going to happen. So again, let me humor you, Octavio, because you're the one that is shooting out this analogy to me. So let's say this. Let's say, for example, we all the men said, you know what, we're gonna outlaw it. No pornography in the United States, right? Okay. And let me ask you this. If there was no pornography in the United States, what's stopping with the technology that we have today with cell phones where women can still fucking put nudes and take pictures and film themselves getting fucked, right? What's stopping them from selling it to other people locally?
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, answer it.
Thank you.
When pornography is outlawed and OnlyFans is outlawed, what does it change? When they can
Okay,
fucking
the
still do that and
analogy-
make money.
So the analogy is if men stopped, if it
Yeah.
was outlawed,
It
and
was
men-
outlawed, yeah.
Hold on, I just want to let me still man your argument. I just want to know if I got it correct or not.
Go for it.
If men collectively, okay,
Mhm.
outlawed it and said we'll not engage with
That's not my argument.
All right, sorry. Can you?
So my argument is if the government said, okay, from now on, OnlyFans is gone and pornography is gone, okay, what's stopping women from fucking showing themselves on their own specific cameras? Pornography is gone and OnlyFans is gone. That's the only thing. What's stopping women from actually selling? Hold on. Stop. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm still making my point. So what's stopping women from selling their nudes and selling their sexual intimacy with other men? What's stopping them?
A lack of market.
A lack of market? Are you sure about that?
Yes.
You have Snapchat, you have Instagram, you have premium. Just because you outlawed OnlyFans, etc., you still have ways of getting women to fucking do that. Wouldn't you agree?
Snapchat, Instagram, all of these things.
Well,
Hold on.
if the law outlawed porn
answer
and
or not?
OnlyFans,
Do you want me
women
to
will
answer-
still.
Hold on. Do you want me to answer it or not? Okay.
Go for it.
So first of all, you wouldn't be able to legally sell it through Instagram and
Why not?
Snapchat. Hold
That's
on a
not
second.
illegal. It's just
Hold on.
OnlyFans and corn.
All right, guys, I'm out. Take it easy, guys.
If porn was made illegal, then the selling of porn through social media would also be illegal. So
Why
women
would it be? Why?
Because it was made illegal.
Why was it made illegal? I just said corn.
You gave me an analogy. You said
and
let's
OnlyFans.
just say
but you're attributing it to something else that I didn't fucking apply it to.
You okay? Look, did you say that the government made it illegal for porn
For
to be available?
OnlyFans and corn, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Pornhub and X videos.
According to your analogy, so the government makes it illegal, but you're saying that it is legal to sell it through Instagram. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's legal again because that wasn't outlawed. In other words, women will still find ways to market their sexuality. which they have been since the beginning of time. Octavio.
So but
Yeah.
so we can't.
Would you agree that women have always sexualized themselves since the beginning of
not
time?
letting me speak, Jake. You're doing it again.
Prostitution is the
You can
oldest
speak
form.
yourself if you want, but if you're not going to let me speak, then that's just
wouldn't
silly.
you agree on that?
Octavio, let me make it clear. He's asking you. Let's just say it's outlawed. Corn and OnlyFans is outlawed. Boom. Do you think that women still will take nudes of themselves and sell them out the back door?
That's my question.
Okay,
great.
And I already answered. Hold on, can I speak? And I already answered. If there isn't a market for it, okay, because it has been made illegal,
There always will.
Hold on a second. Yes, but it won't be to this level. It won't be to the level that it is now. And if it is, let's say only the minority of men are consuming this, okay, then that means society, the majority are not consuming this, which means it's good for society. What that will outlawing that type of content will basically create something called shame. And what is shame? Shame is when the majority says this is good, and anyone who goes against it basically needs to be shamed. So what I'm basically saying is it will be good for society, and you're going to see women becoming better.
Okay.
Let me ask him a question.
Alex. Yeah, Alex. Let Alex respond on that. I'm gonna take a piss. Alex, go on.
What do you want me to respond on? Oh my god, my head.
Okay, so that's the whole thing about Octavio's solution for making women better is just rooted in no research at all. All the evidence of all the causes, at least according to the research that they point out for why women have gotten worse, has nothing to do with men watching pornography. Because the sex industry, they say sex work is the oldest profession in the world. If you actually do look at the research, they highlight at least three main things that they highlight was abortion, access to contraception, and no-fault divorce. Why does the research disagree with you so much? Just answer that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Castle.
Oh my god.
I specifically pointed your reason for why women have gotten worse and your solution for women getting better is just not rooted in the research. When the research at least points out that the top three reasons that they pinpoint for the change in behavior is access to abortion, contraception, and no-fault divorce. Why does the research disagree with you to such a large extent?
The research. Hold on, this guy's too disrespectful. Okay. Okay, access to abortion. All right, access to abortion is one of the things.
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. Well, here's the thing. We got the Crucible right now. Hello, everybody. Andrew Wilson here. Just want to respectfully thank my debater opponent for showing up this evening, and I wish you all swell evening.
Thanks, Andrew.
Andrew Wilson. Shout out to Andrew Wilson to coming on to Project fucking VealPod to fucking shout out.
No, Jake, he's watching. He's watching. And he's not leaving. He made another comment.
Oh, did he really? Dude, honestly, I just saw it right now. I would agree with Mercenary. Again, I'm not a good reader. Work is the oldest profession in the world, and that position is the oldest profession second to that. So yeah, shout out to fucking Andrew Wilson, man, for checking out Project VealPod. Andrew, if you're listening in, I would love to get an interview with you. I have a lot of questions. I would love to have that with you, man. Of course,
DM me, Andrew. I've already DM'd you. It's fine.
I have a very small channel too. I would love to just interview you as well. Just to get your perspective on multiple issues, to be perfectly fair. But yeah, thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew, for commenting. I very much appreciate that. Octavio, go on with what you were saying.
He mentioned that access to abortion is one of the things that facilitated the promiscuity that we currently see in society. Women would not be able to Women will not be able to be as promiscuous today if they didn't have the pill, if they didn't have available the pill and abortion. Why? Because whenever you go out and you be promiscuous, guess what? One of the risks is you can get pregnant. And the reason why feminism fought for the pill is so that when they do get pregnant, they can either that you can either use the pill or you can go and kill the baby or murder the baby. So that's one of the things that facilitated the promiscuity that we currently see today. This is why women do what they do. So I mean, I don't really know what Mr. Castle's argument is because it makes no sense. He said that the research.
No, let me pinpoint my
Hold
argument
on a second,
again.
please. I'm still talking. Please just have some respect and some
How
decorum.
do I explain something to you twice and then you go ahead and misquote me?
You see what I
What's
mean?
wrong with you?
You see what I mean? Go on, speak. You want to speak so bad? Go on, speak.
Dude, I clearly said why I brought up that comment.
Why don't
My
you show
comment
yourself
was,
on camera, bro?
hold on. My comment was, you said.
Why don't you show yourself on camera?
Oh, Jesus. I'm a private citizen. I'm not a public figure.
Why don't you show yourself on camera?
Because I'm a private citizen,
You're
not
not
a
a
public
man.
figure.
Who cares, bro? Who cares? Just go with the argument. Who
Why are you
cares?
making meta arguments, man?
Who cares?
Stop
Do it.
trying to
cares
show
what he
off and
says?
let him
You're a simp.
Fucking
You're
do it.
hiding behind the camera.
Who cares?
How's he a
Octavio?
simp for hiding behind the
Yes.
camera? You
Fucking
stupid
cares?
fuck.
Go on
So
with
you're
the
hiding
fucking
behind
argument.
that picture there.
How does that make him a
Trying
simp,
to
you
think
stupid
big
fuck?
shit. Be quiet.
Octavio, just shut up.
You're
Just
red
answer
pill.
the
You're a
question.
red pill degenerate who's hiding
Okay,
behind
cool.
Octavio, you're a
Red
loser
pill
cup.
degenerate.
You're a
the
loser
camera.
cup. Take
Listen,
take
fucking
you're not a
loser.
man.
take
You're
that.
not a
Everybody,
man.
shut the fuck
Take
up.
that.
Shut
are
the fuck
not
up.
a
Shut
man.
up. Shut up. Shut up.
You're the
Stop.
red pill simp.
Shut the
Stop.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Castle, please, please, regurgitate your question. Octavio, please answer it. Go ahead. Castle.
Okay, we all know that when someone, especially women, aren't able to argue the principle, they turn
Hurry
into
up, man.
shaming tactics. So we all know on that occasion now Octavio was acting like a lady. So what I was talking about was Octavio was saying that this is the reason for women's bad behavior, and he was pointing towards porn. But I came back and said, why does the research disagree with you so much? Because when you do the research and investigate what were the causes for the change in women's sexual behavior, they talk about abortion, access to contraception, and even no-fault divorce. They say nothing about the sex industry because the sex industry has been there since the beginning of time. It's basically the oldest profession in the world. There's nothing new about the sex industry. What's new is the change in access to abortion, access to contraception, and access to no-fault divorce. So my question to Octavia was, why does the research disagree with you to such a large extent?
I know Jake is thinking this is such a nonsensical question right now.
Oh
Look,
my
listen.
I'm not thinking that at all.
Look. We obviously, if you don't know that there's been a shift in society from the 1970s onwards, if you can't fathom that fact, then there's something wrong with you. If you can't fathom the fact that when abortion was legalized, when the pill was made available, when the sexual revolution took place, if you can't understand that that's what led to the situation that we currently have, I don't know. If you're telling me that we had the same sex industry before 1970s compared to what we have now, you are talking absolute nonsense.
I didn't
Okay,
say that.
the sex industry,
No,
the
I'm
sex.
talking about
When
the
you
sex
say
industry, you moron.
shut up.
Shut up, man. Seriously, you keep so many arguments. You don't
Let
want to
Octavio speak. Let Octavio speak. Octavio.
Will
Octavio,
the
go
insult
on.
shut up?
Go on,
Seriously,
Octavio.
fucking idiot, man.
Okay,
Alex, shut up.
listen.
Go,
listen.
Octavio.
Listen, see what I'm saying? Like,
Go on, Octavio.
well, it's kind of hard when you got insults interrupting you all the time.
Okay,
Well,
we're
you're
in.
faggot, aren't you?
Shut up, Alex. Go ahead, Octavio.
Fuck.
We're in cells. Go on.
Yeah. Anyways, when he's talking about prostitution is the oldest, whatever. Yes, prostitution. We're not talking about what the sex. It's not. That's not comparable to what the sex industry is. Has prostitution always existed? Absolutely. Are we going to
That's
scale
the sex
wise?
industry.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man!
No, let him talk. Let him talk because he's gonna make. Go ahead, Octavio.
A picture.
Look,
listen,
I'm muting him. Go on.
If you're going to compare that scale wise to what the sex industry is today, I mean, that's why I didn't even want to answer the argument that he was making or what he was asking, because it's so stupid. Yes, prostitution has always existed. We know that. Are you going to compare it to what to the legalization of abortion, the pill, the sexual revolution, and what the sex industry is today? Is that even comparable?
Yeah, it is. Friday,
Seriously?
you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, earlier you said the whole gatekeeping thing, but it was something else, right? Where you were saying that it was men that gave women the right, these so-called rights, right?
Yes, it's men that give women everything.
Right. And then you said that men are the gatekeepers to sex or something like that, right?
Yeah, sex and relationships.
Yeah, they
right.
control sex.
Octavio, and relationships, correct? Men are the
And,
gatekeepers of relationships and sex.
Yeah, they control pretty much everything. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
So,
Go on, Friday.
I wanted to ask, when it came to like women getting rights, do you think it was like, all right, ladies, unless you do this, I'm not gonna give you sex? Or do you think it was more so, all right, I'm gonna give you sex, man, if you give me this?
I don't get it. I don't get that. I'm sorry. I
Because
don't get that.
all right, let me make it a little more clear. Let me live it more clear for you. My bad. Do you think that the women got their rights because man said, I'm going to withhold sex from you? Or do you think women got their rights because they said, I'm going to give you sex, man?
No, women got their rights because men wanted to engage in promiscuity.
Oh my God. All right. Look, I tell you.
I mean, can I ask you a question, Friday?
Just also, right, just bring it back to the contraceptives and the abortion things, right? Do you know
Friday,
that I got you. 1 second. I just want to finish this one, right? Even back when there was no morning after pill, and there was backyard baby deletions happening with just
yeah,
just a handle,
alleyway abortions. Yeah,
right. These women still was out there being promiscuous. What are you talking about? They still were risking themselves.
Can I talk? Okay, first of all, that's the exception to the rule. Most women will not have him back Ali's what do you call it?
Not what I said. But go ahead.
Please let me speak, man. Please, Friday. Come on, have some decorum.
He didn't say much. Go on.
All right, and another thing, I just want to ask you a question. It's a simple question. What do you call a man that allows a woman to have access to abortion? What's that man's intention? What do you think it is?
No. What's your intention with this question? What? A
Okay,
man that wants that allows a woman to have access to the abortion.
What do you call him? Remember, every right that a woman has is because of a man. Now, let me ask you a question. When a man comes up to a woman and says, you know what, I'm going to give you the right to have the pill. I'm going to give you the right to kill your own baby. Okay? Please tell me, what is the intention behind why that man said that to that woman? What do you think it is?
Allowing the woman to have a right.
Jake, do you want to answer it?
Wait, but Jake.
Well, go on, Castle.
Octavio didn't answer my question. All he did was go on a rant and contradict himself. Because when he was asked the question to give his analysis of the problem,
could you repeat the question? Repeat the question to Octavio so he can answer it, please.
My question is very, very crystal clear. Octavio, why does the research disagree with your analysis?
Well, be specific. What's okay, again, you need to regurgitate your fucking point. So what's the research and what's Octavio's stance on that?
Castle, it will help if you can link the study.
Link it in the private chat. So but ask the question, please.
What Octavio said was that pornography and the sex industry is the reason for the change in women's behavior. And I asked him, why does the research disagree with you to such a large extent? When you do the research, they point to changes in abortion, access to contraception, and no-fault divorce as one of the major reasons for the change in patterns in women's behavior. while you keep focusing on the sex industry. And I'm like, the sex industry has existed since the beginning of time. There's nothing really new about the sex industry. What's new is these other changes, with like access to abortion, access to contraception, and access to no-fault divorce. And I keep asking you this exact question that you just can't answer. Why does the research disagree with you to such a large extent?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I wasn't listening to you.
Octavio, Octavio, come on, bro.
Why do you not agree with the research when the research, when you look
Goes
it up,
against
the
your-
research agrees with what
So
you're
okay, okay.
What's this
Castle, can you please repeat it again, please?
What's this
Okay.
research?
Octavio said that the sex industry is the cause of the changes in patterns in human behavior.
I
And
never
I
said that.
asked him, yes, you did. Before we can go back a few moments.
That's one of the. That's
and then
one. That's,
and then I asked you, hold
no,
on. And then I asked you, and then I asked you,
That's
and
one
then
of the
I asked
contributing
you,
factors.
and then I
Yes,
asked
that's
you,
one of the
and then I
contributing
asked you.
Octavio, just let him finish his question here. Please,
Otherwise,
Castle,
I'm not
just
going
give
to pay
him a
attention
question.
to him because he's
And
talking
then-
a lot.
and
Well,
then-
give him a question.
no.
Castle, give him a question, please.
And then I asked you, when you actually do the research and you track what are the main causes of the changes in women's behavior, at least the top 3 things they highlight is access to abortion, access to contraception, and no-fault divorce. So I asked you, why does the research disagree with you so much to such a large extent? Because even when you were asked the question, no one was stopping you from talking about abortion, contraception, and no-fault divorce. But you didn't choose to do that because of the cuckold energy that you exclude, like that you give up to us. You're so desperate to take responsibility away from women. That's why you didn't bring it up.
So,
I think. So why didn't you bring it up?
Jake, his accent is putting me off. Can you please repeat what you said?
Yeah, dude, he's trolling the chicken, bro.
I get it. Okay, look, we need to move on here, bro, because if Octavio's not understanding the accent, etc.,
Jake, maybe you understand his argument. Maybe you can relay it to me.
Well,
Go
here's
ahead.
the thing. I'm not Castle. I'm not Castle on that. Let's move on with another question. Here's the thing, Octavio. You did speak. Okay, you didn't bring this up when it came to Andrew Wilson, but I did want to bring this up about the divorce laws. So I'll tell you this, bro. My theory is because we had a debate, hour and a half, when I brought up I did bring up no fault divorce. And I said a woman could fucking be sucking cock, and then she can choose to fucking divorce her man. And it will be labeled under no fault divorce to that degree. This is something that you put no pushback on. You said your literal answer was divorce and marriage have nothing to do with that. You said there's 2 different things. All of a sudden, you said that you never disagreed with no fault divorce, even though we had a whole debate on that, and I mentioned it multiple times. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the moment Michael Knowles, when they did the red pill debate, with the red pill fucking stream.
Panel, the
The
panel.
panel. Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh and all those fucking Daily Wire guys stated that they didn't fucking support no fault divorce, although they didn't have any solution to it, but they literally said they don't support it. Then all of a sudden you're saying, yeah, I don't support that either. What's the deal with that? What's the deal with that? Because that was within a small percentage of time where you said you're against it. All of a sudden you're with it. What's the deal with that, Octavio?
The deal with that is, okay, what has happened is, without interruption, guys, please don't get triggered. I know.
Let them talk.
Red pill incel energy is strong in here.
Okay,
listen. It's I've been accused by a gentleman, which is a friend of mine. I can consider him a friend of mine.
Me?
Jake. Yes.
Yeah.
And I get along
I love
with
you,
Jake.
bro. Don't worry.
I love you too, bro. And Jake has accused me of once upon a time in a far away land.
I have the proof.
Apparently,
on it.
I said that I support no fault divorce. Now,
Yeah.
I've always said Jake, please provide this evidence. And I'm hoping that today, right now, this very moment, Jake will say, here's the evidence that you said that you support no fault divorce. Please, Jake, all I want you to do, I've been asking for this for a very long time. Hold on, let me just finish my last sentence. I know you guys are getting triggered over that incel energy.
Yeah, we're triggered. Yeah, we're incels and triggered. Okay, go on.
Basically,
we're so incels.
I know you are.
Yeah.
No,
I don't get laid.
Jake, you're less of an incel. You're less of an incel. I'll be honest with you.
No, I'm an incel, bro. I'm an incel.
Everyone
Yeah.
else in the panel,
I listen to the Fresh and Fit podcast. I'm an incel. Go on.
Oh shit, you do?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I'm an incel. Go on.
Okay. All right. Oh, fine. You're an incel then.
I'm an incel. Yeah. Go on. Don't give me credit.
Alex wants to laugh, but he just can't. He hates
I'm laughing at you, bro.
What are you, 5'4", Octavio?
All right, finish then. Oh my,
let's go, Octavio. Go on.
Wow,
Octavio.
why are you guys so triggered?
Go on, Octavio.
Calm down.
Go
man.
on.
Let me
Everybody
finish.
shut the fuck up. Hold on. Everybody shut the fuck up. Go on, Octavio.
Yeah, everyone shut the fuck up. Shut up. Sorry.
Go on.
Sorry, Jake. Jake, I'm still waiting for that evidence, baby. You know, the minute you provide that evidence, you know, then like I did when Andrew Wilson put that pressure on me, and he said, "What? Well, you know what? Then admit that you misspoke." And because that wasn't my true intention, my true intention was always to say that men have the most of the blame should fall on the men, not the woman. But he said, "Well, you said that men should be." You know, and I said, look, I misspoke. My intention was to basically hold men to a certain standard, a higher standard, because most men today, they don't hold themselves to no standards. So I was trying to do that to get men to wake up. But anyways, I admitted that I misspoke. So all I'm saying to you is, Jake, is
Jake, just find the evidence. Just find evidence.
Hold on, let him talk.
But Jake can't provide.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
That's a fact.
Oh, Octavio, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Let me ask you, Octavio. Do you think a woman just wants to leave her marriage just because she just doesn't feel like being in the marriage anymore? Do you think that's okay for the divorce?
No, I don't believe in divorce.
Oh, you don't believe in divorce?
Separation. Let's do separation because Catholics like separation. So let's say because she felt like that, she would separate from her husband. And let's say she wanted separated. Let's say she wanted to separate and just not go back. Is that okay?
She wanted to separate and probably see other men.
Is that okay?
If the church deems that there's grounds for that, and let's not forget the fact that I can't force a woman physically to sleep with me or be with me if she doesn't want to. And if let's say for some unfortunate reason that happens, I'm going to have to abide to my moral obligation and accept that the fact that I'm going through a tragic moment in my life, and that is it.
Okay,
but I don't believe in divorce. I don't believe in divorce.
So I want to read out some chats real quick. Brandon Serio comes in. Octavio, hold on. I understand your point, but just because we allow it. Octavio, I understand your point, but just because we allow it does not mean we ask for it. Women ask for the right, just like voting, right?
Just like the right to vote.
Yeah, just like the right to vote.
This is my point.
Now here's another one. Here's another one from I can't even pronounce his fucking name. Ali.
It's a little Drinky Poo.
Drinky Poo. We're just gonna call him Drinky Poo. So Drinky Poo asks, ask Octavio if selling sexuality of any kind is considered chase.
No.
Not at all.
What are you talking about? Are you talking to a Catholic? No.
Okay.
What kind of insult question is that?
Well, I mean, you want to fucking elaborate a little bit more other than no?
We already listen.
Go ahead.
So no, you don't.
Promiscuity of any kind, okay, including the promotion of it, including the including all of that. That's wrong. That's a sin. That's evil.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Okay, fair enough. So, Octavio, let me ask you another question. When it comes to outside of no fault divorce, because apparently you're against no fault divorce, in recent time, right? So you're against it. Fair enough. Let me ask you another question, bro. No, let me ask you another question. When it comes to divorce laws, when they do divorce laws, they usually judges are usually gonna grant custody to the woman, right? Do you support 100% custody to the woman outside of the man?
Yes, absolutely.
Why is that?
Because of gender roles. Because the men's
Gender
job.
roles. Because the men are the leaders, right?
If you want me to answer, I can answer. If you don't want me to answer, I won't answer it. It was a question.
I didn't say anything about not wanting you to answer it. So again,
then let me answer it. Let me answer it the way I want to answer it, not the way you want me to answer it. Thank you.
Go on.
Because of gender roles. The man's job is to protect and provide, not to get sentimental over the bad decisions that he's made in his life. And now he's going through a divorce. And now he thinks he can abandon his gender role, which is to continue to protect and provide. So men are supposed to, if you made a bad decision in terms of the women that you chose and you go through divorce, guess what? If you get equal custody, what that will entail practically is basically that the men will have to have custody of that child for a certain period of time, which means it will affect how much income he brings in. It will affect his general role, which is to protect and provide.
Wouldn't you say that it would affect the same thing when it comes to a woman? Hold on.
Let me just finish this last point. When it comes to the women will also have to enter the workforce. So I'm against women being in the workforce. I don't know if you guys know this, and because it has raised the cost of living. So I don't want women to be pushed further into the workforce. And that's the only reason why. That's it.
That's great. So again, we live in a gynocentric reality right now. So again, women actually work as well, right? Correct?
They
women
do. They shouldn't.
Work 40-hour job. They shouldn't be, but that's what it is. What ought to be is that women don't work, but what the reality is that women do. Hold on.
I'm listening.
Oh yeah, women do work. That's the reality. That's the reality.
There's nothing biblical that says women shouldn't.
Yeah. So here's my question, Octavio. So when a woman is granted 100% custody, okay, wouldn't you say that a woman that's also working, wouldn't you say that that's gonna neglect her taking care of the kid when she's there working a 40-hour a week job, just the same as a man?
Yes, absolutely will. Yeah.
Okay, so then why are you putting that standard on men? When with a woman, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. In today's society.
I don't agree with women.
I'm not asking whether you agree with it. I'm saying what the reality is, that whether full custody goes to the man or the woman, the man and the woman would still have to fucking have actually go to work regardless of the gender roles. So again, when you make the argument that men, when they have full custody, they have to work and they have to be leaders, etc., and they're not going to be there. When a woman is taking care of the child, she still has that same attribute. So why are you putting the aspect of men as if women don't face those same consequences?
No.
Do you understand?
You say hold on, I'm trying to understand your point. Are you saying that because women work today,
women do work? Yes, they do.
Women do work. So
yes.
This is not in the context of a divorce. This is in the context of
women. No, it is in the context of divorce. When it comes to the context of divorce, women still have to work, Octavio. Believe it or not. Right. Yeah. So when women are taking care of kids, and we already know statistical wise, women take care of kids extremely worse compared to the man, they're still working, Octavio. So when your whole argument is, well, men need to go out there and work and they're not going to be full-time with the kid, it's the same attribute that's given to the woman. So why do you argue that point when it's still given on both genders?
Okay, here's what I think should happen after divorce. A woman shouldn't work. She should devote her entire time to.
Yeah, it shouldn't. That's ought to be. But what is that they do?
Can I just finish? Thank you. Can
All
I
right,
finish?
go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
All right. So disrespectful. But
I'm
yeah,
disrespectful. Yeah, I'm a disrespectful motherfucker.
you are.
I
Bro.
am. Go on.
But the
Octavio.
thing is, yeah, yeah. Well, we should, ought to be. That should be the case. That's what
should
we should
be.
aim for.
That's
But
not what it is.
unfortunately, it's not what it is, and this is why we have the society that we currently have, completely fucked. So why? Because we are out of order. We are not in line with our natural order. So what I'm basically saying is even in the case of a divorce, the man should make sure he stays in the workforce and he doesn't have full custody in order to support the bad decision that he made.
Okay. All right. You know what? I got a lot to say to that. Does anybody want to respond?
Jake.
Yeah.
Jake. If we're going to keep having this conversation, it has to be synced into
Just show
Octavia's
yourself on camera.
It has to be synced into Octavia's head that women have always worked since the beginning. Look at the book of Samuel. From the moment the people asked God for a king, God acknowledged that women will always work as well. So stop lying. This idea that women have not worked is bullshit. It's not even in Proverbs. It's not even in Proverbs 31. The Proverbs 31 woman is clearly described as an industrious woman. So stop this bullcrap. It's just reductive.
Sorry, bro. I can't take him seriously because he can't show himself on camera.
No, you dude. Who cares?
Okay.
Please, Octavio, respond to his idea.
Yeah. Feminism literally worked for the right for women to enter the workforce. So when he says, are we talking about work in what sense? Are we talking about taking care of the house, helping out with the field? What sense are we talking about here? Because the reason why feminism fought for the right for women to enter the workforce, the reason why they did that is precisely because the women were not in the workforce to begin with, or whatever work that they did was not considered to be part of the workforce.
I'll say this. I'll say this.
You don't even know nothing about the feminist movement. You're just talking shit.
Castle, real
the
quick.
guy just keeps lying though.
I know.
He just keeps talking shit like he's just talking out of his ass. He doesn't answer questions.
Castle, real quick.
He doesn't answer questions.
The chat is on your side. Hold on, guys. The accent. Castle. Who cares about the accent as long as you understand him, bro? Okay. Drinky Poo says Castle spitting facts, bro. So the chat and even Brandon.
What's his name?
Drinking Poo or Ali Drinking Poo. Yeah.
Castle.
If you want to jump on, we can make room. We can make room for you, bro. Jump on. I sent the chat on the. I sent the link on there.
Send it again. It's expired. Send it again.
Yeah. I'll send it again, bro. If you want to jump on Drinky Poopy, whatever your fucking name is, I can't fucking pronounce it. Who cares? If you want to jump on and actually give Octavio, hold on. If you want to actually give Octavio a piece of your mind, I got it there, bro. You can jump on if you would like, and you can talk to Octavio yourself. So real quick,
hear you, bro.
Octavio can't even stand on the Bible. He can't even do it. He's more obsessed with my accent than he is obsessed with the Bible.
You don't be quiet like you told us.
Okay, guys. Okay, I'm just saying the chat's roasting Octavio here. He's trying to make fun of Castle if he shows his face. What the fuck? Like, dude, yes, bro. That has nothing to do with the argument. Who cares, Octavio?
I don't understand.
I only want you to show your face because you actually fucking fought with Andrew Wilson, so you should. You actually have a channel there, bro. Exactly. Flex, bro. Flex. I have a channel as well, so we're about it, bro.
You're fake for this. You can't tell Castle to come on camera. Why?
Castle doesn't have a channel like we do, okay? So who cares? Who cares? You do. You have a channel. Show your fucking face. Show your face. Okay, we're all in cells. Who cares? Anyways, if Dinky Poo or Brandon wants to jump on, all fair game, bro. We will
Let's come first off though, because we only have one more spot left.
Yeah. For sure. These guys are in England, so they're late night right now. It's 1:30 a.m. here in America, greatest country on earth. So nevertheless, that's where it is. We beat your ass in 1776. But nevertheless, that's there. But let's continue. Let's continue, guys. We got some viewers. By the way, guys, fucking like the goddamn fucking video because we're giving you. We just introduced Octavio versus fucking Andrew Wilson. Andrew destroyed him. It is what it is. We
No, he
reacted.
didn't. No, he
Okay,
didn't.
he didn't destroy him. Whatever. The case
He
is
demolished this
it's up to y'all. It's up to y'all. Nevertheless, we're doing a fucking after stream, all right? Like the goddamn fucking video so we can get into the
And
algorithm.
I'm still here.
So we
After
can get into
3
the
hours,
algorithm
man.
and start red pilling these fucking simps.
Jake, let me just say
And
one
these-
thing. Let me just say one thing. After 3 hours, 3 and about 5 minutes,
Get
after
some more
3
energy,
hours,
bro.
Listen, battling Andrew Wilson, battling all of his fans, all of his
Yeah, they
people.
destroyed you.
And guess what?
They
And guess
destroyed
what? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And
Yeah.
I'm still here on Project View Pod
Hey!
showing and I'm still here talking
yeah.
to you guys, having
smoke.
to try to understand bad accents. You know what I mean? I'm still here.
Okay, so real quick, guys, everybody shut up.
Brendan, right? You're Brendan, right?
So
Yeah.
we got Red Pill Baby BS.
It's Brendan. It's Brendan.
Yeah, it's Brendan. Okay, so okay, so go ahead and talk to I'm pretty sure you have something to say about Octavio. Go ahead, bro.
First off, I don't know where my camera's at.
Yes,
But no, you have some solid points here and there. Some of them are just misconstrued they're just misconstrued in a weird way. But the reality is, bro, is that yes, there's a lot more sin going around, right? Sin has always been a thing. It's never going to change. The only thing we can do is try to prevent it as much as possible. I think one of the biggest things is trying to bring back the nuclear family lifestyle. That's one of the biggest things. There's a lot to say about the situation, but the fact is, no matter what we really do, nothing's going to change unless we come as a collective and we finally agree with each other and say, hey, you know what, this is not right, and we need to change it. And if we don't, then it's just going to keep on happening, and we're just going to have these debates where it ends up leading to nowhere because everybody has their own different
Who's going to
opinion.
change it? Who's going to change it? Men or women?
Well, in this day and age, it's both, right? But I feel like also that women should also hold responsibility for their actions, right? Because
Who's the leader? Men or women?
no, of course, men have always led, right? That's not
So
we're not
who's going to change it? Who's going to change it? Men or women?
Octavio, let him finish his thought, please. Go on.
It's not whether men want to change it or not. Yes, if one day we decide, hey, let's take women's rights away, we can, because we are an overpowering force compared to women, right? But that doesn't deny the fact that we want to let them also be free to do whatever they want. We're not necessarily a controlling type anymore, you know? But at the same time, you have to also see that why we were a controlling type is because this shit that's happening now is the main reason why we were controlling them, because they can't lead themselves, bro. So there has to be a man there to lead.
So we should lead them, right?
Huh?
So we should lead them, right?
Personally, I think men should lead, right?
Thank
I think
you.
we
That's
should be the leaders.
There it
Now,
is.
now
There
the
it
thing
is.
the thing is,
Let
we're
him
never
talk.
gonna it's never gonna happen because we've gotten to a point where it's like we want them to feel however they want to feel, and we're just not. We're just never gonna go back. I mean, it would be nice to go back to how it was, but I think we've gone to a certain point already that we cannot go back. And
Red Pill Baby, let me ask you a question. If an army was attacking your country or your village or whatever, would you take the same approach? Would you say, you know what, they're bigger than us, we might as well just give in, let them just take our women, take our resources without a fight? Is that what you would say?
no, of course not. I would
You would fight,
definitely.
right? You would
Of course,
fight.
like anybody else. I mean, like, bro, if someone is strangling you, bro, you think you're just gonna let them strangle you?
Thank you. So,
Right.
so this defeatist mentality that you're presenting to me, that things are never going to change, okay, because things are so bad, all right, is exactly what I'm fighting against. Men have thrown in the towel. Men have given in. Men are weak. Men are not trying to lead anymore. That's the issue. And I think the real reason behind it is because they like being promiscuous and degenerate and listening to people telling them to go and fuck 50 women.
Yeah, but it goes back to what Jake was saying, is that men are lustful. So at the end of the day, we're always gonna wanna be in a position to be in that lust form, right?
Yeah, so don't you think it's important for men? So don't you think it's important for men to control that lust? If you know we are lustful, if you know that's how we are, don't you think it's very important to control it? Because when we don't control it, it has it causes havoc on society.
To an extent. To an extent. It's not 100%. Because look, when you finally find someone you want to spend the rest of your life with, right? You're gonna always want to have sexual relationships with that person. And then it's more often that the man is gonna want it than the woman does.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
I'm married.
But
Do you have children?
Yeah, that doesn't
I
matter.
mean,
but
yes.
go on.
I mean, but yes, yeah, to an extent, we
Bro,
should
do you
be
have
able
children?
to hold ourselves to a higher standard, right?
Do you have children?
But no.
He's not married, bro.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter though.
does.
Just because I'm not transgender doesn't mean I can speak about transgender issues, bro. That affects our children. That's a stupid argument. Go ahead, Brandon.
Right. I'm just what I'm trying to say is that, you know, we just need to go. My point is we just need to go back and be able to partially control ourselves as men, because we are the leaders and we should be holding the example, right? But at the same time, you gotta understand that the degenerate stuff that's going on is always gonna happen, regardless if it's in your face or not.
Yeah, bro.
Right, so
There's
it's always
people
a
out
thing.
here that call them, bro. Can you believe it? There's people out here that call themselves red pill baby.
Dude, you're doing semantics, bro.
what
That
do
has
you-
nothing to do with the argument.
what
How
do
about you engage? Hold on. How about you
have to
engage
be-
with this fucking argument? Engage with
Do you
this
know how
argument,
degenerate
not
you have
just.
to be to call yourself a red pill baby? Do
Because
you know
he
how
doesn't
degenerate
Yeah,
you have
he's
to be?
shaming you, bro. He's shaming you.
He doesn't understand the nature
Shouts to
of
you,
women.
shouts to you though, red pill
But
baby.
He's
the
shaming
thing
you.
is, see, I mean, you can say all that, but at the end of the day, why do you think I put that?
Because you're a red pill baby.
No, you fool, because it was a fucking joke. Why the fuck do I
Exactly.
care about blue pill, red pill, bro? It's all about facts and what is happening in your face. It's
Yeah,
not
salute
about
to you, bro.
it's
Salute to you.
you know don't judge a book by its cover, bro. You know what I mean?
I
It's
know.
there's a lot of things going on, and it's difficult to come down to a conclusion, especially when people disagree with each other. But
Yeah.
the main focus is that we have to talk to each other, because if not, then we lead to violence. That's what.
Yep. At least I can see that you're fighting against that incel mindset. So salute to you.
No,
Yeah.
dude, bro.
Regardless of
The
what,
red pill is not to promote all the degeneracy. It's to unveil all of the degeneracy, so then people could finally realize, like, hey, something is wrong.
How many women
Something
have
is
you
not
fucked
going
yet?
right.
How's your 50 women coming along? How many women have you fucked yet?
Dude, that. Oh my god.
Are you
I mean,
getting
I've
your
got
sex
plenty under my
experience?
belt, but that's besides the
Are you
point.
getting
That's
your
besides the point.
Hold on a second. What's your sexual
Octavio, how many women have you had sex with?
stay
loads?
Octavio.
Loads.
No,
And I regret
Octavio.
it.
How many women have you had sex with?
Loads.
How
And I
many? How
regret
many?
it.
Give me a number.
I can't remember number.
60,
But,
70?
something I don't know. I don't probably. But the
70
thing is,
around
loads,
there?
and I
70
regret it,
around
and I
there? No,
regret it every day.
70 around there? 70?
Maybe,
80?
maybe.
Maybe? Okay.
Maybe.
Go ahead, Brandon.
So, Brandon, how many women have you fucked yet? Are you following the red pill advice?
He did. Octavio
Are you
did.
trying to understand female nature, Brandon? Are you out here fucking your 50 women? Have you reached that number yet, Brandon? Or is it 2030?
He's shaming you,
When
bro.
is it
He's
going-
shaming
How
you.
long is it going
Right.
to
But
take
what
you
is
to understand female nature?
what does that
Brandon,
have to do? What does that have to do?
I'm just asking a question. You don't want to answer it.
Yo.
Who cares? That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the fucking conversation, Octavio. But Brandon, if you want to answer the question, go ahead and answer it, but it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's under 30.
Okay, cool. It's under 30.
But I'm also 30 years old, so it's not
So
like
you're
you know what I'm saying.
You're almost there. You're almost there. Almost there to understand.
You surpassed it, Octavio. You surpassed it.
I only need to be with one woman to understand what that female is, or how to handle that female.
Well, why don't you just become a Christian then, Brandon? And stop.
You never
fucking
asked him that
flirting
question.
women.
You never asked him that question about Christianity. You're just judging him, bro.
Oh,
Brandon, go ahead and answer him.
Why not get married?
Honestly, what I will answer this. I do not like religion, but I do believe there is an ultimate creator. Right? I do believe either it could be God or it could be whatever the hell they're talking about now, where the emerald tablets were these Anunnaki, whatever the hell people. You're right. Anything could be the case, but the thing is, religion can be used to literally dominate people for their own gain, just like almost anything else. And that's my answer to you. Is I'm not Christian. I don't like to follow religion because I feel like it's a fool's errand at the end of the day to believe in something that you have faith in, because faith is to believe in something that is not in front of your face, right?
Of course, that's
Brandon,
fake.
Brandon, you're making an excuse. That's all it is.
No, dude, you have to understand.
It's
You
not
have
an
to
excuse,
understand
no.
people's perspectives.
It's
Octavio.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
Okay, fair enough.
The reason why I say
It's fine. You're entitled to your opinion.
The reason why I say it's bullshit is because if you actually look at what you're saying practically, it doesn't make sense. Any spirituality, regardless of where it comes from, Christian, whatever, there is always a community involved. There is always a level of community that takes place. The people that usually share the same beliefs, same ways of thinking, they usually come together. And that's what you call a religion, okay? And when they come together, they don't come together for no reason. They come together to share their belief. So what they do is they usually regularly meet, okay? Humans are social creatures. So religion is just a group of people that believe in the same ideology. That's all it is. So if you've got a group of people that believe in the same ideology, they are bound to come together. They are bound to talk about how to build a community, develop a community. This is how it works practically. So this idea that religion is bad is some stupid, nonsensical modern Western idea that doesn't make sense.
So what about the Crusade War? What was that all about?
The Crusades, you better thank the Crusades, otherwise the Muslims.
Yeah, taking out the Muslims. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. If it wasn't for the Crusades, you would be speaking Arabic right now. It was the Muslims were invading in the entire.
Yo, shout out to the Crusades! Shout out to the Crusades, bro.
They took over Portugal. They took over all the Christian lands. They took over Egypt. Egypt belonged to Christianity. All of that belonged to Christianity. They took over that, and they went to France. They took over some parts of Sicily, Italy. They were going to take.
But who did they do it under? In the name of? In the name of?
Hold on. Yes, we have the right to defend ourselves. If it wasn't for the Christians that said enough is enough, guess what would have happened? Guess what would have happened, Brandon?
Yeah, Christians should do that again. Christians should do that again because there's so many fucking tolerant Christians nowadays that accept LGBTQ and all this fucking bullshit.
No, it's a secular country now. It's
that's no excuse. I don't want excuses. I want results, my friend. I don't want excuses. I want results.
No more. It's not.
I don't want excuses. You're giving me excuses. I don't want that shit. I want fucking results. And the result, dude. Hold on. No buts. The but is that fucking Christianity is weak right now. It's fucking weak. We need help, Octavio. And you're sitting there saying that the fucking divorce laws are fucking perfect the way they are, and you're sitting there fucking saying that men are the gatekeepers of sex. That's bullshit too. You're a horrible fucking Christian, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Even Andrew Wilson fucking called you out on that shit that we've been calling you out fucking for months.
He said he needed more people like me, not you. You're a red pillar. Listen.
I'm a red pillar. Okay.
Look. We live in a secular world.
See this guy?
It's been secular. Hold on. It's been secular since 17.
He is fucking delusional.
Hold on.
Christians are fucking weak. Christians are fucking weak, and we need to fucking step up to fucking call out these fucking.
I agree with you.
Yeah. And you're focusing on the red pill when we have fucking LGBTQ, the wanting to trans the kids. Yeah, they're wanting to trans the fucking children. Okay, and we need no. Now fuck that. You don't want to talk about that bullshit. You want to talk about Myron fucking Gaines with 50 body count. That's stupid, bro. Fuck fucking Myron Gaines. I don't give a fuck about Myron Gaines. There's so much other problems right there that you have your boy Hassan saying that fucking Biden is a better fucking president, that should be a better president than fucking Donald fucking Trump. Okay, fuck out of here with that bullshit, bro. It's fucking garbage. Okay. You got the Jews. I don't even want to talk about the Jews, but dude, you have a lot of shit. You have a lot of fucking shit that we need to talk about, bro. That's what it is. And I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this. We can't focus on Ukraine or fucking Israel and shit like that when we have our problems in the open border. I live in South fucking Texas where the borders are fucking open, bro. And I know personal people that have passed away because of these fucking illegal immigrants. By the way, I'm Hispanic, by the way. I'm fucking Mexican. My roots come from Mexico. And I'm saying build the fucking wall. I'm tired of this fucking garbage, okay? I'm America first, and I want that to happen. Dude, I can fucking launch on this. Octavio's fucking full of shit. There's so much other problems other than fucking Myron fucking Gaines that you always fucking dream about. It's garbage, bro. It's fucking garbage.
We do have to fix our country first, yeah.
Hold on, Brandon. Let me just reply. At the time,
reply to it. You have no reply. Go ahead.
That was funny. At the time of the Crusades,
yeah, you live in the U-fucking-K where you're not fucking dealing with this bullshit. Go ahead.
At the time of the Crusades, we're living under pretty much a theocracy, you would say. And when you're living under theocracy, you're under the rule of the actual religion itself. It's the religion that makes the rules and so on. We are no longer living in that way of governing ourselves. The separation of church and state took place in the 17th century. So ever since then, we've been living under the degenerate mindset of the Enlightenment. Okay, the Enlightenment period was just basically men saying, you know what, we don't need religion anymore. We don't need Christianity anymore. We can reason. We can reason what is right. We can reason what is right.
Oh, that's what we're arguing. We're not fucking arguing that. We're not fucking arguing that.
You won't let me speak. Okay,
go ahead.
So the point is that since the period of enlightenment, what we have is human reasoning trying to dictate what is right and what is wrong. And what we've seen is a catastrophe. What we've seen is the rise of feminism.
The eclipse is coming by. We're all gonna die. Fuck out of here, bro.
Rise of all of that. And guess what? Now that things are going so bad, guess what? These hypocrites, these red pill mindset hypocrites.
Red pill's the
guess what they're doing? Guess what they're doing? You
red
Christians
pill's worse.
the red pill.
The Christians. The Christians.
We can't defend our own selves because we're so weak.
Do you see the delusional? Let me ask you a question, Octavio. What's worse, the red pill that's only been around for fucking 3 fucking years, or the feminist movement that has been around since the sexual revolution around 1960s, bro? What's worse? The red pill? The red pill is worse. That's been around for fucking around 3 fucking years compared to the fucking sexual revolution that the feminist agenda has already fucking stated. You're telling me
you didn't let me answer it.
What's worse, feminism or red pill?
Red pill is feminism.
No, that's not my question. What's worse, Myron Gaines or the feminist movement?
Myron Gaines. I'm talking about red pill. Red pill is feminism.
Okay, so what's worse, red pill or feminism?
Red pill is feminism.
No, what's worse, red pill in the last 3 years or feminism?
It's red pill is feminism, bro.
No, that's not my question. Again, can you answer my question? What's worse, feminism from 1965?
I can't make a comparison with red pill is feminism. That's stupid.
Can you answer my question? What's worse, the red pill in the last 3 years or feminism the last fucking 70 years? 70 years of feminism or 3 years of red pill? What's worse?
Well, if he's saying that they're both the same, then technically feminism since it's older.
Thank you.
Oh, so feminism is worse, right?
Yeah, but red pill is feminism for men.
No, what's worse, feminism or red pill? That's the fucking question.
But we only get red pill because of the situation of what feminism has caused.
Yeah, it's called create the problem, control the reaction, and offer the solution.
What's
And the
worse, red
solution
pill or
is-
feminism?
I already told you, you can't make that.
What's worse?
comparison.
You can't say they're the same. What's worse, red pill on the internet red pill, Myron Gaines and fucking Rollo Tomasi, whoever you want to put in there, red pill or feminism in the last
pill is
fucking
feminism. Red pill
70
is-
years of feminism or fucking 3 years of red pill? What's worse?
I'm not gonna change
What's
my answer.
worse?
Red pill is
What's
feminism.
worse?
They're both as bad as each other.
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question. Go ahead, Brandon. This guy won't answer my fucking question. He won't answer my fucking question. What's worse? But go ahead.
I would say
that's how you deal with me.
Yeah. You just straw man every fucking argument that Andrew Wilson destroyed you
deal with
on.
degenerates.
You look like a fucking fool.
That's how you
during that
that's how
fucking
you
debate.
deal with
The whole red pill situation to me, I feel like is just an unveiling of how feminism has been taking advantage of the situation. Because originally it was just for like, for women to empower themselves, to
Originally.
to I guess to kind of like have a sense in how to I guess live their daily lives in a sense, right? So where they can speak up about things and feel like they got some type of power. But it's gotten to the point where they just feel like, I feel like it's just too much already. Like it's just it's not about empowering themselves anymore. It's just about to make sure they feel like they're in power all the time. And I think there's a big problem because, again, they need to understand that men are the ones in power, and for certain things, actually, like the whole thing with the gatekeepers of sex. For sure, women are gatekeepers of sex, bro. Like, there's no denying it. There's no denying it
you're talking
because
like a degenerate incel. Stop it.
it's not about that. It's just the truth, bro. It's reality of this
truth.
world.
It's not the truth.
You can't switch it up. You can't switch that. You cannot. There's no other way.
Brandon, you don't know what you're
You
talking
can't
about. You've
switch
been
it up.
influenced by the
You
red
just can't
pill.
switch
That's
it
why
up like
you're
your gender,
baby.
bro. There's no such thing. You
No,
can't.
it's not
Who
the
are they?
truth.
Them.
It's not the truth.
In reality, who are they? Them. There's not a thing. They them
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
is a group of people, bro. It's not an individual. For someone to say that is an actual delusion.
Brandon, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you can say that. It's your opinion. It's fine.
What's the next topic, guys?
Okay. So I want to bring up, which I wanted to bring up earlier, about your take on divorce laws. So let me ask you this, Octavio. Do you believe that would you do mandatory blood tests for children?
No.
Not at all?
Blood test?
Yeah, to make sure that the male's child is.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. No, I wouldn't. No.
What's wrong?
DNA tests?
Yeah, DNA tests. What's
DNA
wrong?
Paternity tests.
Yeah, fraternity tests. What's wrong with that?
Because that would excuse that would excuse bad behavior from men.
No, that would excuse bad behavior from women.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that would excuse bad behavior from men. So how? Hold on. That would excuse bad behavior from men. You do realize that men, when they have sex with women, they don't know whether that's their kid or not, right? You do realize that.
They don't know.
Yeah, when they have sex with a woman.
What kind of men are you talking about?
And she gets pregnant? No, it doesn't matter. When a woman gets pregnant, the man doesn't know 100% if that's his
talking
kid.
about men that's out here banging every chick?
No. Every man. Whether the woman's a virgin, whether the woman's a virgin or not. If a man fucks a woman, 100% of the time, like, he's not gonna know 100% of the time that that's his kid. He could believe that she was loyal, XYZ, whatever. But a woman will know 100% if she only fucked that guy, that's his kid. Correct?
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yes.
Okay, cool. So why would you go against fraternity tests to prove if that child is the man's child? Why would you go against that? What's the problem with that?
Okay, the problem with that is to do with the building blocks of society, which is the nuclear family. So
the nuclear family has nothing to do with it, but go on.
anyways, it's sad at this point, not letting me speak. All right. Anyways, and in order for you to even have a nuclear family, you have to have what you call it, a relationship that actually lasts. That's the key. That's the key. And if you go into any relationship with any distrust, so for example, if you think that the woman that you are marrying is a whore, and you don't trust her, because that's the only, to be honest with you, that's the only reason why a man would even entertain a DNA test, because
so you have to trust her 100%.
What's actually happening is you're already fracturing the foundation of the relationship. It's already destined to fail. You should not have a serious relationship with that woman. The reason why is because you're entering that relationship with this idea that she's a liar. Because a man that asks for DNA test, what he's essentially saying is, I don't trust you, woman.
Oh,
you
you
are
don't.
a liar. So
Michael
to me,
knows.
the way I look at it, to me, the way I look at it, is, well, if you're gonna think a woman is a liar, then that means this relationship is pretty much doomed.
Oh, it's over. It's doomed. Okay.
JJ, can I ask the follow? I haven't spoken in an hour.
Okay,
Right?
go ahead, Alex. This is retarded. Go ahead, Alex.
Can you ask him whether he would have the same take on a car insurance or something?
No.
Okay,
Please don't. No, you can ask me directly.
Why?
Okay, so for example, if you bought a car,
do you not trust your driving
oh
skills?
no, it's not compared to a woman. You
skills?
can't compare women to cars, Alex. That's very offensive. It's very offensive to the feminists that we're talking to.
Well, I'm right here. You can't speak to me. Oh, Jake, can you ask me a question?
Who cares?
You stop running away.
I care.
Do you not trust your driving skills? Do you not trust your driving skills? Why do you need insurance?
Why do you need insurance, Octavio?
What do you need medical insurance? Don't you trust your exercise?
Why do you need house insurance, Octavio? You just buy a house. Why would it burn down or if something goes wrong with it? Yeah. Why buy fucking house insurance, Octavio?
Wow, you guys, is this how degenerate you guys are?
It's not. Oh, you want? See, your go-to is calling us degenerate.
They're using comparables, bro.
You are really comparing a relationship where human life.
Generation X, suck it, baby.
You're really comparing.
It's called an analogy.
Relationship where human life hangs on the balance.
Yeah, it's called an analogy.
The future of society. Look at these degenerates speaking while I'm speaking.
You're a loser, man. You're just running away.
You're really comparing. You're really.
Yeah, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
No, go on, Octavio. Alex, go on, Octavio.
If you don't
Alex will respond afterwards.
All right. Okay. Fantastic. I cannot believe that you guys are comparing a relationship that that is so important that the society basically depends on it when it comes to raising the nuclear family. You're comparing that to a car, to car insurance. I mean, this is how low.
It's offensive. It's offensive to women. Yeah,
disgusting you guys are.
It's offensive to women. Hold on. Let him finish. It's offensive to women. Go on, Octavio.
No, he's done. He's clearly done.
No, let him finish. You
already finished.
Yeah, see, he's finished.
Oh, you're finished. Go on, Alex. Go on, Alex.
So the thing is, Octavio isn't high IQ enough to understand analogies. It's called the factual and functional equivalent. It's like what Myron does when he compares women to, for example, buying new cars or used cars and using that for mileage. Octavio's just too stupid to understand the difference. Or he understands the difference. He understands the difference, but
Octavio, I can't hear. Hold on. Stop. Octavio, I can't hear his point because you're saying like semantics in the background.
Yeah.
Just mute him.
Yeah. So please, Octavio, let him talk. To respond to you.
So basically, Octavio's not high IQ to understand the understanding of
Octavio knows high.
Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah, well, he unmutes himself. So go on.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, this guy thinks
Yeah,
he's unmuting himself, bro.
I'm telling you.
Go on.
Do you want to kick him?
Go on, Alex.
Yeah, sure.
I
So
got
this guy's not high IQ to understand the concept of a functional equivalent. The functional equivalent hinges on the idea of an analogy. That's where you compare one thing to something else. Obviously, analogies exist, and the reason why they exist is because no two things in life can be mapped perfectly one-on-one on each other. The fact that he refuses to engage with the analogy when the functional issue here has to do with not protecting yourself on a basic level because you somehow that means that you're not you don't trust your own skills or fortitude. I mean, the fact that he cannot see that I'm not calling women cast, but I'm drawing the comparison between a man protecting himself at a base level in a divorce situation, or not a divorce situation, in a paternity situation, versus protecting him at a basic level in terms of, getting into a car accident. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. He's displaying his ignorance the entire podcast.
Okay. So before we move on, Drinky Poo, he's commenting a lot here. So he basically said paternity test, absolutely yes. That's such a non-answer. He's shooting out to you, Octavio. And I wish I can get him on to actually debate you here.
Yeah, dude, why don't you want to come on?
Drinky. Well, the link's there. But here's another thing he says. I think Michael knows uses this same argument too. Yeah.
He did.
Yeah. So again, how is a paternity here's the main question. How is a paternity test? How is it degenerate, Octavio?
It's degenerate because it undermines the foundation of what that relationship is supposed to be about. You have to understand. Look, can I please just speak without interruptions? The
you
thing
interrupting us?
Yeah, I was just giving you guys a piece of your own medicine.
Go on, Octavio. Alex, shut up. Go on.
Shut up, Alex.
Shut up, Octavio.
Shut up, Alex.
Be quiet.
These guys. Octavio.
Be quiet.
Alex, stop. Go ahead, Octavio.
Shut up.
Octavio, be quiet. Jake, tell him to make his point or fuck off. It's simple as that.
Go ahead, Octavio.
Shut up, Alex.
Alex, stop. Go, Octavio.
Yeah.
Go, Octavio. You're stalling, bro. You're stalling because you don't have an answer. You don't have a fucking answer. How is a DNA test degenerate? Answer the fucking question. How is a DNA test degenerate? Go ahead. Answer the fucking question for our chat. Answer the fucking question for our chat. How is a DNA test degenerate? Go.
Okay, all right. Because it undermines the foundation of the relationship. A relationship that's extremely important in order for societies to survive on, which creates the nuclear family. What it does, it undermines it. What do I mean? Let me put it in incel terms so that you guys can understand. When you go into a relationship and you think the woman that you're with is a whore, the likelihood of that I mean, that's the only reason why anyone would ask for DNA. When you go into a relationship and you don't trust the woman that you're with, the likelihood of that relationship basically going to shit increases. So I hope for you is you have to. I know you guys don't really, red pill degenerates don't really understand the importance of relationships and the importance of the nuclear family. They don't really. They claim they do, but they don't. It is extremely important. So to go into a relationship of that importance and undermine it by thinking that somehow this woman is a whore that you're with is just illogical in every sense. Why?
Okay.
Hold on. Can I just finish, please? It's illogical because, first of all, why would you be with a whore in the first place? How come that speaks more about you as a man, about your vetting skills, than it does than it does for anything else. Obviously, you are not men enough to be able to vet this woman properly.
We're not
You
men.
don't know
Okay.
what's going on. That's why you don't have the confidence,
Mhm.
and that's the reason why you need to ask, because you are degenerate who
Okay.
need that DNA test.
Okay.
You can
So
throw the
okay. So
little.
hold on. Shut up,
All right.
Alex.
Okay.
I need to have a response on that. So okay. So Alex, I'm sorry, Octavio. Your whole response is like you're degenerates and you need to have that fucking test. Okay, fair enough. So let me ask you this: if it was mandatory, wouldn't you say that if it's mandatory, that stigma wouldn't be around? Correct. So if everybody had a mandatory DNA test before signing that contract, signing that birth certificate, wouldn't that say that it's mandatory? So therefore, nobody's going to have the stigma of thinking that your wife is a whore, when we already have statistics that about 4 to 30% of men are raising kids that aren't theirs. Wouldn't you say that's a good idea to destroy the stigma of that?
So I can answer it.
Yeah, go ahead and answer it.
We didn't have that stigma before we had abortion laws, before we had
again, wouldn't you say it's a good thing to make it mandatory so that stigma is gone?
You don't want me to answer it. Okay.
Oh, I don't want you to answer it. Okay. So again, you're probably not going to answer it, but go ahead. Go ahead and shoot it out, NPC. Go ahead.
You want to bully me in your own channel? All right, cool. All right.
Go ahead.
It's all right. It's fine. It's fine. I'm a humble person.
Yeah.
Very
I'm
loyal.
not.
I have a
I'm
lot
not
of
humble.
integrity. So
I'm
anyways,
Bloodsport.
no, you're not. Trust
Yeah,
me,
I
you're
am.
not.
Okay, I'm not.
Try and debate Andrew Wilson, and I might consider you.
Is Andrew
anyways,
Wilson Bloodsport? Is Andrew
Wilson?
Wilson did he shoot the Bloodsport to you tonight?
Absolutely.
Okay. So he shot out the Bloodsport, and I'm asking a simple question:
But you stopping me from answering it because you think Bloodsport is interrupting people.
Okay, fine. Go for it.
It
Go
shows
for
your
it.
weakness.
Oh, it's my
Sorry,
weakness. Okay,
I didn't
go
mean
ahead.
to humble you, Jake. I
It's
didn't
my
mean to
weakness.
humble you.
Yeah, humble me, bro. Humble me. I'm unhumble. I'm all about
Jake,
fucking.
you're not ready for that pressure.
Go for it, bro. I'm unhumble. I'm unhumble.
We didn't have a stigma like that.
We didn't.
Before,
Okay.
There you go. You can't help yourself.
We
We didn't have
okay.
a stigma like that
Okay.
before the pill, the sexual revolution, the abortion laws. We
You
didn't have
a
that.
stigma.
No men had to worry about that. And guess what? That's when the nuclear families thrived. And guess what? After we've had the abortion laws and all of that type of stuff, this is when we have the stigma. So what I'm basically saying is, it is best not to have the DNA test because you're entering in the relationship. You are entering the relationship with the idea that your woman is a whore, that your woman is a liar, that your woman, and that relationship is bound to fail. So you shouldn't do that. Okay.
Fair enough.
So it's not the correct.
Jake, why is he?
That's understandable. But
No, Alex, stop. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Be quiet.
Let him finish.
It's not
be quiet, man. Seriously.
Yeah, he's not answering the question.
It's not the correct way of actually going about removing stigma. All right.
Okay, great.
It won't work. It won't work. Okay. Making DNA mandatory, it won't work.
Yeah.
Trust me. Because I'll tell you why. Oh, hold on. I'll tell you why. Because men are so promiscuous, they don't care. All right.
Okay.
They don't
They're
care.
so
They
promiscuous.
don't care.
Yeah, they can't even
don't
get
care.
one girl, but you think 50
They
women.
don't care. They don't care.
Okay.
And you can look at the abortions as well. You can look
Amazing.
At
So again, answer my question. If mandatory DNA tests were there, right? So wouldn't it be that the stigma would be it's mandatory, therefore nobody would think that your wife is a whore because it's mandatory? Wouldn't you agree with that? Wouldn't you agree that if it's mandatory, therefore the stigma of your wife being a whore would go away? Wouldn't you say that?
Say that again.
Okay,
Oh
so
my
let me
fucking God,
so let
man.
me okay, so again, so there's a stigma right now because you have a choice to do DNA tests. Now, Men that choose to do DNA tests, there's a stigma that, oh, your girl is a whore or she cheated on you in some sort of way, right?
I never heard of that stigma.
So my question was, if you do mandatory DNA tests, wouldn't that stigma go away because it's mandatory? Therefore, if it's mandatory, everybody has to take it, regardless if your girl is a virgin or regardless if your girl fucked 25 fucking or 250 fucking dicks in her mouth and up her ass, regardless of the 20 million dicks up her ass or her being a virgin, you still have to fucking take the DNA test. Therefore, the stigma of her being a whore would go away. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree.
No.
Hold on. Let me answer.
It's a very simple question.
If I may, I agree that the stigma that the baby is yours will go away, but not the stigma that she's a whore. The stigma that she's a whore will always be there, because being a whore, there's a difference between being a whore and the stigma of whether or not the baby is yours or not.
I agree.
Yes,
Yeah.
if it
That's
was
not my
made
question.
if it was made mandatory, yes, you would know that the baby is yours. But whether your wife is a whore or not, that stigma will never go away.
Okay, great. Okay,
If
great.
she
So you do.
confirms it.
So you do agree. So you do agree. If it was mandatory, that stigma would go away. Correct. Correct, Octavio.
Yeah, guys, I've got 20 more minutes, guys. All right.
Okay, fair enough. We're gonna do 20 more minutes, 6 hours. Yeah, we're doing 6 hours here on fucking Project Field fucking pod, where we go all fucking night, my friend. We're here all fucking night. By the way, Dookie Poo, you can come in. We got 30 minutes, bro. Dookie Poo, come on in and fucking shoot that fuck. You're on the fucking chat. You're fucking disputing Octavio. Come on in and fucking actually dispute him. You got 30 fucking minutes, bro. 30 fucking minutes. Go ahead and do it.
No, I would agree with Jake on that point. I understand what Octavio is saying, but I think it actually might be a good idea, because then it would put the idea of in the woman's mind that, oh, well, if I go and fuck X amount of dudes and I'm with this guy, then
you can't get away with it.
Then they're gonna be like, oh, yeah, exactly. So they'll be held accountable for their actions.
Exactly. And Octavio's against putting accountability to women, just like Andrew Tate pointed out.
No,
so,
dude, it's this simple, right? So regardless of whatever situation, without having, let's say in a situation right now where mandatory testing isn't mandatory, right?
Yeah.
There's always the stigma of whether she's a whore, and then there's the stigma of whether the kid is yours.
Sure.
Once you implement, but once you implement mandatory paternity testing, you immediately get rid of one. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
The other one is going to exist regardless.
Yeah.
Why? It doesn't.
But Octavio is so concerned about the stigma of like, oh, my wife is gonna feel bad about it. Oh, who knows? Like, she's gonna feel bad.
I mean,
I'm
his
gonna
point
feel bad.
his point does make sense if it were like a nuclear family type, where you know for a fact that she doesn't sleep around with other men.
Okay,
right?
but why would it be a concern? Like, dude, why would a woman be so fucking like against that if she says, yeah, I already know that's my man?
Because they're trying to be deceitful.
Jake, can I just answer?
Yeah, but a good woman that knows that she didn't cheat would be okay with that.
Can I just answer?
100%, because she's confident that she's not gonna.
Brandon, can I ask you a question? Would you marry a whore?
Bro, that.
Oh my god, man! Seriously.
Don't do that again, Alex. It's very annoying.
Seriously, man.
Brandon, would you marry a whore?
No.
Would you consider
like a whore is like getting prostitute and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. Would you consider a whore? Would you consider a whore as a wife prospect? Would you consider her to make your wife?
Of course not, because men have a reputation. Oh my god, because men have a reputation to uphold of themselves.
That's right. So can I ask you one question? Why would you need, if you're not going to marry a whore, if you know it's very important to not marry a whore because it will affect your reputation and all the problems that it comes with marrying a whore, why would you need to ask for a DNA test?
Well, it said, I mean, if I knew I was marrying a hoe, I guess, a prostitute.
I mean, the only reason why you'd want a DNA test is because you
There's a
understand
possibility that she could that could be someone else's kid.
Exactly, this is what I'm saying, because there's a possibility that she may have done that. To me, that possibility means that my wife, that means I have a doubt in myself. That means the person that I'm dealing with is potentially not wife material. Is potentially a whore.
Right, but
Why'd
in
you
this
get her
day
pregnant
and
in the
age,
first
bro,
place
you can
then?
still be
Why did you
dude,
get her
in this
pregnant
day
in
and
the
age,
first
you
place
can
then?
still be religious
It
and
sounds like you're
still
late to the party,
do the
Octavio.
same shit a prostitute does.
It doesn't matter. So the next question is, why are you dealing with that woman?
That's irrelevant, bro. Honestly, you just stated that if she wanted the whole fucking you know what? I was late to the party. Correct me if I'm wrong. Brandon, go ahead. Go ahead and speak for me.
I forgot where we're at. Damn it.
I'll do it.
Basically,
in
he was
time.
saying
I'll
that.
do it.
Oh, go ahead, Alex.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's the same old argument that if you knew she was a whore, why did you marry her? Then you wouldn't need the paternity test.
Ooh, Michael knows.
Like he doesn't. He just doesn't seem to understand the fact that some things in chance can't be some things in life can't be accounted for. There's always going to be the off
exactly.
chance that something happens. So why would you not, when you have something that's so easily available that costs relatively nothing if you make mandatory, eliminate any possibility of that chance? Because the repercussions, if you do happen to hit that chance, are ridiculously high for men. It's not worth it. And by doing so, you actually encourage things like marriage.
Yeah, you do. So yeah, 100%. Because most men will stay with a woman knowing that that's their kid, bro. They will. So all these fucking laws playing in order will actually benefit marriages in the long run, Octavio. Which, by the way, Octavio is in disagreement when it comes to a law reform, when it comes to marriages, right? It's set for all of a sudden he says, all of a sudden he says, oh, yeah, no fault divorce, I'm against. Even though he pushed back on our debate when it came to that shit, but now all of a sudden he's for it, which I think he's for it because Michael Knowles told him to be for it. That's another fucking subject because Michael Knowles actually stated that
Provide evidence. You're weak. You can't even provide the evidence. You're so weak.
Oh, I'm weak, bro. Yeah, I'll provide the evidence later and I'll debate
You're never
you on
going to
that.
provide the evidence because you're weak.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I can't predict what your mind was, but I can only fucking acknowledge what I saw. That's all it is. Blah, blah, blah. I can only
Octavio, why
acknowledge
do you
what I
resort
saw.
to name calling and why do you resort to that? I feel like every time a
Because he's a
subject comes
loser,
up that you
bro.
don't agree to, like you instantly go for a jab.
Oh, are you talking to Jake or are you talking to me?
No, Octavio. Yeah.
So you think I go for name calling?
I just feel like you always jab. I mean, besides Jake, he's the host
Brandon?
and whatnot, right? But
Brandon?
I feel like
Brandon?
every time there's a situation where you can throw a jab, you throw it. Like,
Yeah, Brandon,
but why?
You're new to the channel. Do me one favor, watch more debates, and you can tell me after who is more likely to insult who.
Oh, Brandon, I hope you don't. When you do watch those debates, just keep in mind that we were part of a group chat where he would rag on
You
us.
don't have to start talking about a personal
day.
Oh,
problem.
he's a fake Christian. Like you're a
Yeah,
fake
he called him a
Christian,
fake
Jake.
Christian. He tried to defame me and lied about me saying something.
Which I don't care about that. That's
Yeah.
fine. He can call me a fake Christian all he wants. I don't give a shit, to be honest. And I'll even sit here and say, Octavio, hold on, Octavio, you stated why you've called me a fake Christian. What was it? Because of the Trinity, correct?
Jake is not a Christian.
Yeah. But why is that? Because of the Trinity, correct?
Yeah, Jake does not believe in the Trinity. Jake
I
is
don't
not
believe in the Trinity. That's
I'll-
his point on
Ask
that.
Andrew Wilson, he'll tell you. You're not.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but at the end of the day, yeah,
I was born in a Catholic.
yeah,
I was more Catholic, I guess you can say. But
Jake, you're
again,
not a
there's-
Christian.
okay, that's fine. You can do that. It doesn't affect me one bit. But I
And
do follow Jesus.
Alex is a red pill
Jesus is the
degenerate.
son.
Myron is
Jesus is
God.
the son. He's not God. He's not the Father.
Myron is his God.
Octavio,
Myron is his
I will tell you this: some of your points are kind of absurd, and you got some things going that I agree with for sure. But as far as what Jake and Alex said, and TJ, Mr. Bandito over there.
Yeah.
They have some solid points that I haven't yet disagreed with any of them, and that's the issue here. Is
Brandon,
that you're
you call yourself a red pill
Let him
babe.
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. He's not red pill, bro. Chill out.
He agreed
Brandon,
with you, you
Brandon,
idiot.
Brandon, by
you're
the way,
part-
Brandon,
you're
did
part
you
of the
find this
same
channel
degenerate-
through
you
the
are
Crucible?
part of the same
Hold on.
degenerate philosophy.
No, so the way I found this channel was I looked up whatever podcast, and I was trying to see if they were live, and so I clicked on the live, and then I just scrolled down, and then I seen you guys, and I was like, let me see what's up.
Oh wow! I actually had a video that went fucking 500,000 views because of whatever podcast. So that's probably why I was in the algorithm that you found it on.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. Because I had a video that went like 500,000 views, viral, bro. But yeah, that's probably why I was kind of still in that algorithm. That's crazy, like amazing. Yeah, I'm glad you came by, bro. I appreciate it. I'm glad.
Oh yeah,
you
like I said, like I said, your points are pretty much logical in a sense, right? And some of the points he's got are also good, but most of like a little bit of his points just don't seem to correspond from what he says initially, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I hear you guys saying your points, it actually corresponds from everything you guys have been saying.
Thanks, bro.
I appreciate that, man.
And it's not to throw jabs at Octavio. Again, I'm more of a in the middle guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't really. I'm not the dude to pick sides. You know, I like to hear everybody's opinion, and if I can correct you in a sense, then I'll try to. But if it doesn't change your mind, it is what it is. At the end of the day, you're an individual who thinks for themselves, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know.
Yeah.
But we need to find common middle ground for us to actually get somewhere.
Yeah, bro. Like, please don't take sides on this. It's not about tribalism. You should see the way that Jake and I go at it when we disagree with something.
Yeah, I've argued
So
with
I don't-
Alex on multiple occasions, especially when it comes to religion. Actually,
Yeah.
They're an echo chamber. These guys are an echo chamber.
No, we're not, bro. It's you and your crew that's echo chambers, bro. Like I've actually gone against Alex when it comes to religion.
Project
etc.
Pure Pod is my crew as well. So stop it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. So is Solution Podcast. So that's the thing. This is why I actually wanted to do a watch stream with that. And Andrew Wilson actually commented on our fucking chat, on our live chat. So shout out to Andrew Wilson. We're gonna get the fucking interview with him. That's gonna.
I'll do it. Fine. Just tell me when.
That's gonna be amazing. We're gonna get an interview with Andrew Wilson, and I really like Andrew Wilson a lot. I think he's a very logical human being. So I definitely want to ask a
Jake,
lot
he
of questions
doesn't
with
agree
him.
you. He thinks you're a degenerate.
Okay.
No,
bro.
he doesn't.
He thinks I'm a degenerate.
Yes,
He doesn't even
thinks
know
you're
me,
not-
bro. What
No,
the
he
fuck are you
doesn't.
talking about?
Thinks you're not-
He doesn't know me,
thinks you're
bro.
not Christian.
No, he's just chatting shit. He doesn't know anything. It's fine.
Yeah, he doesn't know me, bro.
He thinks you're not a Christian, and he thinks sexual experience is degeneracy.
Doesn't mean
He doesn't
anything.
agree with you, red
It
pill
doesn't mean
degenerate.
anything. Yes, he does. I literally had a conversation with him.
Okay,
You don't know that, right?
Alex,
You don't know that, right? We're DMing each other.
let him spurge, bro. He's a spurger.
Yeah,
let him spurge. But nevertheless, bro,
Why are you
I
guys
will.
so mean to me? I don't know why you guys so mean to me every time.
We're not mean to you, bro. Like, be a girl. You're a fucking girl. Like, you're
I'm
mean
a
to me.
really
Fuck
nice
out of
guy.
here.
I'm a really nice guy. Can you see
sound
this?
like
No, you're not. No, you're not.
You know
Don't
what,
get
bro?
me.
You sound like a goddamn faggot. I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say it. You sound like a goddamn faggot right now.
They're calling me names, which I'm not gonna
You're
say.
gonna call the ambulance. You're gonna call the ambulance.
Brandon, do you agree with this? You agree with this? You agree
Let me
with
get you a wham burger and some French fries, bro.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Nevertheless, look, dude. At the end of the day, I'm grateful for this whole situation. Like Octavio, props to you, Octavio, for actually stepping into the arena with Andrew Wilson. Yes, of course, you got destroyed. I'm just gonna say that. But yeah, you did.
Yeah,
But nevertheless, bro,
you will.
hold on.
No, I
But
didn't.
nevertheless, nevertheless, this fucker actually stepped into the arena with Andrew Wilson, and I respect that. I respect it 100%, bro. Dude, and look, here's the thing, Octavio. We disagree on plenty of things. I think me and you agree on like 90% of shit. Like we really do. You know, but at the end of the day, man, I respect you. This is why I told you, like, I tried to fucking reach out to you to give you advice when it comes to debating, etc. And I went out of my way because I do want the best for you, Octavio. But that was my case, bro. That's all it is. I love you to death, man. I wish the Solution Podcast to be fucking million subscribers, etc. Project VeoPod, of course, like, you know, of course, I'm the head of Project VeoPod, so I want that to succeed as well. And it's just growing together, bro. And we're growing together. That's all it is. Of course, we disagree. I love you to death. I love you to death. But at the end of the day, I'm going to call you out, bro. You're a fucking retard when it comes to your fucking ideology on things, man. I'm just going to say it, bro. I'm just going to say it. It's fucking retarded. I'm just going to fucking say it. But that's brotherly love, bro. We're men. It is what it is. We're men. That's how we think.
Did you hear that, Alex?
Yeah, but the difference between you and me is that I didn't actually try and commit a crime.
Anyways, Jake, what were you saying?
Yeah, that's all it is.
Saying.
Alex, that's irrelevant. So Brandon, at the end of the day, what's your last perspective? We're gonna end this stream already, man. We're fucking going. We got some views right here, guys. All you motherfuckers that are watching right now, fucking like the goddamn video. We're gonna get into the algorithm to start red pilling these fucking simps, these libtards, these Joe Biden supporters on the fucking internet. Red pill these motherfuckers. Yes, I am very outspoken. Joe Biden's a piece of shit. Trump 2024. Okay, I have the fucking flag right behind me. Trump 2024. That's our best bet right now. Is he perfect? Of course not. Okay. Operation Warp Speed, horrible. I can criticize Donald Trump all day, but at the end of the day, he's the best fucking hope right now in the United States. I'm just saying. Okay, you might fucking disagree. It is what it is. But at the end of the day, man, hey man, let's fucking start red pilling these simps and these libtards here on the fucking internet. That's my point. Let's do last thoughts. Let's start with fucking Octavio. Last thoughts, Octavio. We'll go one by one.
I won the debate. Absolutely killed it. Why? Because my position stands, which is that it's men's fault primarily. All right. As long as and the reason why it's men's fault is because men are supposed to be the leaders. I'm not a weak man where I expect women to fix the problem. Men should be the ones fixing the problem. Of course, Andrew Wilson, he believes that it should be equal. I don't believe it's equal because because God put men in the leadership position, not women. So also if every man collectively just stops funding the sex industry, guess what? These women will not be able to sell the sexuality anymore. So to me, I won the debate. I came here to Project VeoPod, showed love to Project VeoPod while debating Andrew
We got
Wilson.
the views right now because of you, bro. Like, I don't know how I have so much. This is the most live viewers I've ever had on fucking Project VeoPod.
How many do you have? How many do you have?
I have 14, bro. I've only ever fucking crossed like fucking 3, 4, 5 at most. I doubled that shit. And I think it's because of Octavio from fucking Andrew Wilson's stream that are coming by for some reason. If Andrew Wilson fucking spotted this shit, who knows? Dude, his fucking followers fucking did it too. So that's just my take.
My subscribers have also gone up. And to be honest with you, I think there were some people there as well, fans of Andrew Wilson that actually saw my point of view and said, you know what, I actually agree that the most of the blame should be put on men's shoulders. But the thing is, I was still shouting out Project VeoPod. I still, even after 3-hour debate with someone like Andrew Wilson, which it is tiresome. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Intellectually extremely challenging, and you have to be on point at all times. And this is my first time ever. So I'm a complete novice at this, but you know, with experience you learn. Not when it comes to 50 women. Sorry, but yeah. So I still came on the Project VeoPod, still showed love, still stayed here for a couple of hours, and all I can say is thanks for Project VeoPod for having me, and we're gonna continue.
Of course, anytime, all day, every day, bro.
We're gonna continue to have these debates because I think it is necessary. Even though I have to debate with you, red pill degenerates. Even though that's the case, guess what? It is good to have these. It is good to have these conversations because it will help. One day, Jake might just convert to the truth. One day, Alex might just convert to the truth.
One day I will accept the Trinity.
The thing
Okay.
is, they will not convert if we don't have these conversations.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So
Fair enough.
this is why these conversations are very important. So
100%.
shout out to everyone. Love. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. So Friday, if he's still there, Friday, last thoughts. There, Friday.
Project
Last thoughts, bro.
Friday just said I'm right.
He said you're right. Octavio's correct. Friday, you last thoughts, real quick.
He's sleeping, bro.
All right, we're gonna skip him then. Okay, Alex, go.
Let Brendan do it. Let Brendan do it. It's fine.
Okay, Brandon, go ahead. Last
He's
thoughts.
the guest. He's a new guest. Let him do it.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to, as men, like how Octavia was saying, yes, as men, we need to be as a collective and make sure we come together and make a decision on how it will benefit us in the long run. Now, but women do need to be held accountable for their actions just as well as men, and I believe at the moment women have more accountability to uphold themselves with than men do, and again, men we did allow it to happen, but we also need to start reverting back and saying, okay, we let you have this, but it's getting too far. And
Yeah.
so there's going to be restrictions on what should happen and what should not happen. And yeah, and these kind and thank Jake over here, Project VO Pod over here, for giving everybody a spotlight just to throw their thoughts out there and see where we actually combine our ideas and make sure we leave out of here with a little bit more intelligence, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah, 100%, bro. 100%.
And so just to conclude, just hold yourself accountable, because your actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, 100%. Alex, you want to go?
Yeah. As regard to the debate, it wasn't close. Octavio lost the debate in the first 5 minutes when Andrew gave his opening statement. Everyone on the channel, yes, fair enough. There were some people who saw his point. The overwhelming majority did not. I know because I was monitoring the chat. And but I don't really like. When I rag on him, I don't rag on him just because it's him. I rag on him because this is the position that most trads adopt. You see people like Michael Knowles, like Matt Walsh, good examples of that. Look, the current way in which the trad ideology is manifested is fundamentally evil. And the way they try and get out of it is by using counter-shaping language on RP. Always deflect from the truth, right? Point at somewhere else so that no one's looking at you. But as we've seen on the debate itself, it always reverts to type for every single argument. Regardless of what the argument is, the response is always, oh, men must be leaders, men must be leaders. But Andrew pointed out, this is a non-response. It's a non-sequitur from each individual argument. It doesn't work that way. And really, 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 I really hope more trads come on so that I can crush the ideology as it stands and expose them for being the cuckold simps that they are.
Okay, all right. There you go. You done on that, Alex?
Yeah.
All right, Alex, guys. So I'll do my last thoughts. I'll tell you this, guys. It was amazing. I always support Octavio. Octavio, I even told you I'm gonna fucking live stream this fucking debate. I love Octavio. Octavio is gonna go against fucking a juggernaut, literally the juggernaut from X-Men, bro. This guy's a juggernaut. Andrew Wilson juggernaut from X-Men. And Octavio is kind of like Toad, to be honest, from the X-Men, if you don't know who Toad is. Yeah, it's David and Goliath. It is what it is.
Hey, fuck off, man. Toad is amazing.
No, Toad's a fucking loser. What are you talking about? Toad is a fucking loser. He was part of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. What are you talking fucking
but look at his
about,
long
bro?
down and his six of shit.
He's a fucking loser. Get the fuck out of here.
Fine. I tried.
I'll debate you later on that, dude. Toad is a fucking loser. Toad's a loser. But Andrew Wilson's fucking juggernaut, bro. He's fucking juggernaut. He can go head to head with the Incredible Hulk. That's what Andrew Wilson is. And I'll tell you this, bro. Look, I love Octavio to death. He lost the debate, my opinion, just saying. But I will tell you this. I love the fact that Octavio actually stepped into the ring with him in the fucking first place. And that's respect. That is respect. And that's respect that I'm going to fucking shoot down regardless, bro. It doesn't matter whether my opinion believes that he won or not. It does not fucking matter. Octavio stepped into the ring, and I appreciate that 100%. Point being, though, I'm glad, Brent, I'm glad you fucking came in here, bro. It creates a new fucking audience. I love it to death. I'm looking forward to interviewing Andrew Wilson. I love Andrew Wilson. I think I only discovered him about 3 months ago. I did a video where I didn't even know his fucking name. And, I definitely fucking listened to a lot of his philosophy. Loved him. I agreed with so much of his takes. The moment he went on Fresh and Fit, I thought it was a match made in heaven. Of course, like, Fresh, Myron Gaines, etc. They have certain things that disagree. But, dude, I will tell you this. Andrew Wilson and Myron Gaines agree probably on like 95% of shit. The 5% of shit they're gonna fucking argue on, but it's fucking unnecessary compared to the global aspect. In Game of Thrones, they were fighting amongst each others when the White Walkers were walking over there to conquer Westeros. Who fucking cares, bro? Who fucking cares? We're here to take out the fucking liberalism. We're here to take out the fucking LGBTQ. We're here to fucking take out those motherfuckers, okay? Andrew Wilson and fucking Myron Gaines, yes, you might have your criticisms. We all do. Who fucking cares? We're here to fucking take out the ones that are the actual problems. That's my point there. And I'll tell you this. Love Andrew Wilson. Love the debate. Love you guys coming on, bro. Brandon, you made this fucking stream even better. Alex, everybody that showed up. Guys, I appreciate you for making Project VOPod, contributing to Project VOPod, making this stream better than what it would have been and if it was just me by myself. Let's be honest. Without you guys, I just would have been fucking commenting by myself. So I'm very grateful on that. I've only been on YouTube for about a year, and I'm doing live streams, and I love it. Thank you guys. Please like, subscribe, comment, subscribe to the channel. And we're going to have more shit for you guys in the future. And I'm doing that for you guys. And we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to contribute to Solution Podcast. We're going to do this shit. So I love it. That's my last thoughts. With that being said, my friends, with that fucking being said, live subscribe, do everything you need to do. And I'll see you guys in the next one. I'll see you guys on the next fucking Project VOPod. And I'm your host, Jake fucking Varr. Trump 2024, baby. Trump 2024. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.